Preface. The present handbook to the Mediterranean describes the chief routes along the Mediterranean coasts. In his endeavor to unite within a single volume the chief points of interest in so vast a region, the editor has naturally been confronted by peculiar difficulties. These points are so numerous that little space could be afforded for more subordinate matters, so that many details have necessarily been omitted. Again, as regards the selection of routes, and of places to be described, opinions frequently differ. The editor ventures, however, to hope that on the whole he has satisfied the requirements of most of his readers. As many of the regions which are here grouped historically and geographically have already been treated of in several of his other handbooks, the editor would respectfully refer the traveler to these for fuller details. The new subjects comprise Madeira and the Canary Islands, the coast of Morocco, and Algeria and Tunisia, the materials for describing which have been collected, in the course of much travel, by several of the editor's friends and fellow workers. The chief author of the German edition, which appeared in 1909, was Dr. F. Propping, of Godesberg on the Rhine, who personally visited most of the places described. The present English edition has been prepared by the editor's old friend, Emeritus Professor John Kirkpatrick, formerly of Edinburgh University, who 50 years ago, 1861, translated the handbook for the Rhine, and thus introduced Baedeker's guidebooks to the English public. In bringing the information contained in the new Mediterranean volume up to date, the editor has received valuable aid from British and United States consuls and ministers, and from other authorities who have shown the utmost courtesy and willingness to assist. To all of these, the editor expresses his grateful acknowledgments. Many readers will be interested also in the geographical sketch by the late Professor Theobald Fisher, d. 1910, one of the great authorities on the Mediterranean coastlands. Footnote 1. The volume contains 6 separable sections. First, Introduction from England to the Mediterranean by the Portuguese coast, Madeira and the Canary Islands, pp. I Roman 36 and 148. Second, Andalusia, Morocco, pp. Third, Sea Routes in the W Mediterranean, pp. 111-166. Fourth, Algeria, pp. Fifth, Tunisia, pp. 319-394. Sixth, Sea Routes in the E-Mediterranean, the Black Sea, p. 395 to the end of the volume. Footnote 2. Comp. For the W Mediterranean Baedeker, S. Southern France, Northern Italy, Central Italy and Rome, Southern Italy, Sicily and Sardinia, Italy from the Alps to Naples and Spain and Portugal, for Trieste and Dalmatia, Austria-Hungary, for the E. Mediterranean, Egypt, Palestine and Syria, Greece and Constantinople und Kleinasien, at present in German only, for the Black Sea, Russland or Russie. Special care has been bestowed on the maps and plans with which the handbook is furnished. Several of these are based on materials hitherto unpublished, and others have been locally revised and improved for the special benefit of the handbook. In the case of Algeria and Tunisia, the French spelling has been adopted in the letterpress as well as in the maps. Footnote 3. Note, however, that in the letterpress the English J is used in preference to the French DJ, as in Jebel Mountain, and that the German or Italian U is preferred to the French O or the English U, as in souk market. So too, as a general rule, all the other vowel sounds in the proper names follow the Italian pronunciation. Hotels. As in all his handbooks, the editor has taken the utmost care to recommend none but comfortable and respectable hotels. From this, as from all his other handbooks, advertisements, direct and indirect, are absolutely excluded. Persons calling themselves agents for Baedeker's handbooks are impostors and should be handed over to the police. As many matters treated of in the handbook are liable to frequent change, and as, in the Orient particularly, trustworthy sources of information are too often lacking, the editor will warmly appreciate any communications with which travelers may kindly favor him. Introduction. Page I. Season and plan of tour. Health Roman 13 Roman 2. Money, passport, custom house Roman 16 Roman 3. Steamboats Roman 17 Roman 4. Intercourse with Orientals Roman 25. The Mediterranean Sea and adjoining lands. A geographical sketch by Theobald Fisher Roman 27. I. Season and plan of tour. Health. Season of tour. The mildness of the climate, P. Roman 35, makes traveling pleasant in the Mediterranean lands at almost any season. Even in the height of summer, travelers who can stand a little heat will find residence in many of the islands and seaside resorts quite agreeable. Winter begins here much later and ends much earlier than in northern or central Europe, but until the end of March, few regions are quite exempt from wintry days and falls of snow. March is considered also the windiest month in the year on the Mediterranean. For the Portuguese coast, Andalusia, and northern Morocco, Tangier, the best seasons are from the middle of March to the middle of May and the months of October and November. Granada, which lies high, is suitable for a prolonged stay from April till the middle of June. Seville and Cordova are often uncomfortably cold in December and January owing to lack of heating appliances. At Lisbon and Tangier, winter is the season of the fertilizing rains, which often last till the middle of March. With regard to the best season for Madeira and the Canary Islands, CPP, 1932. The weather is generally bright and genial in Algeria, Tunisia, and Tripolitania in late autumn, till the end of November, and also in March and April, though less settled. Winter is a dry season only on the coast of Tunisia and in the Sahara, but is sometimes cool and windy. See also pp. 170, 172, 321. It is still hot in October in Sicily, in Barbary, and in Egypt, where the sirocco, p. 321, is specially disagreeable in the early autumn, while health is endangered by malaria, p. Roman 16. Of all the Mediterranean regions, Egypt alone offers a dry, settled, and genial climate in winter. The traveler on the eastern Mediterranean who wishes to avoid extremes of cold and heat should make his first stay at Cairo in January or February. Start for the Syrian coast at the end of February or early in March. Proceed to Palestine and Damascus after March has commenced, and visit Asia Minor and Greece in April, and Constantinople and the Black Sea in May. In autumn, from the end of September onwards, the above order should be reversed. Plan of tour. The traveler is advised to draw up a careful program of his tour before starting. All the places described in the handbook may be reached by steamer or partly overland at any time of the year, but during the winter season, from about the end of October to the middle of May, much greater facilities are offered by excursion steamers. CPP. Roman 18, 1, 2, circular tickets and combined tickets. American travelers may sail direct from New York or Boston to some of the Mediterranean ports, CP Roman 18. Travelers from Great Britain may start from London, Liverpool, Southampton, or Dover, or if they dread a long sea voyage may proceed overland to Marseille, to Genoa, to Naples, to Brindisi, to Venice, or to Trieste, Comp. P. Roman 24, and begin their Mediterranean tour from one of these points. Some may prefer the overland route to Spain and Gibraltar, while others again may find it more convenient to travel all the way to Constantinople, Orient Express, to Constanza, Ostend-Vienna Express, or to Odessa via Vienna and Krakow by railway, and thence explore the Mediterranean from east to west. The railway routes will be found in Bradshaw's Continental Railway Guide or in the German Reichsgeschäft. For the train's deluxe services, tickets must be obtained from the International Sleeping Car Co., London, 20 Cockspur St. SW, Paris 3 Place de l'Opéra, New York 281 Fifth Ave, Berlin 69 Unter den Linden. For the sea routes, CP Roman 17. For particulars, application should be made to the various companies or their handbooks consulted. Excursion, circular, and combined tickets are issued by Messrs. Those. Cook and Son, Ludgate Circus, and by other tourist agents. It may be noted here that the pleasure cruises, organized by many of the companies, offer great attractions at moderate cost, but at the almost entire sacrifice of personal independence, while the fellow passengers with whom one is associated for weeks may not always be congenial. As a general rule, it is pleasanter and less expensive to travel with one or more companions than alone. Apart from hotel charges and railway and steamboat fares, the cost for 2 or 3 persons is often no greater than for one. Moreover, when off the beaten track, the traveler thus escapes from monotonous and monosyllabic conversation with native guides or drivers, comp. pp. Roman 25, Roman 26. And in case of illness or accident, he is far more certain of obtaining assistance and relief. The most useful language in most parts of the Mediterranean is French. In Portugal, Madeira, and the Canary Islands, English is much spoken. In Egypt, it is the leading language. Italian is very useful in Tunisia, on the coast of Tripolitania and Barca in Malta, throughout the Levant in Greece, and at Constantinople. On the other hand, a slight knowledge of Arabic will be found most useful throughout the whole of Africa, from Morocco to Egypt, and in Palestine and Syria. Some hints on health may be of advantage to the inexperienced traveler from the north. As a rule, an overcoat or extra wraps should be put on at sundown, though they may often be dispensed with an hour or two later. When heated with walking, the traveler should not rest in the shade. In hot climates like those of Egypt and the Sahara, he should never remove his pith helmet or other headgear in the sun. Gray spectacles or gray veils shield the eyes alike from the glare of the sun and from dust. Sunshades also are very desirable in hot weather. As a rule, it is advisable to stay within doors during the heat of the day. On the other hand, many places on the Mediterranean are cold in winter, Lower Egypt and Cairo being no exceptions. Steamboat passengers, too, will generally find warm clothing very desirable between October and the middle of May. An extra coat or shawl should be donned in museums, churches, mosques, and other buildings with stone pavement, as the air is often very chilly. When engaging rooms, visitors should insist on a southern aspect, which is almost essential for the delicate and highly desirable for the robust. In every case, especially if the rooms do not face due south, they should have a fireplace or else central heating. In the Mediterranean regions, where many of the plainer hotels have stone or brick floors, carpets are essential to comfort. With regard to diet, also a few general hints may be serviceable. Oysters, fish, salads, and tinned meats should be absolutely avoided. Raw fruit, except perhaps oranges and grapes, should be partaken of very sparingly. Ices and iced drinks also are apt to be upsetting. The contents of siphons, lemonade, and other refreshing beverages are not unfrequently composed of polluted water. The safest liquids are boiled water, natural mineral waters, tea, coffee, good red wine, and in moderation, sound English or German beer. Fairly good cognac or even whiskey may be obtained almost everywhere, but for the time-honored soda or potash, it is safer to substitute boiled or mineral water. Colds, errors in diet, malaria, and overexertion are the chief sources of the sharp attacks of illness to which even the hardiest travelers from the north are liable in the sunny south. Sunstroke is another danger. Against all these, the traveler requires to be more on his guard than at home, where his nerves and his digestion are much less liable to be overtaxed. Care and moderation in sightseeing and touring are therefore hardly less important than attention to diet. Before the journey is begun, a supply of a few simple remedies, see below, may be prepared with the advice of the traveler's physician. In cases of serious illness, one of the properly qualified doctors mentioned in the text should be consulted. Diarrhea, which may develop into dysentery, one of the commonest complaints, generally results from catching cold or from eating unwholesome food. The patient should first take a slight aperient and afterwards several doses of bismuth. The diet should be arrowroot, which should always accompany the traveler, rice or some other farinaceous food, and milk, fruit, meat, fatty substances, and alcohol should be avoided. In obstinate cases, a change of climate is sometimes the only remedy. Sprains are best treated with cold compresses. The injured part should be tightly bandaged and given perfect rest. In the case of a snake bite or scorpion sting, the wound should be immediately treated with ammonia, or better still, cauterized. Sunstroke is not common in winter, but may easily occur as late as November or as early as April. The usual remedies are rest and shade. Cold appliances are used for the head and neck. In case of high temperature, these should be iced. The best protection for the head is either a pith helmet or a tall, perforated straw hat, with several folds of gauze round it and hanging down over the back of the neck. When the eyes are irritated with glare or dust, frequent washing with a weak boracic or zinc lotion affords relief. Comp. Also P. Roman 15. Lastly, a few simple and well-known remedies, most of which may be obtained in a tabloid form, may be mentioned for other common ailments. Cascara sagrada, castor oil, tamar Indian, or Epsom salts for constipation. A zinc or starch dusting powder for chafed sores due to riding. Tincture of arnica or Elliman's embrocation, antiseptic wool, collodion, and sticking plaster for bruises and wounds. Ammonia, sal ammoniac, or other antidote, muscatol, to stings or bites. Disinfectants, carbolic acid, insect powder, chlorodyne for neuralgia, quinine for cases of fever. Fever, be it noted, especially in malarious regions, Sardinia, Sicily, Algeria, Tunisia, Greece, is propagated by mosquitoes, especially by the female of the Anopheles claviger. Light curtains round the beds should therefore be used to ward off the attacks of these troublesome insects. At dusk, and at night when the room is lighted, the windows should always be carefully closed. When a bite has been received, the inflamed part should be at once rubbed with ammonia. It should, however, be added, in order to reassure the timid or nervous traveler, that few of these elaborate precautions are necessary except for enterprising explorers who often leave the beaten track or whose tour extends beyond the usual winter season. Roman 2. Money, passport, custom house. Money. A small sum of money to start with should be taken in English or French gold, but large sums should always be carried in the form of circular notes, care being observed to keep the notes and the letter of indication quite separate. These notes are issued by the London and the Scottish banks and by Messrs. Those, Cook & Son, Ludgate Circus. The checks issued by the American Express Companies, by the American Bankers Association, and by the International Mercantile Marine Co. are also convenient. Wherever the traveler lands, he will find an ample supply of the small change of the country, very needful. Passports are not absolutely necessary, except in Turkey and in Russia, but consuls and sometimes bankers require more convincing proof of identity than a visiting card. Passports must be shown at the post offices also in order to obtain delivery of registered letters. Passports may be procured in England direct from the Passport Department of the Foreign Office, Whitehall, Fee 2S, or through any tourist agent. In the United States, they are obtained from the Bureau of Citizenship, State Department, Washington, D.C. Travelers may generally get their passports visés for Turkey or Russia through one of the steamboat companies or by applying to their consulate at one of the chief seaports, if they have omitted to take this step before leaving home. The custom house examination at the various seaports and frontiers is seldom very rigorous, but the traveler should be careful to declare every new article not intended for personal use, and he should note particularly that cigars, tobacco and cigarettes, weapons and ammunition, the import of the last 4 articles being entirely prohibited in Turkey, playing cards, matches, etc., are liable to a heavy duty almost everywhere. These should therefore be carried in very small quantities or dispensed with altogether. It is rarely worth while carrying large supplies of any dutiable article, as the formalities are tedious and the expenses heavy. In Turkey, a second custom house examination of luggage takes place when the traveler leaves the country, a small duty being levied on exports, while the export of antiques without the authority of government is forbidden. In Spain, Italy, and Greece also permission must be obtained to carry away works of art. Persons who have made large purchases or have a superfluity of baggage to send home had better employ a goods agent. Roman 3. Steamboats. All the leading steamboat companies are mentioned in the handbook in connection with the different routes. The Great Oriental, Australian, and other liners of 512,000 tons, burden and upwards, touch at very few Mediterranean ports: Gibraltar, Marseille, Genoa, Naples, Port Said. Travelers desirous of visiting the Portuguese coast, Madeira and the Canary Islands, Algiers, Sardinia, Sicily, Tunisia, Athens, Constantinople, and many other places of interest, must generally be content with smaller and often very inferior vessels. The sections of the following brief summary of the chief lines correspond with those into which the handbook is divided. From the United States to the Mediterranean, White Star Line. From Boston about every 3 weeks to Gibraltar, Algiers, Naples, and Genoa in 14-15 days. From New York at irregular intervals to Gibraltar, Naples, and Genoa in 15-16 days. From Genoa via Naples to New York or Boston at irregular intervals. Fares, first CL. From New York to Gibraltar, Genoa, or Naples from 16L. According to steamer, from Boston to Gibraltar, Algiers, Genoa, or Naples from 16L, 10S. From New York to Villafranche from 19L, 10S. Second CL, 13L. Hamburg American Line. From New York at irregular intervals to Gibraltar, Algiers, Naples, or Palermo, and Genoa in 13 days and vice versa. Fares, first CL. From 17L, 10S. Second CL, 13L. North German Lloyd Line, from New York on most sat, to Gibraltar, Algiers not in summer, Naples and Genoa in 13 days, returning on most Thursdays. Fares, first CL, from 87.5 second CL, from $65. Cunard Line, from New York at irregular intervals to Gibraltar, Genoa, Naples, Trieste and Fiume in about 20 days, returning via Palermo, Naples and Gibraltar. Fares to Trieste or Fiume, first CL, from 16L, 10S, to Gibraltar, Genoa or Naples from 14L, 10S, second CL. Fares from 12L. Among the regular pleasure cruises from the United States to the Mediterranean may be mentioned those from Boston organized by the Bureau of University Travel. For excursion steamers from England to the Mediterranean, CPP. 1, 2. 1. Portuguese Coast R1. Pacific Line from Liverpool, 31 James St. fortnightly, for La Rochelle Palace, for Bordeaux, Corunna, Vigo, Leixões for Oporto, Lisbon and St. Vincent, Cape Verde, and thence to S. America. Passengers for Madeira, the Canary Islands, and the Mediterranean must of course tranship at Lisbon or St. Vincent. Royal Mail Steam Packet Co., CP Roman 19. Nederland Royal Mail Steamers, London Office, 2 King William St. E.C. and Rotterdam Lloyd, both fortnightly from Southampton to Lisbon, Tangier, etc. Yoward Bros Line, CP Roman 19. Hull Line, CP Roman 20. Booth Line thrice monthly from Liverpool office in the Tower Building to Havre, Vigo, Leixões, for Oporto, Lisbon and Madeira. Ellerman Line weekly from Liverpool to Lisbon and Oporto. Peninsular and Oriental Co., CP Roman 20. German East African Line, London office, 14 St. Mary Axe, EC. Once every 3 weeks from Southampton to Lisbon, Tangier, Marseille, Naples, etc. Hamburg American Line, London office, 22 Cockspur St. SW, and Hamburg and South American Co. several times monthly from Southampton, calling occasionally at Lisbon. Royal Holland Lloyd monthly from Dover to Boulogne, Corunna, Vigo, Lisbon, etc. Compania Transatlantica, Philippines Line monthly from Liverpool to Corunna, Vigo, Lisbon, Cadiz, etc. 2. Madeira and Canary Islands RR, 3-4. Union Castle Line, London office, 3 Fenchurch St. EC. Weekly from Southampton to Madeira, also fortnightly from London and Southampton, touching alternately at Las Palmas and Tenerife. Also summer tour to Madeira, Las Palmas and Tenerife. Royal Mail Steam Packet Co. London office, 18 Moorgate St. EC. Fortnightly from Southampton to Vigo, Lisbon and Madeira, also round voyages from London, CP Roman 20. Peninsular and Oriental Branch Service monthly from London office, 3 East India Ave, EC. to Las Palmas. Booth Line, CP Roman 18. Bucknell Line monthly from London office, 23 Leadenhall St. EC. to Tenerife. Aberdeen Thompson's Line monthly from London office, 7 Billiter Square, EC. and Plymouth to Tenerife. Aberdeen Rennie's Line about once every 10 days from London, office, 4 East India Ave, EC. to Las Palmas and Tenerife alternately. German East African Line, London office, CP Roman 18, once every 3 weeks from Southampton for Las Palmas and Tenerife. Wouwerman Line monthly from Dover to Las Palmas and Tenerife. New Zealand Line, London office, 138 Leadenhall St. EC. and Shaw, Saville and Albion Line, London office, 34 Leadenhall St. EC. each monthly from London and Plymouth to Tenerife. Yoward Bros Line weekly from Liverpool office, 27 Stanley St. to Lisbon, Tenerife and Grand Canary, calling on alternate voyages at Madeira. Federal, Hooder and Shire Lines fortnightly from Liverpool, calling at Madeira, Las Palmas or Tenerife. Natal Line fortnightly from London office, 14 St. Mary Axe, EC. to Las Palmas. Impreza Nacional de Navegação twice monthly, and Impreza Insulana once monthly from Lisbon to Madeira. 3. Gibraltar and Andalusia RR, 156B11. Peninsular and Oriental Co. once weekly from London office, 122 Leadenhall St. EC. to Gibraltar, etc. Comp. Also P. Roman 20. Orient Royal Line fortnightly from London office, 5 Fenchurch St. E.C. to Gibraltar, etc. North German Lloyd fortnightly from Southampton, London office, 26 Cockspur St. S.W. Anchor Line almost weekly from Liverpool office, 17 Water St. or Glasgow, Anchor Line buildings to Gibraltar. Hull Line weekly from London office, 31 Crutched Friars E.C. to Lisbon, Gibraltar, Malaga and Cadiz. Royal Mail Steam Packet Co. see below. Moss Line fortnightly office, 31 James St. and Papiani Line office, 22 Water St. occasionally from Liverpool to Gibraltar. Vapors Correos de Africa from Algeciras to Tangier, Cadiz and Ceuta. 4 Morocco Arar, 1314. Royal Mail Steam Packet Co. fortnightly from London office, CP, Roman 19, to Gibraltar, Tangier, etc., returning via Las Palmas, Tenerife and Madeira. Nederland Royal Mail and Rotterdam Lloyd, CP Roman 18. German East African Line, CP Roman 18. Peninsular and Oriental Co. sends Vectis or other excursion steamer from London office, CP Roman 19, several times in spring and summer to Lisbon, Gibraltar and Tangier. Campania Transatlantica, Canary Line calls at Tangier, if required also at Casablanca and Mazagan, once a month on the voyage to and from Barcelona. Bland Line, small cargo boats thrice weekly from Gibraltar to Tangier, also steamers from Tangier to Tetuan and Larache. Oldenburg Portuguese Line fortnightly from Tangier to Rabat, Mogador, etc. Vapors Correos de Africa twice monthly from Tangier to Larache, Rabat, Casablanca, Mazagan, Safi and Mogador. Npaque and Co. weekly from Tangier to Rabat and Mogador. Navigation mixed weekly from Tangier for Melilla, Malaga and Iran. Hungarian Adria monthly from Gibraltar to Tangier and Iran. 5 W Mediterranean. From Gibraltar to Genoa, R15A. White Star Line from New York or Boston, 2-3 times monthly. North German Lloyd from Southampton monthly. Cunard Line from New York occasionally. Lloyd Sabato from S America once monthly. From Gibraltar to Algiers, RB. North German Lloyd fortnightly, the Hamburg American, the Austrian Lloyd, and the German Levant all less regularly. Navigation mixed Twatch Co. to Oran, thence to Algiers by rail. From Gibraltar to Marseille, R17. Peninsular and Oriental from London weekly, Orient Royal from London fortnightly. From Gibraltar to Naples, R16. Orient Royal from London fortnightly. North German Lloyd from Southampton twice, also from New York once or twice monthly. Cunard and White Star from New York or Boston, each 2 or 3 times a month. Hamburg American from New York once or twice a month. From Marseille to Naples, R23. Orient Royal from London fortnightly. North German Lloyd from Southampton fortnightly. German East African Line once in 3 weeks. Messageries Maritimes fortnightly. Hungarian Adria cargo boats twice weekly. From Marseille to Algiers, R20. Gainerel Transatlantique 4 times weekly. Transports Maritimes twice weekly. Navigation mixed, Twatch Co. weekly, also cargo boat weekly. From Marseille to Tunis, R21. North German Lloyd fortnightly to Goleta only. Gainerel Transatlantique once weekly, and thence on to Malta, and via Bizerta once weekly. Navigation mixed, Twatch Co. once weekly, and cargo boats via Bizerta once weekly. From Genoa to Naples, R24. North German Lloyd from Southampton 2 or 3 times a month. Hamburg American once or twice monthly. Cunard and White Star, each once monthly. Societa Nazionale 3 or 4 times weekly. Italian Lloyd once, twice, or thrice monthly. Lavalos and Lloyd Sabato, each once monthly. Hungarian Adria twice weekly. From Genoa to Tunis, R25. Societa Nazionale weekly. North German Lloyd fortnightly to Bizerta. From Naples to Palermo, R26. Steamers of the Ferrovie dello Stato daily. Societa Nazionale weekly. Hungarian Adria twice weekly. Lloyd Sabato monthly. From Palermo to Tunis, R26. Societa Nazionale weekly, also small cargo boats weekly. Navigation mixed, Twatch Co. cargo boats weekly. From Naples to Messina and Syracuse, R27. Societa Nazionale thrice weekly to Messina, and once weekly thence to Syracuse. Also steamers of the Ferrovie dello Stato weekly from Naples to Messina, and of the North German Lloyd fortnightly from Naples to Catania. From Tunis or Syracuse to Malta, R64, Società Nazionale 6 times monthly, Hungarian Adria 6 times weekly. From London to Malta, Peninsular and Oriental usually weekly. From Liverpool to Naples and Malta, City Line about once monthly. 6. Steamers to Algeria. From Southampton to Algiers, North German Lloyd once or twice monthly direct, Nederland Royal Mail fortnightly via Lisbon and Tangier. From Marseille to Oran R19, Général Transatlantique twice weekly, transports maritimes once, and cargo boat once weekly, navigation mixed, Twachco once weekly, also weekly steamers from Sète to Oran. From Marseille to Algiers, CP Roman 21. From Gibraltar to Algiers, CP Roman 20. From Cartagena to Oran, R18, Général Transatlantique once weekly. From Tangier to Oran, R18, navigation mixed, Twachco weekly, also cargo boats fortnightly, Hungarian Adria once monthly. 7. Steamers to Tunis. From Algiers to Tunis, R22, Général Transatlantique, coasting cargo boats, once weekly, German Levant Line 2 or 3 times a month, Hungarian Adria once monthly to Tunis direct. Several other lines are available for sections of the route. From Marseille to Tunis, CP Roman 21. From Naples to Palermo and from Palermo to Tunis, CP Roman 21. From Naples to Syracuse and from Syracuse to Malta and Tunis, CP Roman 21. 8. Eastern Mediterranean. From Tunis to Malta, CP Roman 21. From Tunis to Tripoli, R64, Società Nazionale weekly, and navigation mixed, Twachco weekly, both coasting. From Algiers to Tripoli direct or via Malta, cargo steamers of the German Levant Line. From Tripoli to Malta and Syracuse, R64, Società Nazionale weekly, other boats fortnightly. From Tripoli to Alexandria, R65, German Levant Line, cargo boats thrice monthly, Banco di Roma fortnightly. From Tripoli to Constantinople, R66, Società Nazionale fortnightly. From Marseille, Genoa, and Naples to Alexandria, R67, North German Lloyd weekly from Marseille to Naples and Alexandria, Messageries Maritimes from Marseille weekly to Alexandria direct, Società Nazionale weekly from Genoa to Leghorn, Naples, and Alexandria. From Venice to Alexandria, R68, Società Nazionale fortnightly via Ancona, Bari, and Brindisi. From Trieste to Alexandria, R68, Austrian Lloyd weekly via Brindisi and weekly via Gravosa and Brindisi. Steamers to Port Said RR, 67, 68, all the great liners already mentioned and others besides converge at Port Said. Of the companies dispatching vessels almost daily from British ports, the following are the chief: Peninsular and Oriental calling at Gibraltar, Marseille, and Brindisi; Orient Royal and North German Lloyd calling at Gibraltar, Marseille, and Naples; Bibi calling at Marseille; City Line calling at Naples and Malta; British India Line calling occasionally at Marseille, Genoa, or Naples; Nederland Royal Mail via Genoa; Rotterdam Lloyd via Marseille; Queensland Line, Japan Mail via Marseille; and Compania Transatlantica via Genoa. Steamers to Palestine and Syria, R72, Khedivial Mail, Austrian Lloyd, Russian Steam Navigation and Trading Co., Società Nazionale, all weekly from Alexandria to Port Said, Jaffa, Haifa, and Beirut; Messageries Maritimes fortnightly from Alexandria and Port Said to Beirut direct, and fortnightly calling at Jaffa; German Levant, cargo boats, twice monthly from Alexandria to Jaffa, Haifa, and Beirut. From Alexandria and Beirut to Smyrna and Constantinople, RR. 72, 75, 76. Khedivial Mail fortnightly from Alexandria to Port Said, Beirut, Smyrna, and Constantinople; Russian Steam Navigation and Trading Co., similar route, weekly; Messageries Maritimes fortnightly from Beirut; La Fossine weekly from Alexandria to Smyrna, Constantinople. Steamers to the Piraeus, Athens, RR. 76, 77, 78. Khedivial Mail, Romanian Mail, Russian Steam Navigation and Trading Co., all weekly from Alexandria to the Piraeus; North German Lloyd fortnightly from Marseille to Genoa, Naples, Catania, and the Piraeus; Messageries Maritimes fortnightly from Marseille to the Piraeus. Società Nazionale weekly from Genoa to Leghorn, Naples, Palermo, Messina, and the Piraeus. Società Nazionale also weekly from Venice to Brindisi, Patras, and the Piraeus. Austrian Lloyd weekly from Trieste to Patras and the Piraeus. Also Greek Oriental and Thessalian lines of the same company, each weekly from Trieste to the Piraeus. Greek Panhellenios Co. weekly from Trieste to Patras and the Piraeus. Austro-Americana, New York line, quickest, weekly from Trieste to Patras, for Athens. From the Piraeus Athens via Smyrna to Constantinople R80. Khedivial Mail weekly. North German Lloyd, Messageries Maritimes, both fortnightly. Austrian Lloyd weekly. Also Romanian Mail, Società Nazionale and Austrian Lloyd, the three quickest routes, each weekly to Constantinople direct. 9. Black Sea. From Constantinople to Constanza, R82. Romanian Mail, quickest, twice weekly. Austrian Lloyd alternate Fridays and alternate Saturdays, Società Nazionale weekly. From Constantinople to Odessa, R83. North German Lloyd fortnightly, Russian Steam Navigation and Trading Co., direct line, weekly. Syria and Egypt lines fortnightly. Anatolian line fortnightly. Austrian Lloyd fortnightly. Società Nazionale weekly. Messageries Maritimes weekly. From Odessa to Bottom R84s. Russian Steam Navigation and Trading Co., weekly. North German Lloyd monthly. From Bottom to Constantinople, R85. North German Lloyd alternate Saturdays. Russian Steam Navigation and Trading Co. alternate Thursdays. Austrian Lloyd weekly. Messageries Maritimes, NPACE & Co., and Società Nazionale all fortnightly. Equals overland routes. Equals travelers bound for the central or eastern Mediterranean, and in particular those who wish to avoid the long voyage to Gibraltar, and thus to save 5, 6, or more days, will choose an overland route to one or other of the Mediterranean ports. Marseille is reached from London by the P&O Express, starting on Thursdays, or by the Calais Mediterranean Express, daily in winter, in 2020 a quarter HRS, or by Ordinary Express in 22.5 HRS. Genoa is 27 HRS, from London via Paris and Mont Cenis. Venice is 32 a quarter HRS, from London via Bale and the St. Gothard. Trieste is reached in 43.5 HRS. From London via Milan. Naples is 46 HRS, from London via Paris and Rome. Brindisi is reached in 45 a quarter HRS, by the P&O Brindisi Express, starting on Friday mornings, or by Ordinary Express via Boulogne and Paris in 54.5 HRS. Lastly, the traveler who proposes to explore the Mediterranean from east to west, and who desires to economize time, should consult Bradshaw's Continental Railway timetables, or the German Reichsgesetz, or Henschel's Telegraph, as to the great Oriental expresses to Constantinople and the Black Sea. Equals hints to steamboat passengers. Equals during the height of the season, in Egypt Jan, and Feb. In other parts of the Mediterranean March, April and even May passages often have to be booked a month or 6 weeks in advance. Holders of return tickets or combined tickets must secure berths for the return voyage also long beforehand. Heavy baggage to be stowed away in the hold should be sent on board at least 1 or 2 days beforehand. Each passenger should endeavor, for his own sake and that of others, to limit his requirements for the voyage to 1 or 2 cabin trunks of moderate size. Private cabins should, as a rule, be kept locked, and small articles should not be left lying about on deck unwatched. Landing or embarkation by small boat is often an unpleasant proceeding, as the boatmen are apt to be extortionate in their demands, especially when the sea is rough. The charge for each passenger with his baggage should be ascertained beforehand and only paid at the end of the trip, or the whole transaction may be entrusted to one of the hotel agents. Small articles carried in the hand should not be allowed out of sight. The food is generally good. Coffee is served between 8 and 10, lunch at 1 or earlier, dinner at 6 or 7. First-class passengers in the British and German steamers dress for dinner. The fees vary according to circumstances. They are of course higher if the passenger has been ill and has required much attention. The chief steward or stewardess usually expects at least 1 FR per day, and the other attendants receive fees proportioned to the services rendered. Medical attendance and medicines, in case of illness, are nominally free, but a reasonable fee is usually paid. Baths in the larger steamboats are free, fixed hours being allotted to passengers on application. Passengers may bring their own deck chairs or hire them from the chief steward. Roman 4. Intercourse with Orientals. The objects and pleasures of travel are so unintelligible to most Orientals that they are apt to regard the European traveler as a lunatic, or at all events as a Croesus, and therefore to be exploited on every possible occasion. Hence their constant demands for bakshish, a gift. To check this demoralizing cupidity, the traveler should never give bakshish except for services rendered, unless occasionally to aged or crippled beggars. Small fees are, however, not unreasonably expected by drivers, guides, donkey boys, and others, over and above their stipulated hire. Excursionists should therefore always be well provided with small change. If no previous bargain has been made, the charges and fees stated in the handbook are usually ample. While the traveler should be both cautious and firm in his dealings with the natives, he should avoid being too exacting or suspicious. Many of those he meets with are like mere children and often show much kindliness of disposition. In most cases, their attempts at extortion are comparatively trifling, but if serious, the matter may be referred to the police or to the traveler's consul. On the other hand, exaggerated professions of friendship should be distrusted, loyalty towards strangers being still rarer in the East than elsewhere. The natives are apt to make common cause against European visitors. While their religion usually requires them to address each other as ya akuya, my brother, their brotherhood does not extend to outsiders. As the Orientals are often remarkably dignified and punctilious in their bearing, the traveler should show corresponding respect and consideration for their customs and prejudices. He should never, for example, photograph a Mohammedan without his leave, nor look too curiously at the veiled women, nor don Oriental costume. Sacred places such as mosques, chapels, and religious houses and their schools must not be entered without removing one's shoes or putting on slippers, lest the carpets and mats on which prayer is offered be polluted. Qur'ans must never be touched, and when prayers are being recited, strangers must keep carefully aloof. In every part of the Orient the traveler meets with saints, often imbecile or insane, who go about in fantastic rags and sometimes stark naked. Needless to say, he will give them a wide berth. The traveler may least obtrusively observe the various phases of Oriental life by visiting the native quarters of the towns, the bazaars and markets, and the popular festivals and recreations of the Moslems. Storytellers at the native cafes, reminiscent of the Arabian Nights, jugglers, wrestlers, snake charmers, barbers' shops, and native schools are all objects of interest. In Turkey and in Egypt the popular theaters with their shadow scenes, karagahs, are curious. Ladies may sometimes, by special introduction, obtain admission to a private dwelling house and get a glimpse of the manners and customs of Oriental women. On Fridays, they may see the Moslem women raising their veils in the cemeteries. Comp. p. 220. Gentlemen, when visiting an Oriental, knock at the door with an iron ring. From within is asked the question min, who is there? On being admitted, after the ladies who happen to be in the court have retired, he removes his shoes lest the costly carpets be sullied, and uncovers his head. The host approaches to meet him, one step or more according to the honor he desires to do his visitor. The latter salutes him in Oriental fashion by placing his right hand on his heart and then moving it up to his forehead. Questions as to health are first asked, but no allusion must be made to the ladies of the family, who are regarded as under a veil sitters. Coffee is always offered. The servant with his left hand on his heart hands round the little cups to the guests in order of their rank. The guest holds the cup in his hand till it is taken back by the servant. If the host wishes his guest to pay a long visit, he delays his order for coffee, and the guest must not leave before then. It is considered highly impolite to decline a visit, and each visit must of course be returned. The guides who proffer their services everywhere may generally be dispensed with, except by novices or by travelers pressed for time. Most of those at Constantinople and in Asia Minor are native Jews, who speak a little English, Italian, French, or German. All, as a rule, are ignorant and uneducated, and their explanations of antiquities or works of art are worthless. When, as sometimes happens, they assume a patronizing or a familiar manner, they should be promptly checked and kept in their proper place. If a purchase has to be made, or a carriage or horse to be hired, the aid of a guide should be declined, as the sum demanded is then considerably raised, and part of it given to the guide as commission. On short excursions, the guide usually walks, and it is quite unnecessary to provide him with a mount. In the large towns, the guides and commissionaires are sometimes in the pay of gambling rooms or low places of entertainment. Against such, especially at night, the traveler should be on his guard. The Mediterranean Sea and adjoining lands. Geographical sketch by the late Prof. Theobald Fisher. The shores of the Mediterranean, formerly visited in part only and imperfectly known, now most deservedly attract, throughout their whole extent, an ever-increasing number of travelers and explorers. No part of the earth's surface can offer so marvelous an intellectual feast. Land where he may, the traveler is almost invariably struck with the beauty of the scenery, the richness of the vegetation, and the wealth of historical memories. For 3,000 years, the Mediterranean was the theater of all history, the cradle of all culture, to which the whole of humanity more or less directly owes its modern civilization. It was here for the first time that the nearness of the opposite coasts and the numerous island stepping stones, coupled with winds blowing gently for months at a time, deprived the sea of its terrors and gave birth to a hardy race of mariners. The stagnation of the continental peoples was thus powerfully stirred and their ignorance gradually dispelled. It was first in Egypt, and then above all in Greece and in Italy, that those mighty intellectual weapons were forged which were to conquer the whole earth, while from Palestine came the mightiest of all religious and moral influences. The Mediterranean was the school of almost all the medieval geographers and navigators, such as Toscanelli, Columbus Vespucci, the Gabati, the Cabots employed by Henry Roman VII, and others who added a new world to the old and who brought Europe into touch with the great Asiatic cradles of culture. The Italians were the first to educate the Spanish, Portuguese, French, and even English mariners, and to introduce them to that ocean which was to become the world's commercial and intellectual highway. The ancient Romans were fully aware, from a very early period, that they could maintain their empire on land only by securing their supremacy at sea also. Favored by the central situation of Italy, they gradually subjected the whole of the Mediterranean lands to their sway, thus imparting to them a certain social and political unity. The name of sea in the middle of the land, though of late Roman origin, still suggests the idea that both sea and land belonged to Rome. But this unity was afterwards destroyed by the repeated incursions of Germanic tribes from the north, followed by Arabs and Turks from the south and east. Owing to the discovery of the great ocean, highways the Mediterranean was almost entirely neglected in the 16th–19th centuries. But since the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869, it has become one of the world's most important arteries of traffic. The establishment of the French in Algeria, 1830, and Tunisia, 1881, and that of the British in Egypt, 1884, have still more effectually reunited Europe and Africa and promoted the progress of civilization and commerce. With Asia, also Europe has been brought into closer touch since the Crimean War of 1854–6, when the Black Sea was opened up, and new avenues to the Orient were thus rendered available. While nominally belonging to three different quarters of the globe, the Mediterranean with its shores, being bounded on the north by a long wall of high mountains, and on the south by a vast and even more impenetrable expanse of desert, possesses quite a unique individuality of its own. Geologically considered, the Mediterranean forms part of an immense depression girdling the whole of the Earth's crust and separating the northern from the southern parts. This depression probably existed during the earlier geological periods, but in its depths has not yet assumed a settled character, as is evidenced by frequent earthquakes, mostly tectonic, and by continuous volcanic activity. This Great Depression is believed by geologists to have extended in the Mesozoic period into Central Asia, far beyond the limits of the present Mediterranean, forming an immense sea to which the name of Tethys has been given. In its depths were deposited those strata, chiefly calcareous and argillaceous, which were afterwards raised and converted into dry land by means of the centripetal motion of the earlier masses of rock and by lateral pressure. In proof of this, it may be noted that some 2/3 of Italy and 4/5 of Sicily, consist of subaqueous formations of the Tertiary or even a later period. In the midst of this vast Eurasian, European-Asiatic region of folded rock formation, some 930 miles in length, bounded on the north by the solid primeval rocks of the continent of Europe, and on the south by the Great Plateau of the desert, lies the equals chief basin of the Mediterranean equals, embracing the Adriatic and the Greek archipelago, where the highly indented coast and the numerous islands and peninsulas display a most striking variety of picturesque scenery. On the other hand, the smaller part of the sea, lying to the south of a line drawn from the Lesser Sietes, past the south coasts of Crete and Cyprus, to North Syria, has been formed by encroachment on the plateau of the desert P. Roman 33, and is almost entirely destitute of attraction. In the geological history of the Mediterranean, it is important to note also that 3 great rock masses of the earliest period still survive. These are the Iberian Mass to the west, once probably connected with the kindred rocks of the Atlas in Morocco, then the Tyrrhenian Mass in the center, and the Rumelian to the east. These 3 belong to the Archean and Paleozoic periods. Once towering to alpine peaks, they were gradually undermined by the action of the waves and by the subsidence of the land. Their bases were thus partly covered with their debris, built up in new formations. By later movements of the Earth's crust, however, these shapeless primeval masses were again broken up, and by the pressure and counterpressure of the fragments were piled up anew into smaller mountain ranges of considerable height. Thus from the Iberian primeval rock sprang up, in the Castilian Range, Sierra de Gredos, peaks to a height of nearly 9,000 feet. In the Rhodope of Rumelia rise similar peaks to nearly 10,000 feet high, and even amid the ruins of the Tyrrhenes, P. Roman 31, still towers the granitic Monte Cinto in Corsica to a height of 8,900 feet. Around these great primeval masses, deeply rooted in the Earth's crust, were gradually built up the recent folded mountains, out of materials forced aside and upwards by the debris of earlier rock as it sank into the sea. Thus, on the Iberian pedestal, from the north side, out of the depths of the Great Biscay Abyss, arose the Pyrenean-Cantabrian folded chain, culminating in the Aneto or Maladetta, 11,168 ft. The fan-like structure of which has been due to lateral pressure coming from the Ebro Depression also. By similar pressure from the south side, the Andalusian folded mountains were piled up against the Iberian nucleus, Meseta MTS. And, though only 23 miles distant from the Mediterranean, they tower in the Mulhacén of the Sierra Nevada to a height of 11,424 feet, the greatest altitude in Europe apart from the Alps. As the Pyrenees are fringed on the east, on the frontier of Spain and France, near Port Vendors, with a deeply indented coast, so too the Andalusian range is strongly marked by transverse fissures, the eastmost of which have severed the Balearic Islands from the mainland. Still more striking is the great westmost fissure, or cleavage, where the girdle of mountains takes a sharp turn from west to east, where the action of tides and waves has hollowed out the Straits of Gibraltar and has further widened them within the historic period. The Mediterranean is here separated from the Atlantic by a submarine bar or threshold, at a depth averaging only 650 feet, extending from Cape Trafalgar to Cape Spartel, a distance of 27.5 miles, and forming the boundary between the inner Alboran Basin or depression and the outer or Andalusian. Thus, on north and south alike, the Iberian central bedrock is bordered with lofty mountains, whose seaboard almost everywhere repels human traffic and seems barred against Europe by the Pyrenees and against Africa by the mountains of Andalusia. On the east side, however, between the Pyrenees and Cabo de la Nau, P. 112, the original rock nucleus slopes gradually down to the Mediterranean. Still more important is the western slope down to the Atlantic, whose waves have penetrated into the lower estuaries of primeval rock on the coast, thus forming a number of excellent harbors, such as in particular that of Lisbon at the mouth of the Tagus. Towards the Atlantic descend also the plains of Lower Andalusia, the so-called Guadalquivir Basin, which lies between the Iberian central pedestal and the Andalusian sedimentary and contorted formations. In this basin lie Spain's chief seaports for traffic with Africa and America, the island harbor of Cadiz, the estuary harbor of Huelva, the starting point of Columbus, and the river harbor of Seville, accessible to large vessels at high tide. In northwestern Africa, the Andalusian contorted formation is continued by the Rif MTS of Morocco, P93, and by the Tel Atlas, P169, extending to the south and then turning eastwards. These ranges are characterized by deep fissures, formed by prehistoric volcanic action and descending abruptly to the Mediterranean. The whole northern coast of Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia, apart from numerous wave-worn beaches, is completely rock-bound, forbidding all approach. Even the artificial harbors like that of Algiers are maintained with difficulty. At the east end of this long stretch of coast comes at last the welcome haven offered by the Gulf of Tunis, which runs inland at the mouth of the depression between the Tel Atlas and the Sahara Atlas, P320, and on which the Madeira and other streams and several important roads converge. Here, as in Lower Andalusia, a great avenue to the interior was thus opened up. This favored spot, therefore, became a great focus of traffic, and as it lay on the Straits of Pantelleria, P396, it was also of great political importance. The ancient Utica, P353, was succeeded by the new city of Carthage, P344, the predecessors of the modern Tunis. From this base, the Carthaginians, the Vandals, and the Moors ruled Sicily and Sardinia. With such a base as the admirable naval harbor of Bizerta, lately constructed by the French, they in turn may perhaps someday become masters of the Mediterranean. The Straits of Pantelleria, leading from the western to the eastern basin of the Mediterranean and separating the Atlas from the Apennines, have been formed, like those of Gibraltar and the narrow side portal of Messina, by transverse cleavage. Owing to the subsidence of the flat offshoots of the Apennines and to the erosive action of the waves, the straits have been gradually widened to about 90 miles. The Maltese Islands are fragments, now broken up by fissures, of what was once a tableland, but they too are being rapidly washed away by the action of the surf. On the other hand, the island of Pantelleria, which has given its name to the straits, rising to a height of 2743 ft. From the verge of the central abyss and 3900 ft. In depth, is of volcanic origin. These transverse fissures are indeed generally the scenes of volcanic action, and they are usually situated at points where the mountains of recent contorted formation take a sudden bend, as is notably the case in the lower valley of the Danube. Italy forms an immense bridge across the trough of the Mediterranean, extending to Cape Bon in Tunisia, like a lofty embankment rising over 18,000 ft. From the bottom of the sea, Calabria, culminating in the Espremont, 6424 ft. Above sea level, separates the Tyrrhenian Sea 12,000 ft. Deep, though of recent formation from the Ionian Sea. The latter is the deepest basin in the Mediterranean, attaining a depth of 14,500 feet. The Apennines, deviating in their southern course from the usual Eurasian direction, were probably influenced by the primeval Tyrrhenes. This ancient nucleus of the Italian continent has been broken up by movements of the Earth's crust which began in the Mesozoic period, were still more marked in the later Tertiary period, and continue to this day. Some of the solid blocks, as in Tuscany, Calabria, and Sicily, the Monti Pelleritani near Messina, have been incorporated in the later rock structure of the Apennines. Others again rise as isolated masses from the abysses of the Tyrrhenian Sea, such as Corsica, Sardinia, and Elba. The lines of cleavage, especially between Cosenza and Palermo, were marked by great volcanic activity. In a curve parallel with the abrupt ramparts of Calabria and Sicily, rise the volcanoes of the Lipari Islands, Stromboli, and Ustica in succession. To the north, the series is continued by Vesuvius, the Epomeo, and the Ponza Islands near Naples, and by the Alban MTS, near Rome. All these lie on the inner declivity of the Apennines. To the south, the series is continued by Mt. Etna in Sicily, lying outside of the Apennines. In the Quaternary period, the new Apennine formations underwent an upheaval which imparted to the range its present orographical unity. The result was that the straits which once intersected southern Italy, connecting the Tyrrhenian with the Ionian basin, were filled up, with the exception of those of Messina, while these last were narrowed to 2 miles and shoaled at the north end, where they are only 335 ft. deep. The intensity of the upheaval is evidenced by the fact that Quaternary deposits cover the terraces of the Espremont in Calabria to a height of 3,900 feet above the sea level. That these movements of the Earth's crust still continue is proved by the variations of level in the Bay of Naples observed within historic times. The most striking instance of this is the great subsidence in the island of Capri, which has taken place within the Christian era. In the Blue Grotto, there we find remains of a flight of steps of the time of Tiberius, descending to the water, but the lowest step is now 19 feet below the surface. Italy opens towards the west. On the west side lie its picturesque bays and islands, as well as most of its great centers of culture, Rome and Florence, Genoa and Naples, besides many others. But the east side also is important owing to its close connection with the southeastern basin of the Mediterranean. The chief outlets in this direction are the lagoon harbor of Venice, as great a portal of continental commerce in the Middle Ages as Genoa is at the present day, and the excellent harbors of Brindisi, Taranto, Messina, and Syracuse. Were geographical advantages alone decisive, Italy might again become mistress of the Mediterranean. Ethnographically also she is highly favored. Her population, densest on the coasts, is about 1/3 of the scattered and heterogeneous 100 million inhabitants of the whole of the Mediterranean lands. Almost all along the coast of the northwestern basin of the Mediterranean, the recent stratified and contorted headlands abut most picturesquely on the sea. On the northwest only, on each side of the Pyrenees, the basin is bounded by a coast of the primeval bedrock formation, and is easily accessible from the Iberian Mountains by the valleys of the Ebro, Júcar, and other rivers. Still more important are the avenues afforded by the Aquitanian Plains and the Rhône Valley. Hence it was that from a very early period the streams of Roman culture flowed through Marseille and Narbonne to Western and Central Europe. But these, like the Straits of Gibraltar on the west, the Carso or karst near Trieste on the north, and the Bosporus on the east, afford inlets also for the cold winds, which sometimes pour into the warm mountain-girdled basin of the Mediterranean and force back the zone of southern vegetation. P. Roman 35. The southern margin of the northwestern basin of the Mediterranean lies in the same latitude, 36 degrees, as the northern margin of the southeastern basin, Cape Tenerin, on the south coast of Asia Minor. This less favored southeastern basin sends two great branches towards Central Europe, the Adriatic and the Greek archipelago, both of which open out in the direction of the Suez Canal and the Red Sea. From these branches run important roads leading to the heart of Europe, in particular those from Venice and Trieste into Austria, and that from Saloniki to Belgrade and up the Danube. This last, as also the road from Belgrade to Sofia, Adrianople, and Constantinople, traverses the Rumelian Primary Formation, to which the greater part of the southeastern European peninsula belongs, Thrace and Macedonia, extending into Servia. To the same period probably once belonged also the northwestern part of Asia Minor and Aegeis, of which last the only surviving relics are the islands of the Cyclades. Here, too, over the primeval bedrock, recent folded mountains have been gradually built up. The Balkan is one of these ranges. Another is the Illyrian Greek range, running in a different direction, which with its broad girdle gives the peninsula its southern trend, while shutting it off from the Adriatic and barring direct access to the northwest. As the Balearic Islands belong to the Andalusian stratified formation, and as Sicily and its adjoining islands form part of the Apennines, so the western stratified girdle of the southeastern European peninsula crumbled, even within the historic period, into peninsulas and islands, formed chiefly by very recent subsidence. Thus arose Greece, a hill country with an extensive seaboard, a new and unique region which was one day to reign supreme in the intellectual world. It is probable that the Greek range of hills was once prolonged eastwards, as appears to be indicated by the lie of the Cretan mountains, and that these in their turn were connected with the similarly stratified Taurus Mountains in Asia Minor. Just as the southeastern peninsula of Europe, with Asia Minor, thus formed the great stepping stones of traffic, which brought the ancient culture of Europe into contact with that of Mesopotamia and Syria. So when the railway from Constantinople to Baghdad is completed, a great future may yet be in store for the Orient. The eastern Mediterranean the smaller southeastern basin to the south of Malta, Crete, and Cyprus, P. Roman 28, lies within the region of the great primeval desert plateau of northern Africa, apart from the Atlas regions, of Arabia and Syria, and has been formed by the subsidence of part of that plateau. In contrast to the richly varied shores of the western and central basins, its coasts, as may even be seen from a glance at the map, are monotonous. Their formation, whether perpendicular or horizontal, is featureless, and there is an almost entire lack of islands, harbors, and rivers. The Nile greatly relieves this monotony, but its sources lie within tropical regions far beyond the limits of the desert. Alexandria possesses almost the only natural harbor on this flat coast of early formation. The Old World characteristics of the land, its inhabitants, and their language at once strike the traveler on landing at Tripoli. Yet even this part of the Mediterranean, especially the Levant basin, beyond the passage between Crete and Barca, contains recent formations. The hill region of Barca, the ancient Cyrenaica, p. 413, averaging 1,600 feet in height, is composed of Miocene marine strata. The bay, now filled up by the Nile Delta, and at one time connected with the Red Sea, is of even later origin, dating perhaps from the pluvial or glacial era. That the mouth of the Nile once lay much farther to the north and watered Palestine is evidenced by the identity of its fauna with that of the Jordan and the Lake of Tiberias crocodiles, for instance, occurring in the Nahr ez-Zerqa to the south of Mt. Carmel, p. 468. Movements of the Earth's crust also account for the peculiar conformation of that part of the Great Desert Plateau, which we call Syria. It is only differentiated from the monotonous North Arabian Desert by the Great Syrian Valley or Trough, running from north to south, and ending at the Gulf of Aqaba in the Erythraean Depression, the Red Sea, which dates from about the same epoch. On each side of this long, narrow furrow, descending to a depth of some 2,500 feet below the sea level, strips of land have been forced upwards so as to form lofty mountains. These, in spite of subsidences and erosion, still attain a height of about 10,000 feet in the twin giants of Lebanon and Anti-Lebanon in central Syria. It is to this highly picturesque mountain wall, which condenses the vapors from the sea and remains snow-clad till late in summer, that the Syrian seaboard, 10–16 miles in breadth, owes its luxuriant subtropical vegetation, and Palestine its cultivability as far as its southern borders. Syria, which may be regarded geographically and anthropologically as a kind of peninsula of the Mediterranean, thus forms a bridge between north and south, connecting Asia Minor and Mesopotamia with Arabia and Egypt, and bounded by the sea on the west and by the desert, only some 60 miles distant on the east. The Black Sea, which from the northeastern angle of the archipelago runs far into the interior of the Old World, lies outside of the Mediterranean regions. Like the inland Caspian Sea, it is a relic of the Tertiary Sarmatic Sea, which was afterwards broken up into lakes of brackish water. It was not till the diluvial epoch that those subsidences which created the Sea of Marmara brought the Black Sea also into connection with the Mediterranean. Through the Sea of Marmara there must once have flowed a great river, into whose valley the sea afterwards penetrated from the south, forming the Dardanelles and the Bosporus of the present day. Travelers on the Rhine will observe an interesting resemblance between these straits and the Rhine Valley between Bingen and Koblenz. Like these straits, the Black Sea also is a great trough hollowed out between lofty stratified mountains. On three sides, its bold rocky coasts are inhospitable and forbidding. On the north, it is bounded by the steppe, a plateau of primitive formation, no less monotonous than the desert plateau on the south side of the Mediterranean, yet cultivable owing to its more northern situation. At two places on this side, through gaps in the mountain rampart, the sea has overflowed the plateau, forming the shallow Gulf of Odessa and Sea of Azov. Two great routes of traffic were thus opened up from the Black Sea into the heart of Eastern Europe and even of Central Asia, enriching the world's commerce with the products of these regions, and at the same time forming the portal through which Byzantine culture and Greek Christianity found their way into Russia. Through these passages, great masses of cold northern air are poured into the Black Sea, but between them, the peninsula of the Crimea, a relic of the broken-down mountain girdle, still stands boldly forth, giving shelter to an almost Mediterranean vegetation on its southern coast. On that coast lies the admirable harbor of Sebastopol. Nearer the Sea of Azov once lay the flourishing Greek colonies of Panticapaeon and Phanagoria, and in the Middle Ages the Genoese settlements of Sudeck, Kerch, and Kaffa, Theodosia or Phoenicia. as the corn of southern Russia is now the chief export from Odessa to London and Antwerp. So, from the 14th century onwards, quantities of Russian caviar were brought by Italian merchants from Kaffa to Bruges, which was then one of the world's greatest markets. The climate of the Mediterranean is very equable. In every age, northerners have been attracted by the mildness of the winters, when the occasional storms and heavy rains are of short duration and are soon succeeded by bright sunshine. The heat of summer is tempered everywhere, especially on the more southern coasts, by refreshing sea breezes. The farther south one goes, the longer the dry season lasts. At Tripoli, for example, it lasts for 7 months, and at Alexandria for 10. The subtropical maximum air pressure over the eastern Atlantic, by which rainfall and wind movements are determined, is usually continued in winter past the southern limit of the Mediterranean, comp. p. 29, thus bringing the whole of that sea within the zone of the changeable and rainy winds of Central Europe. In summer, the pressure lies farther to the north, producing in most parts of the Mediterranean steady, northerly currents of air. The climate is tempered also by the warmth of the sea itself. The bar at the west entrance of the Straits of Gibraltar, p. Roman 29, keeps out the cold water of the deep Atlantic, but allows the influx of the warmer surface water to compensate for what the Mediterranean loses by evaporation. This loss would otherwise amount to a depth of 10-15 ft per annum. The influx of water from the Atlantic causes a current to flow along the North African coast from west to east, but its thermal effects are soon lost. In summer, the surface of the Mediterranean is heated by the sun up to 75-82 degrees Fahrenheit. But the temperature diminishes rapidly down to a depth of about 1,000 feet, where it reaches a uniform minimum corresponding with the surface temperature of February, the coolest month in the year. This in the northwestern basin is 55 degrees Fahrenheit only, and in the southeastern 56 degrees, but it suffices to temper the cold winds of winter, while additional warmth is brought from time to time by the hot sirocco from the interior of Africa, comp. p. 321. It may be stated generally that the winter temperature on the Mediterranean averages 14 degrees Fahrenheit, above that of almost all other regions in the same latitude. The warmest places are of course those on the coasts, facing the south, and sheltered from the north, while the average temperature rises gradually from southeast to northwest. The vegetation is rich and varied. Evergreens abound, being better able to stand the long droughts than deciduous trees and shrubs. Among the forest trees in the warmer regions, the commonest are pines, including stone pines, and oaks of the evergreen and other varieties. The underwood, machia, maki, or garrigue, grk. Frigana is composed of mastic bushes, Pistacia lentiscus, myrtles, arbutus trees, Arbutus unido, broom, tree-like heaths, Erica arborea and scaparia. Ricinus and aromatic cistus shrubs with large blossoms resembling wild roses and climbing plants of many varieties. Most prominent among trees in the cultivated lands is the silver-gray olive, which, as well as the vine and the fig tree, has thriven here from the earliest times and is the most characteristic feature in every Mediterranean landscape. Most of the other fruit trees also have been known here since remote antiquity. The fruit of the date palm attains perfection in the oases of North Africa only, comp. p. 171, but the tree bears fruit on the Spanish coast and is very popular as an ornamental tree on the French and Italian Riviera and in other sheltered situations. Lemons were introduced by the Arabs, and oranges were brought from southern China by the Portuguese about the middle of the 16th century. Many other foreign trees and plants have been introduced since then. Aloes and opuntias, which now grow wild and are often regarded as characteristic of the Mediterranean, were introduced from America. In the beautiful and luxuriant gardens, especially in Italy, on the French Riviera, and in Algeria, the flora of almost every quarter of the globe is represented. No less varied and interesting are the inhabitants of the Mediterranean lands, who belong to 3 distinct continents and who differ widely in race and language, in religion and culture. In remote mountain regions, there still exist peoples, like the Basques and the Albanians, who belong to the oldest races in Europe. In the south and the east dwell Arabs and Turks, comparatively recent immigrants from the steppes of Asia. On one side, as in southern France, is witnessed the height of civilization. On the other, as in Albania and many parts of northern Africa, the population is sunk in the depths of ignorance. The dwellers in the West profess the Roman Catholic faith, those in the East belong to the Greek Catholic Church, while they differ materially in culture also. Christianity again is antagonistic to Islam, which prevails in Turkey, Asia Minor, Syria, and North Africa. The inhabitants of the Atlas regions, of Tripolitania, and of Barca are Berbers p. 94, who are neither Arabs nor Turks, but are more akin to the Europeans. The Osman Turks of the Balkan Peninsula and Asia Minor have been so blended with Mediterranean races that they now retain little of their original Mongolian character. Entirely distinct again from the Arabs are the Aramaic Syrians, although they speak Arabic, and so too are the Fellahin of Egypt. Most mixed perhaps of all is the blood of the modern Greeks. From England to the Mediterranean by the Portuguese coast. Route page, from England via Oporto and Lisbon to Gibraltar or Tangier, Marseille and Genoa. Lisbon A, Cidade Baixa, Lisboa Occidental and Oriental 10, B, the streets on the Tagus. Belém 13, C, excursion to Sintra, from England via Oporto and Lisbon to Gibraltar or Tangier, Marseille and Genoa, to Gibraltar direct. The chief steamboat lines, offices, comp. pp. Roman 18, Roman 20, are the Peninsular and Oriental Co., once weekly from London to Gibraltar, Marseille, Port Said, etc. The Orient Royal Line fortnightly from London to Gibraltar, Marseille, Naples, Port Said, etc. The North German Lloyd fortnightly from Southampton to Gibraltar, Algiers, Genoa, Naples, Port Said, etc. The Anchor Line almost weekly from Liverpool or Glasgow for Gibraltar, Marseille, Genoa, Leghorn, Naples, Palermo, Port Said, etc. Fares to Gibraltar in all these from 12L. 2S, downwards. Less expensive are the Royal Mail Steam Packet Coast steamers, fortnightly from London, and from Liverpool, the Moss Line fortnightly and the Papiani Line occasionally. Fares in all these range from 6L to 8L coasting steamers. Hall Line, weekly from London to Lisbon, Gibraltar, Malaga, and Cadiz. The Pacific Line, fortnightly from Liverpool to La Rochelle Palace. For Bordeaux, Corunna, Vigo, Leixões, for Oporto, Lisbon, and St. Vincent, Cape Verde. And thence to S. America, passengers for the Mediterranean requiring of course to tranship at Lisbon or St. Vincent. The Nederland Royal Mail steamers, fortnightly from Southampton for the Mediterranean and Batavia, touch at Lisbon, and so also those of the Rotterdam Lloyd, fortnightly from Southampton, for Tangier, the Mediterranean and Batavia. Yoward Bros Line, weekly from Liverpool to Lisbon. Booth Line, thrice monthly from Liverpool to Havre, Vigo, Leixões for Oporto, etc. Ellerman Line, weekly from Liverpool to Lisbon and Oporto. The steamers of the German East African Line, once every 3 weeks from Southampton, call at Lisbon, Tangier, Marseille, and Naples, on their way to Port Said. The Atlantic liners of the Hamburg American and Hamburg and South American COS, calling several times monthly at Southampton, also touch occasionally at Lisbon. Royal Holland Lloyd, monthly from Dover to Boulogne, Corunna, Vigo, Lisbon, etc. The vessels of the Compania Transatlantica, monthly from Liverpool, call at Corunna, Vigo, Lisbon, Cadiz, Cartagena, Valencia, Barcelona, and Genoa on their voyages to Colombo and Manila. Excursion steamers. Many of the above companies, and others besides, organize Mediterranean cruises and circular tour at very reasonable fares, whereby everything is made easy and comfortable. But the more enterprising and independent traveler will greatly prefer to piece his tour together for himself, combining the various routes to suit his own convenience, and often lingering for days in profoundly impressive historic places or amid glorious scenery, where the hurriedly conducted tourist can spend a few hours only. Among the excursion steamers may be mentioned the Vectis of the Peninsular and Oriental Co., which offers a trip of 10 days from London to Lisbon, Gibraltar, Tangier, Malaga, and Marseille for 10-15 guineas, and another of 21 days from Marseille to Palermo, Constantinople, the Piraeus, Naples, and Marseille for 21.40 GS. Similar cruises are offered by the Cunard Line, starting from Liverpool for the Mediterranean and Adriatic, the Orient Royal Line from London, 20 days, fares from 18 GS. And by continental travel, 5 Ensley Gardens, London, some of the last named either from Southampton or from Marseille, extending to Egypt and the Holy Land, and lasting from 13 to 34 days, fares 1026 GS. The voyage from London to Lisbon, about 1170 m, usually takes 3.5 days, and thence to Gibraltar, about 350 m, 1 day more. But some of the steamers take longer, while much, of course, depends on the number of ports called at and on the length of stay made at each. For details as to the sailings, which, as well as fares, are liable to frequent alteration, application should be made to the various companies or to Messrs. Those. Cook & Son, Ludgate Circus, London, EC, or other tourist agencies. To Gibraltar direct. As indicated at P1, most of the great steamers bound for Port Said, India, Australia, and other distant parts steer for Gibraltar direct. Of the coasting steamers to Gibraltar, some touch at Lisbon only, others at Leixões or Oporto and Lisbon, and others again at various additional stations. All the important stations are here mentioned in their order. The Hamburg-American steamers call at Boulogne, see Baedeker's N, France, to take up passengers for Lisbon and America. Most of the vessels pass the Cap de la Hague, a little to the NW of Cherbourg, and the Channel Islands, which belong to Great Britain. The first of these is Alderney, Fr. Origny. Next comes the islet of Barhu. Beyond it, behind the dangerous rocks called the Cascades, marked by a triple flashing light, lies Guernsey, Green Island, and farther away to the left is Jersey. The coast of Brittany or Bretagne is visible in clear weather only. All the steamers leave the English Channel near Ushant, Ouessant, Lighthouse, an island near the coast of Brittany, and steer to the S.W. across the Bay of Biscay, Vizcaya, where, even in fine weather, the heavy swell of the open Atlantic is distinctly felt. The steamers of the Pacific Line and of the Rotterdam Lloyd touch at La Palisse 3 m from La Rochelle. From La Rochelle, an interesting historic town, by railway to 145 m Bordeaux, see Baedeker's Southern France. The Bay of Biscay is bounded on the S by the N coast of Spain, with which the W coast of France forms a right angle. In this angle, far to the E of the steamer's course, lie Bayonne and the famous health resort of Biarritz. To the SW of the latter is 8 m, Saint-Jean-de-Luz, and 8 m farther is Hendaye, on the Spanish frontier, see Baedeker's S, France. In Spain, 12 m to the W of the frontier, is situated San Sebastián, a strikingly picturesque town and fashionable seaside resort. 71.5 m, farther to the W lies Bilbao, famed for its iron and steel, 74 m, beyond which is Santander with its important harbor. About 280 m, farther to the W are the NW headlands of Spain, which mark the S.W. end of the Bay of Biscay. The steamers of the Pacific Line, the Compania Transatlantica, and some others next call at Corunna span. La Coruna, a picturesque and important seaport famed in history, and the chief arsenal of Spain's see Baedeker's Spain and Portugal, debarkation or embarkation 1 peseta. Time permitting, passengers may spend an hour or two on shore in walking through the new town, Pescaderia, and the loftily situated old town, Ciudad Vieja, and in ascending to the Torre de Hercules, 185 ft. Lighthouse, about 1 m to the N of the town, for the sake of the splendid view it affords. Some 35 m to the W of Corunna lie the small Cisargas Islands, beyond which all the vessels steer to the S past Cabo Villano, Lighthouse, Cabo Torinana, Lighthouse, and Cape Finisterre. To the E, in clear weather, we may descry the long outlines of the Galician mountain range, Sierra. Beyond Cape Finisterre, we pass a number of far-penetrating inlets, rias, which abound on the W coast of Galicia. Many steamers touch also at Vigo, a seaport and sea-bathing place most picturesquely situated on the Ria de Vigo, the southmost inlet of Galicia, which runs 19 m inland, debarkation or embarkation 1 peseta. Fine view near the lofty Castillo del Castro, to the S of the town. Some 8 or 9 hours steaming carries us from Vigo, past the mouth of the Minho, the boundary between Spain and Portugal, to Leixões Prawn, Leixões, Brit, Vice-Consul T. Coverley, the first Portuguese port, lying at the mouth of the little river Leca and forming the outer harbor of Oporto. About 2.5 m farther to the S is the mouth of the Douro, usually entered by the smaller steamers bound for 3.5 m Oporto itself. Passengers who wish to go ashore at Leixões are conveyed by motorboat or rowing boat, about 225 rise or 1s, and half as much more for luggage to the custom house. Visitors with heavy luggage require to take the train Leca station near the Alfândega or Custom House to Oporto Estaco de Boa Vista in the end of the town. Others may take the electric tramway, 120 RS. Running from Leixões through the villa suburb of Leca de Palmeira and the watering places of Matosinhos and São João de Foz, and up the right bank of the Douro to Oporto, about 5 m in 1 HR. It goes as far as the Praça de Dom Pedro, but those in haste will alight in the Rua do Infante Dom Henrique, Comp. P4. Equals Oporto equals hotels. Hot. Do Porto hot, de Paris hot, de Frankfurt etc. Café Restaurant International, Praça de Dom Pedro 14, Café Suisse, same square, number 122, Café Marx in the Crystal Palace. Cab 500 RS, or about 2s, 3d, per hour. Consuls, British H. Grant. United States Consular Agent W. Stuve. English Church St. James's in the Campo Pequeno to the N of the Crystal Palace. Oporto, or briefly Porto, harbor, in Portuguese, is a busy commercial town of 172,400 inhab. The industrial capital of Portugal, and the place from which the famous wines of the upper valley of the Douro are chiefly exported. It lies 3.5 m from the sea on the lofty right bank of the Douro, which has forced its passage here through the granite rock. The old town, with its quaint balconied houses, whose walls are often faced with colored tiles, rises in terraces on the rocky slopes. The new town lies on a lofty plateau to the N, E, and W of the old. To the N of the Rua do Infante Dom Henrique is the Exchange, Balsa, with its showy hall in the Moorish style. To the E of it stands the monument of Prince Henry the Navigator, P5. Adjoining the Exchange is the Gothic Church of São Francisco, entrance on the W side, containing elaborate gilt wood carving of the 17th–18th centuries. Near the E end of the Rua do Infante Dom Henrique is the so-called English Factory House, Associação Britannica, an imposing building erected by an Englishman in 1785 and now used as a kind of club. The nearest tramway car conveys us to the Praça de Dom Pedro, the business center of the city, with an equestrian statue of Pedro Roman IV. P11, commemorating the granting of the Constitution, 1826. We ascend to the W by the steep Calcata dos Clérigos to the Church of Igreja dos Clérigos, 427 ft. The tower of which, 246 ft. Ticket of admission 100 RS. Commands a panoramic view of the city, the river, and the coast. Adjoining the church on the W is the Campo dos Martires de Pátria, with the beautiful grounds of the Jardim da Cordoria. We next proceed by the electric tramway, Palacio, to the Crystal Palace, Adam 20, 50 or 100 RS. With its beautiful pleasure grounds and superb view of the city, the river, and the sea, the same electric tramway, now entitled the Praça de Dom Pedro, returns via the Rua de Sedofita to the Praça de Dom Pedro. We, however, change tramway cars in the former and proceed by the tramway, Campanha, via the Praça de Dom Pedro to the pretty Jardim de São Lazaro. From the SW angle of the garden, the Rua das Fontainhas descends to the Passeio das Fontainhas with a view of the river, its S bank, and both bridges. Following this promenade to the W, we reach the Largo de Policia with a fountain, where remains of the city walls are to be seen. Hence the Rua de Saraiva de Carvalho leads us, before it descends in an abrupt curve to the left, into the vicinity of the Sé, or cathedral, now almost entirely modernized. We may now traverse the upper roadway, toll 5 RS. Tramway car, if desired, of the magnificent Ponte de Dom Luís Primeiro, spanning the Douro with a single iron arch of 564 ft. On the S bank, on an eminence immediately to the left, lies the ruinous Augustine convent of Nossa Senhora da Serra do Pilar, where Wellington effected his celebrated passage of the Douro against the French, 1809. The view, especially from the dome of the church, is very fine. We make our way, at first by steps, then by a steep descent, to the lower roadway of the bridge. Returning to the end bank of the Douro, we follow the Rua Cima do Muro to the Praça de Ribeira, which affords an insight into popular life and commands a striking retrospect of the Ponte de Dom Luís. In the neighborhood, we may take the electric tramway, Leca, which conveys us back to Leixões. In the reverse direction, we regain the Praça de Dom Pedro. Comp. Baedeker's Spain and Portugal. While the greater ocean steamers rarely sight the land, Those bound for Lisbon skirt the flat Portuguese coast for some 150 m, from Oporto to Cabo Carvoeiro, steering past the Berlingas Islands lighthouse, and then rounding the Serra de Sintra P15, which ends in the Cabo da Roca 472 ft, the westmost point of Europe with its great lighthouse. Passing the Cabo Rosso, we now steer due into the Bay of Cascais, the Riviera of Portugal, and enter the month of the Tagus Tejo, where the lighthouses of Torre de São Julio and Torre de Bugio rise conspicuously. On the left, we next observe the Torre de Belém and the extensive streets of Lisbon CR2. Leaving Lisbon, several of the great liners steer due W across the Atlantic to America. Other vessels head to the SW for Madeira P17, and others again due S past the Cabo de Espichel on their way to Gibraltar or Tangier. About 120 m to the S of Lisbon, we are off Cape St. Vincent Cabo de São Vicente, the ancient Promontorium Sacrum. This huge rocky plateau, with its reddish-brown precipices rising sheer above the sea, presents an imposing appearance. Just beyond it are an old monastery and a lighthouse, and then the Cabo Sagres. Between these capes, we obtain a glimpse of the dreary and sunburnt interior of the country, with its few poor villages. Beyond the Cabo Sagres lies the little town of Sagres, founded by Henry the Navigator, 1421, as headquarters for his voyages of exploration. Both before and after rounding these two capes, we sometimes obtain a pleasant view of the Serra de Monchique, 2963 ft. And before leaving the coast of Algarve, we may distinguish the little towns of Lagos and Albufeira and the Cabo de Santa Maria. Steering now due E, the smaller trading vessels call at Huelva, a little beyond the Spanish frontier, noted as the shipping port for the great Tharsis and Rio Tinto mines, and as the starting point of Columbus, pp. 115-64, for his voyage to America in 1492, while other vessels call at Cadiz, p58. All the larger steamers, however, proceed direct across the Bay of Cadiz to the S.E. to the Straits of Gibraltar, and either call at Gibraltar itself, or pass it on their eastward voyage without stopping. A certain number touch at Tangier, p98. The Straits of Gibraltar, anciently called Fretum Gaditanum or Herculeum, comp map p49, from Gads p58, or from the Pillars of Hercules p54, date from the Pliocene age, when the action of tides and waves forced a passage from the Atlantic into the great inland cavity of the Mediterranean. The straits are widest at the W entrance between Cape Trafalgar, p58 on the left, and Cape Spartel, p102 on the right. The narrowest part, 8 m, is between the Punta Canals, p6, and Cape Cirrus, p123. The E entrance between Europa Point, p55, and the Punta Santa Catalina, p123, is 12.5 m in breadth. Between the ocean and the inland sea run strong currents, the upper and lighter from W to E, sometimes setting at the rate of 5 m an hour, while the lower, being more strongly impregnated with salt and therefore heavier, flows in the opposite direction. These currents, coupled with the conflict of winds at the meeting of the waters, often cause serious trouble to sailing vessels. To the right, far to the SE as we steer into the straits, appears the lighthouse on Cape Spartel, to the E of which opens the Bay of Tangier, p98, bounded on the E by Cape Malabada. To the left, on the treeless coast of Andalusia enlivened only by the numerous ancient watchtowers, lies the town of Tarifa, preceded by an isthmus ending in the Punta Meraqui, the southmost point of the mainland of Europe, 36 degrees N lat. The steamers then pass the Punta Canals and Punta del Fraile, round the Punta Carnero, the southmost spur of the Sierra de los Gazules, and enter the broad bay of Algeciras or Gibraltar, where they usually anchor in the open roads of Gibraltar, p52, to the NW of the government harbor. From Gibraltar to Tangier and Mogador, CRR, 6B and 14, to Genoa, CR15, to Naples, CR16, to Marseille, CR17. Lisbon. Arrival by sea. Steamers arriving from Europe Comp. R1 usually anchor in the Tagus Tejo near the custom house Alfandega, PL, FG5, landing or embarking by boat, Ka. 500 RS and 100-200 RS for each trunk or package, including transport to the custom house, bargaining necessary. Steamers from the south, Madeira and Brazil, cast anchor opposite the quarantine station, Posto Maritimo de Desinfeco, PL B5, passengers are landed in tenders 1600 Rs. For conveyance of luggage to the custom house, each piece 200 Rs. As soiled linen is sometimes asked for, it should be packed in a separate bundle and given up in exchange for a metal token. A declaration has to be filled up at the custom house, 100 Rs. Tobacco and unused articles only are dutiable. In the case of the larger liners, the through passengers, pasajeros M transito, are conveyed without luggage to land, and thence back by tender. The place and time of return should be ascertained. Special tenders are provided for the landing of travelers going no farther, and for their luggage. As a rule, fully half a day is spent in landing and other formalities prior to settling down in a hotel. Hotel employees are not permitted to convey passengers from the steamers. As the custom house is closed at sunset, passengers arriving by steamer in the evening must stay on board till next morning. Footnote 4. Money, the monetary unit in Portugal, is the real equal to 0.549 of a centime, or roughly of a penny or of a cent, which is used, however, in multiples rise only. The copper coins are 5 Rs, 10 Rs, and 20 Rs. Vintum PL vintens, in nickel there are pieces of 50 and 100 Rs. Tostão PL tostos. In silver there are coins of 200, 500 coroa, and 1000 Rs. Milrace worth about 5 FR, or 4S, 2D, or $1. Gold is never met with in ordinary traffic. The banknotes are for 5,000 Rs, 10,000 Rs, and 000 Rs. A sum of 1,000 milrace is called canto de rise. Small amounts are often reckoned in tostos and vintens. The equals Central Railway Station equals Estação Central or Lisboa Rocio, PL. F3. No restaurant, in the Rua Magalhães Lima, a little to the NW. Of the Rocio, P11, is the station for all the through trains and expresses to Paris, Madrid, etc. Lisbon time is 37 min behind Greenwich time and 1 HR. 36 min slower than Mid-European. Office of the International Sleeping Carriage, Companhia Internacional dos Wagonlets dos Grandes Expressos Europeus, in the Avenida Palace Hotel, see below. Hotels equals advisable to engage rooms beforehand. Avenida Palace Hotel, PL. A F3, adjoining the central station, pens from 3,000 Rs upwards hot. Bragança PLB, E5, Rua Victor Cordon in a high site are from 1,200 Rs, B350 Dage, 800 D 1100 Rs. Hot, de Inglaterra PL. IF3, Praca dos Restauradores 45, well spoken of hot. Central PL. E5 in the lower town commercial Dage, 800 D, 1,000 pens from 2,600 Rs. Hot, de El Europe Rua do Carmo 16 PL F4 pens from 2,000 Rs. Hot, Duran PL. KE4 Rua das Flores 71 an English family hotel in a quiet situation pens, 2,400 3,000 Rs. Avenida Hotel PL. H, F2, Avenida de Liberdade 67 good second-class house. Equals cafes restaurants, equals tavers, Rua do Mundo 37 PL, EF3, D800 and 1,000 Rs. Imperial Rua Magalhães Lima 124, opposite the Avenida Palace Hotel, also superior, D700 Rs. Suiço Largo de Camões 8, opposite the east side of the central station. Beer. Cervejaria Janssen enter, near the hot. Bragança, see above, side entrance Rua do Alecrim 30, Cervejaria Trindade, Rua de Trindade 110. Equals post and telegraph office equals Correio e Telegrafo, PL. F5 in the Praca do Comércio, corner of Rua do Arsenal, in which last is the entrance to the post-restant office. Also numerous branch offices, estacos auxiliares. Postage of letters, cartas for Portugal and Spain 20 Rs. Postcards, bilhete postal 10 Rs. For abroad, para o estrangeiro 50 and 20 Rs. Respectively, registration fee, registrado, 50 Rs. Equals cabs equals trens de praca in the principal squares, elegant vehicles with 2 horses for 2 or 4 pers, but the tariff is high. The hirer should ask the driver, cachero, for a ticket or token, senha. The tariff is called tabela. Impedido means engaged. In the old town to the suburbs, 1 2 pers 3 4 pers 1 2 pers 3 4 pers, per drive por corrida, 400 Rs, 500 Rs, 1,000 Rs. 1200 rs. Per hour A acutes horas. 600, 700, 600, 700 2 hours 1200, 1400, 1200, 1400, 3 hours 1500, 1800, 1500, 1800, 4 hours 1800, 2200, 1800, 2200. The city boundary is the Estrada de Circunvalaco, P9, and for the W, suburbs Algés beyond Belém. After the first hour, the time is reckoned by a quarter hours. If the cab is dismissed outside the town, the driver is entitled to a return fare. At night, 1 a.m. till sunrise, the fares are doubled. Luggage up to 30 kilos, 66 pounds. Free up to 50 kilos, 110 pounds. 200 rs, over 50 kilos, 400 rs. Taximeter cabs, Transcom taximeter are rather cheaper. Motor taximeters Automovies de Praca stand in the Rocio PL, F3-4 comp. The tariff written in French. Equals lifts and cable tramways equals ascensors or elevators, mostly every 3 min from 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. The fare up is called subida, down descida, return ida e volta. From the Rua de Santa Justa, PL. F4 near the Rua Oria to the Largo do Carmo, PL. F4, fare up 20, down 10, return 20 rs. From the Calcata de Gloria, PL. F3, W side of the Avenida da Liberdade to the Alameda de São Pedro de Alcântara, PL. EF3, 20 rs. From the Praca de Camos, PL. E4 to São Bento, PL. D3 and the Largo de Estrela, PL. C2, 3, 50 rs. From the Rua de Palma near the Teatro Apollo, PL. G3 to the Largo de Graca, PL. H34, up 10, down 20 rs. From the Calcata de Lavra, PL. F3 to the Travessa do Thorol, PL. F2, 3, near the S end of the Campo dos Martires de Pátria, 20 rs. Equals tramways equals, Caras de Ferro, are to be preferred to cabs owing to the hilly nature of the town and the badly paved streets. The starting point of the tramway lines important to the traveler is the Rocio, PL. F3, 4. Cars proceeding hence to the S via the Rua Augusta return via the Rua Oria. To the W cars, follow the narrow Rua do Arsenal to the Largo do Corpo Santo, PL. E5, where the line forks into an outer line skirting the quay and an inner line comp. The plan. On the latter, the Santo Amaro Pampuja car alone passes the museum, P14. On both lines, the Belém, Algés, or Defundo cars proceed to Belém, P14. The terminus of the route is indicated on the boards at either end of the cars. On the return journey, or, in the case of circular tramways, in the reverse direction, cars have different name boards, given below in brackets. Boards in the streets bearing the word Perigem indicate stopping places, beckoning necessary. Fare within the first zone 30 rs, for every added, zone 10 rs. Extra. The 3 following circular lines are of special importance. Rio de Janeiro car, Rocio Avenida de Liberdade, PL, FE31, P11, Rue Alexander Herculano, PL, E1, Travessa São Maimed, PL, E2, Rua de Escola Politécnica, PL, E2, Jardim Botânico, P11, Praca do Rio de Janeiro, PL, E2-3, Alameda de São Pedro de Alcântara, PL, EF3, P11, Rua do Mundo, PL, EF34, Rua do Alecrim, PL, E45, Rua do Arsenal, PL, EF5 Rua Oria PL, F5-4 Rocio. Fare all the way Circulaco Completa 50 rs. Rua Gomes Freire car, Rocio Rua Augusta PL. F4 Rua de Conseco PL. F5 Say PL. G5 P13 Largo do Contador More PL. G4 Comp. P13 São Vicente de Fora PL. H4 P13 Rua de Graca PL. H3 Largo dos Quatro Caminhos PL H3, returning by the same route as far as the Rua de Conseco, see above, thence via Rua Oria, Rocio, Rua de Palma, Rua de Salazar PL. G32, Rua Gomes Freire PL. G21, Rua Conde de Redondo PL. F1 and the Avenida P11 to the Rocio, fare 80 rs. Largo das Duas Igrejas car, upper end of Rua Garrett PL. EF4 Rua do Alecrim PL. E45 Rua 24 de Julho PL, ED54 Largo de Santos PL, C4 Rua de São Domingos PL, C43 Rua de Buenos Aires PLC 3 Largo da Estrela PL, C32 Rua Domingos Siqueira PL, C2 Rua Ferreira Borges PL, C2 1 Rua do Campo de Aurique PL. C1 Rua São João dos Bem-Casados PL. CD1 Rua das Amoreiras PL. D1 Largo Dourado PL. D1 Rua da Escola Politécnica PL. DE23 Jardim Botânico P11, Alameda de São Pedro de Alcântara P11, Rua do Mundo PL. EF34 Rua Garrett. Equals steamers equals to and from London, Liverpool, Southampton, S America etc. Comp. pp. Roman 18 Roman 20 and R1. Also the messageries maritimes from Bordeaux to Lisbon, the Empresa Nacional de Navegação for Madeira, and the Empresa Insulana de Navegação for the Azores, Comp. Also R3. Agent for the Rotterdam Lloyd, German East African, Hamburg American, and Hamburg and S American lines, E. George P9. For the Compania Transatlantica, H. Burney and Co. Equals banks, equals London and Brazilian, Rua do Comércio 96, Credit Franco-Portuguese, Rua Augusta 61, Banco de Portugal, Rua Aurea Enter. Rua do Comércio 148, Weinstein and Co., Rua do Comércio 49, first floor. Equals theaters equals from end of oct. To March, boxes are called camarotes stalls cateras the pit platia garel. Teatro de São Carlos PL. F4 Largo de São Carlos for Italian operas and ballet Teatro de República PL. EF45 Rua Antonio Maria Cardoso for Spanish, Italian, or French plays and operettas. National PL F3 Praça de Dom Pedro for Portuguese plays, also several places for variety entertainments. Equals Bull Ring equals Praça de Touros. PL G1 reached from the Rocio by the Campo Pequeno or Lumiere tramway cars. Parties should charter cabs in good time return fare ca. 3,000 Rs. Bullfights less cruel than in Spain son. And holidays Easter to the end of June. Tickets at Praça dos Restauradores 18. Equals British Minister equals Hun. Sir Francis H. Villiers, Rua São Francisco de Borja 63, PL. B4 equals U. S. Minister equals Henry T. Gage, Largo do Carino 18, PL. P4. Equals Consuls, equals British P. A. Summers Cox, Travessa de Ribeira Nova 26 Vice Consul H. E. Jones. U. S. Consul General Louis H. May Avenida de Liberdade 196 PL. F1 Vice Consul H. E. Bradford. Lloyd's Agents Ross & Co. Rua do Comércio 31 PL. F5. Equals Goods Agent, equals E. George Rua de Prata 8 PL. F5 Tourist Agents those. Cook & Son Rua Aurea 52 PL. F5. Equals Churches, equals English St. George's with Cemetery PL. C2 Rua da Estrela, services at 11 and 7, Chaplain Rev. E. P. Lewis D. D. Presbyterian PL. B4 Rua de Riaga 13, services at 11 and 7, 30, Minister Rev. R. M. Lithgow. Equals Club, equals Royal British Club, Rua de São Francisco de Paula 1 PL. B4, also for temporary members. Equals Sites, equals the churches, few of which are interesting, are open from 7 to 10 a.m., the cathedral till 1 p.m. Museu d'Artilharia, P14, on weekdays 10-3 free. Museu Nacional das Belas Artes, P14, Sun, Thurs, and holidays 11-4 free. On other days 12-2, by leave of the director obtained through the attendant. When the main door is closed, the entrance is to the left, through the gateway of the barracks and the garden. Museu Nacional dos Coches, P14, daily exc. Frid, 12-5 free. Visitors having only a few hours at their disposal on land should avail themselves of one of the circular tramway lines, P7, to obtain a general survey of the town. The Graca Church, P13, view should be visited in the morning, Graca tramway, in the afternoon, Alameda de São Pedro de Alcântara, P11, or Estrela Church, P12. The trip to Belém, P14, should on no account be omitted. 2 days. First, forenoon, Praça do Comércio and Rocio, PP. 10-11, Avenida de Liberdade, P11, Alameda de São Pedro de Alcântara, P11, Botanic Garden, P11, Estrela Church, P12, view. Afternoon, Belém, P14. Second, excursion to Sintra, P15, requiring at least half a day. Bullfights, CP8. Lisbon, Portuguese Lisboa, the capital of the new Republic of Portugal, Comp. P10, the see of an archbishop, a fortress, and also an important commercial city with 357,700 inhab, lies in 38 degrees 42 N lat and 9 degrees 11 W long, on the broad bay of the Tagus, which forms an excellent harbor just above the comparatively narrow 12 M mouth of the river CP Roman 29. The town rises in picturesque terraces, affording many charming views, while the luxuriance of its public gardens is almost unrivaled in Europe. Lisbon is certainly a very beautiful city, and its ardent admirers have compared it even with Naples and Constantinople. The town, which is girdled by the Estrada de Circunvalaco, a road 5 m long, consists of several quarters. On the E lies the Old Town, or Lisboa Oriental, on the slope of the Colina do Castelo. On the low ground between the Old Town and the New is the city Baixa, which has sprung up since the earthquake of 1755. To the W is Lisboa Occidental, the modern quarter. Along the Tagus extend quays and docks, constructed in 1887, and, after a serious collapse, restored in 1894–1905. The harbor is entered by 5,000 vessels annually, 1/3 of them being under the British flag, 1/10 under the French, and 1/10 under the German. The Portuguese vessels are chiefly engaged in trading with the country's African colonies and with America. The ancient name of Lisbon was Ulisipo or Alisipo, which led early Greek travelers and scholars to connect the place, but erroneously, with the legends of Ulysses. Under the Romans, thanks to its splendid harbor, it ranked as the second city in Lusitania, and alternately with Merida, the capital, was frequently the residence of the Roman governors. From 407 to 585 it was occupied by the Alans, and from 585 to 715 by the Visigoths, and after the Battle of Veger de la Frontera, 711, it fell into the hands of the Moors, who called it a Lisbona or Lishbuna. In 1147, it was retaken by King Afonso Henriques, aided by an army of crusaders. The bulk of these were Englishmen, and thus the siege of Lisbon is doubly interesting as it was the first instance of the close connection between the two nations, England and Portugal, which has lasted down to the present century. H. M. Stevens. The importance of Lisbon began under Afonso Roman III, 1248–79, who transferred the royal residence hither from Coimbra, 1260. The great discoveries made by the Portuguese at the end of the 15th century, and the conquest of India by Francisco d'Almeida, d. 1510, and Afonso de Albuquerque, d. 1515, greatly benefited the capital, which soon became the richest town in Europe and recovered rapidly even from the effects of the earthquakes of 1531 and 1575. But the 60 years of Spanish dominion, 1580–1640, the defeats of the Spanish and Portuguese fleets in the war with Holland, and the loss of India were severe trials. The earthquake of 1755 laid half the city in ruins. The beginning of the 19th century brought the French invasion, the removal of the royal residence to Rio de Janeiro, the Peninsular War, the loss of Brazil, and the utter decadence of Lisbon. Since the period of revolutions, and since the partial bankruptcy of the country in 1892, Lisbon has again risen from a state of decay to be a great and handsome city, thanks largely to the initiative of the German Prince Ferdinand of Saxe-Coburg-Kohari, consort of Queen Maria Roman II, and to his sons, Pedro V. 1853–61, and Louis I. 1861–89. Party strife in the next reign led to the dictatorship of the minister João Franco, and on 1 Feb. 1908, Lisbon witnessed the assassination of Carlos I and the Crown Prince Louis Philippe, Comte, p. 14. Carlos's second son then ascended the throne as Manuel Roman II. He had, however, only reigned 2 years when the establishment of the Republic forced him to go into exile, 5th Oct. 1910. President of the Provisional Government, Theophilo Braga. The Republican colors are green and red. A Cidade Baixa, Lisboa Occidental and Oriental. Most of the public buildings in Lisbon, erected almost exclusively after the earthquake of 1755, are situated in the Praça do Comércio PL. F5. In the center of the square rises an equestrian statue of Joseph I. 1750–77. On the S side is the Quais das Columnas, a quay affording a superb view of the Bay of the Tagus, with its busy shipping, and of the S-Bank, Outra Banda, with the castle hill of Pomela in the distance. To the end of this square begins the rectangularly planned Cidade Baixa Lower City. Once a bay of the Tagus, the three chief streets of which, running to the N, are the Rua Augusta, spanned by a triumphal arch, the Rua d'Ouro or Oria to the left, and the Rua de Prata to the right. These streets afford interesting glimpses of the towering masses of the houses of Lisboa Occidental to the left, with the Carmo Church, and of Lisboa Oriental to the right, with the cathedral and the castle of St. George. At the end of the Rua Augusta and the Rua Oria lies the Praça de Dom Pedro IV, PL. F3-4, commonly called O Rocio one of the chief tramway stations, P7. Owing to the peculiar wavy pattern of its mosaic pavement, the Rocio has received from the British sailors the nickname Roly-Poly Square. The square is adorned with two bronze fountains and a marble column bearing a bronze statue of Pedro Roman IV. D. 1834, Emperor of Brazil, 1826-31. Above the SW corner of the square rises on massive substructures the picturesque ruined church of Igreja do Carmo, destroyed by the earthquake of 1755. We may reach it by the Censor, number 1, P7. On the N side rises the Teatro Nacional, P8. The market in the adjacent Praça de Figueira, PL. F4 to the E, deserves a visit in the early morning. From the W side of the theater we proceed past the central station, P6, to the Avenida de Liberdade PL. FE31, a magnificent promenade 100 ids, wide and more than a half m long, with luxuriant vegetation, especially palms, and affording charming views. It is most frequented on Sundays and holidays towards evening, when the fashionable world may be seen driving and riding. At the beginning of the Avenida is the Praça dos Restauradores, with the Monumento dos Restauradores de Portugal recalling the revolt of 1640, when the yoke of the Spanish intrusos was shaken off. To the left, at the beginning of the Avenida Promenade, is the steep Calçada de Gloria, through which a funicular tramway, number 2. P7, ascends to the *Alameda de São Pedro de Alcântara PL. EF3, where we enjoy a magnificent view of the bay to the S and of Lisboa Oriental, with St. George's Castle and the churches of Graça and do Monte. P13. To the E far below lie the Avenida de Liberdade, the Central Station, the Rocio, and the Baixa. From the S angle of the gardens, the Rua do Mundo, PL. EF3-4 descends to the Largo de Misericordia and past the Jesuit Church of São Roque, a sumptuous late Renaissance edifice by Phil Terzi, an Italian architect, 1566, to the Praça de Luís de Camões, P12. We proceed, however, to the NW of the Alameda and follow the Rua de Dom Pedro Quinto to the Praça do Rio de Janeiro, PL. E2-3, with a fountain and attractive pleasure grounds, occupying the highest site in Lisboa Occidental . From the W angle of the grounds, we obtain a fine view of the Estrela Church, P12, and the Tagus. Proceeding in the same direction, we next follow the Rua de Escola Politecnica to the Polytechnic School, PL. E2, which comprises an interesting natural history museum, entrance on the NW side, an observatory, and a meteorological station. To the Polytechnic belongs also the Botanic Garden PL. E2, open to the public, founded in 1875, and for luxuriance of vegetation the finest in Europe. The lower part of the garden contains a magnificent avenue of palms and numerous southern plants. It is reached by a road from the SE angle of the Polytechnic, and there is a side entrance in the Rua Nova de Alegria. In the upper part are the estufas or greenhouses. We descend to a lower exit of the garden opening into the Avenida, cross the ladder and ascend by the Ascensor de Lavra, P7, to the E-Town, from the Campo dos Martires de Pátria, PL. FG2, the terminus of the funicular, the tramway Santo André in frequent service, or the circular line Graça below its east side, lead to the Rua de Palma funicular number 4, P7. Thereafter through Lisboa Oriental, see below. We may travel also by the Graça tramway, in returning called Rua Gomes Freire, in the reverse direction. starting from the Say Patriarchal and proceeding to the Nossa Senhora de Graça Church on the way out, and descend by the funicular. From the Botanic Garden, the Estrela tramway brings us via the Largo do Rato, PL. D1 to the Aqueducto das Águas Livres, constructed in 1729-49. It leads us farther to Buenos Aires, the high-lying W quarter of the city to the vicinity of the cemeteries, and to the Jardim do Estrela, PL. C2. The equals Estrela Church equals PL. C3, officially known as the Basilica do Santíssimo Coração de Jesus, was built in 1779-96. It is crowned with a lofty dome over the crossing, and its interior is sumptuously fitted up. The asterisk ascent of the dome entrance by fifth door on the right, fee 100 Rs. Amply repays the fatigue. The stairs in the NW Tower ascend first to the flat roof of the church, where we already have a fine view. We then pass through the double lining of the dome into a gallery surrounding its interior. A ladder finally leads to the lantern, the view from which, best in the afternoon, is the most extensive in Lisbon and includes the whole of the city, the S-bank of the estuary, and the ocean. The Jardim de Estrela is flanked on the W by the Rua de Estrela, which ascends to the equals English cemetery equals Cemitério dos Ingleses, PL. C2 Visitors Ring, fee 5100 Rs. Laid out in 1717, the oldest Protestant burial ground in Portugal. It contains the grave of Henry Fielding, 1707-54, author of the immortal Tom Jones. Here too is the English church, P9. To return from this point, we take the funicular number 3, P7, past the Palacio das Cortes, PL. D3, Chamber of Deputies to the Praça de Luís de Camões, PL. E4, Pran. Camões, which is embellished with a monument of the famous poet Camões, 1524-80, the author of the Lusíads, a great national epic celebrating the noble deeds of his countrymen. From the Praça de Camões, we return through the Rua Garrett and the Rua do Carmo, PL. F4, the busiest streets in the town, with the best shops, to the Rocio, P11. Time permitting, we may now pay a short visit to equals Lisboa Oriental equals, which is best reached by the funicular line number 4, P7. From the terminus in the Largo de Graça, PL. H34, we pass round the old Graça monastery, now barracks, to the church of Nossa Senhora de Graça, PL. GH34, 262 FT. Situated on a hill which affords a fine view of Lisboa Occidental and the lower town, while the harbor is concealed by St. George's Castle, see below. We now return to the barracks just mentioned and enter the Rua de Graça to the N, whence the Travessa do Monte leads immediately to the left to the five-min chapel of Nossa Senhora do Monte, PL. GH3, 328 FT. The extensive view from this point embraces the greater part of Lisbon, the harbor, the S-bank, and the region to the NE as far as Santarém. From the Rua de Graça, the circular tramway, Rua Gomes Freire, descends to the old Augustinian monastery of equals São Vicente de Fora equals, PL. H4, now the seat of the Patriarch of Lisbon. The church, a late Renaissance building of 1582, lost its dome in the earthquake of 1755. The cloisters contain the Pantheon Real, the burial place of the Portuguese monarchs of the House of Braganza from the time of John Roman IV. D1656, onwards. We take the same circular tramway line as far as the Largo do Contador, more PL. G4. Thence we walk through the Travessa do Funil to the Rua do Caio de Ferreira, and through the St. George's Gateway to the Castelo de São Jorge, PL. G4, an ancient Moorish stronghold and once a royal residence, but now used as barracks and a military prison, where we apply at the guardhouse for leave to see the fine view from the S terrace. If so disposed, we may descend to the cathedral, which stands about halfway up the castle hill and is known as the Say Patriarchal, PL. G5, the oldest church in Lisbon, founded in 1150, but rebuilt in the Gothic style in the 14th century, and almost entirely modernized after the earthquake of 1755. From the cathedral, the Rua de Conceição brings us back to the lower town. Be the streets on the Tagus, Belém. In the Rua de Alfândega, a few paces to the E of the Praça do Comércio, P10, rises the church of Nossa Senhora de Conceição Velha equals PL. CV G5. The facade in the richest Emmanuel style, CP14, is a relic of the Church of Nossa Senhora de Misericordia, which was destroyed by the earthquake of 1755. A little farther on, between Nos. 42 and 44, we get a glimpse of the Casa dos Bicos, built in the 16th cent, by Braz, a son of Afonso de Albuquerque, P10. It derives its name from the fasted stones of the facade, bico meaning beak or point. All the electric tramways proceed farther to the Arsenal do Exército, PL. H45, containing the Artillery Museum on the first floor, Adam, CP9. From the NW corner of the Praça do Comércio, where King Carlos and the Crown Prince were brutally assassinated in 1908, the Rua do Arsenal leads to the Largo do Municipio, PL. F5, in the center of which stands a so-called pelourinho, or pillory, as a symbol of the civic jurisdiction. The tramway Santo Amaro Pampuha passes the Museu Nacional das Belas Artes PL. BC4, Adam CP9, Rua das Janelas Verdes 57, which contains art industrial collections and a picture gallery. Note in room G on the N wall, number 282, Saint Jerome by Alb. Durer. The outer line, skirting the Tagus and affording fine views, passes the Mercado, or fish market, PL. E5, which is worth seeing in the early morning. The two Belém tramway lines, Algés and Dafundo, lead through the suburb of Junqueira to that of Belém Brit. Vice-Consul CJF Duff. The Praça de Dom Fernando with a bronze statue, 13 FT. In height of Afonso de Albuquerque, P10, is adjoined on the end by the Passo de Belém. In the SE corner of the building is the Museu Nacional das Caixas, Adam, CP9, with about 30 historical state carriages. Farther to the W, we reach in 5 min the Praça de Vasco da Gama, with the famous Convento dos Jerónimos de Belém Bethlehem, tramway from the Praça do Comércio, PL, F5 in Ca, a half HR. This Hieronymite monastery, founded in 1499 in memory of Vasco da Gama's voyage of discovery, but used as an orphanage Casa Pia since 1834, is still, in spite of infelicitous alterations, the most brilliant example of the fantastic Emmanuel style, Art Manolina, of the time of Emmanuel I the Great, a picturesque blend of late Gothic, Moorish, and Renaissance features with motifs from the gorgeous edifices of the East Indies. The Church of Santa Maria, at the SE angle of the monastery, the burial place of King Emmanuel and his successors, has a superb portal by João de Castilho, sculptured by Nicholas, the Frenchman, which, according to Mr. Ferguson, resembles in design and detail the chapel at Rosslyn C. Baedeker's Great Britain. The church is open from early morning till 9, and also after 2:3 p.m. Adjoining the W portal of the church is the entrance, where we ring, fee 150 Rs. To the orphanage and to the grand cloisters, the masterwork of João de Castilho. On the Tagus, about a half m to the SW of the monastery, rises the tower of Belém Torre de Belém, erected in 1520 to guard the mouth of the river, best viewed at a distance. See Excursion to Sintra, a half-m railway in 31HR. 9 expresses in summer, besides several slow trains tranvias, but fewer in winter, fares 530, 360, 230 Rs. Starting from the central station, P6. The train passes through a tunnel 1/2 m long to 3¾ m, campolite in the valley of the Alcantara. To the left are the arches of the aqueduct, P12. At 13 m, Casum, our line diverges to the left from the railway to Alfarellos, Coimbra, and Oporto. The country becomes more hilly, eucalypti, pines, and olives abound. To the left rise the hills of Sintra, a half equals m. Sintra equals hotels, gr hot, Costa, Neto, Lawrence, Nunes, Central, Dage, or D 800 Rs, some closed in winter. Tramway from the station, to the left of the exit, to the Praça da República, 20 Rs. Cabs good, with 2 horses, to the Castelo da Pina, 2500 Rs. To the Quinta do Montserrat and back, 2000 Rs. But lower fares are often accepted on application to the cab owner himself. If time presses, we may visit both the Castelo de Pina and the Quinta de Montserrat in 45 HRS. Cab 4500 Rs. bargaining advisable. Energetic pedestrians require scarcely more time. Donkeys, only to be recommended to gentlemen traveling alone, are a doubtful advantage, nor will those in haste find the services of drivers or guides of much avail. The usual price, after bargaining, is 400–500 Rs. But it is more enjoyable to devote a forenoon to the Castello de Pina, and the afternoon to the Paco de Sintra and the Quinta. Sintra 680 ft. Pop. 5,000, a favorite summer resort, lies at the base of the granitic Serra de Sintra, on a spur between two ravines amidst groves of evergreen oaks and pines, and surrounded by charming country houses. Immediately above the little town rises a steep rock, crowned by the Moorish castle. Beyond this rises the Pina with the palace. The center of traffic is the Praça de República, with its late Gothic Pelourinho, p14, and the main entrance to the palace. The *= Paco de Sintra formerly the Royal Palace, was begun by John I. 1383–1433, on the foundations of a Moorish palace and completed early in the 16th century by Emmanuel the Great. The older parts, built by Moorish hands, show a mingling of Moorish and late Gothic elements, while the newer parts, particularly the E-wing, are in the Emmanuel style, p14. The most characteristic features of the exterior are two conspicuous conical kitchen chimneys, the horseshoe and toothed arches of the Moorish windows, and the Moorish battlemented parapet. The mural tiles and the honeycombed wooden ceilings in the interior are other survivals of the Moorish period. Visitors are shown round by the Castellan. The Avenida Candido dos Reis, the road leading to the S from the Largo of that name, brings us in 3/4 hr. to the Castelo dos Muros, 1408 ft. The castle consists of two parts, to which a double wall, much modernized, ascends. A visit to it takes more time than travelers in a hurry can afford. About 1/4 hr. Farther on we reach the Porta Principal of the Park of Pina, where we alight. Cameras must be given up. The officials are not allowed to act as guides, the services of others should be declined. The park contains over 400 species of trees and shrubs. The *= Castello de Pina = 1732 ft. Perched on a steep rocky hill, was built in 1840–50 in the style of a medieval castle, partly within an old monastery, by the Prince Consort Ferd of Coburg. The main tower is a copy of the Tower of Belém, p14. The castle is approached by two gates and a cutting in the rock corridor. The galleria of the castle affords delightful views. In the interior, free, we pass through the vestibule with a pyramidal tower into the old convent church, with its superb Renaissance altar brought from Belém, and into the two-storied cloisters. The apartments contain many pictures, including an example of Adder, Brouwer, and costly Hispano-Moorish majolicas. The Sala de Vidos is embellished with stag's antlers. The dome above it is perhaps the finest point of view in the Serra de Sintra, but its ascent requires a steady head. The eye ranges over Estremadura, from Cape Espichel on the SE to the Berlingas Islands. p4, on the N to the NE rises the huge facade of the Palace of Mafra. To the E, we obtain glimpses of Lisbon and the plain to the S of the Tagus. To the S rises the summit of the Cruz Alta, and to the W lies the boundless Atlantic. We now enter the Jardim das Camélias or Castle Garden, where the camellias, rhododendrons, and azaleas present a marvelous wealth of blossom in spring. Then, passing a well and several fish ponds, we soon reach a side exit from the grounds, where the carriage should be ordered to meet us. The Cruz Alta = 1736 ft. The highest of the Sintra Hills, which affords a view similar to that from the dome of the castle, may be ascended in 20 min by a path diverging in the park to the S, near the Porta Principal, and passing the statue of Vasco da Gama. A favorite walk near Sintra is the * Caminho de Collars skirting the hills. This road, bordered with beautiful evergreens, leads past charming country houses, the Penha Verde, and others. On the right, about 2 m from Sintra, is the famous Quinta de Montserrat Adam 200 on Sun, and Holidays 300 Rs, the property of Sir Fred Cook, Viscount de Montserrat. The grounds, a visit to which takes 12 Hrs, extend far over hill and dale and are unique in Europe in magnificence of vegetation. From the entrance, we turn to the left, cross a brook, and follow its left bank, where we enjoy a delightful view of the palace beyond the lofty tree ferns. We then pass an artificial ruin, walk round the palace, no Adam, and reascend to the entrance. See also Baedeker's Spain and Portugal. Roman 2, Madeira and the Canary Islands. Route page, Madeira excursions from Funchal 24, the Canary Islands Tenerife 32, Gran Canaria 43, Palma 47 Madeira. Steamboat lines, 1 Union Castle Line, steamers weekly from Southampton to Madeira in 3.5 days on their way to S and E Africa, fares first CL, 15-17 guineas, second 10-12 GS. Return in each case about 2/3 more, also summer tour to Madeira, Las Palmas or Tenerife and back, 18 or 12 GS, or with a week's board in one of the islands, 20 or 14 GS. 2. Royal Mail Steam Packet Co., fortnightly from Southampton, for Brazil, via Vigo and Lisbon to Madeira fares 11L, 10S or 8L. Also fortnightly from London round voyage to Gibraltar, Tangier, Casablanca, Mazagan, Safi and Mogador, returning via Las Palmas, Tenerife and Madeira fare from 22 GS. Single to Madeira or Canary Islands from 15 GS. 3. Booth Line for Brazil, thrice monthly from Liverpool to Madeira, 10L. Return 16L, 10S. 4. Yoward Bros Line, weekly from Liverpool to the Canaries calling on alternate voyages at Madeira, Comp. P28. 5. Federal, Hooder and Shire lines from Liverpool fortnightly for Australia or New Zealand calling at Madeira, Las Palmas or Tenerife 10 GS. 6. Empresa Nacional de Navgaco from Lisbon to Madeira 1st and 7th of each month, 5L, 6S, 3D, or 3L, 12S 3D, return 9L. 0S 8D, or 6L, 3S, 7. Empresa Insulana from Lisbon to Madeira 20th of each month, 4L, 5S, or 3L, 3S 9D, return 7L, 13S, or 5L, 14S, 9D. During the winter season, the Mediterranean steamers of the White Star and Cunard lines, P118, call once monthly at Madeira, and the Transports Maritimes, P120, occasionally touch at Madeira. The communication between Madeira and the Canary Islands, R4, is very defective. The Archipelago de Madeira, or Madeira group of islands, consists of Madeira itself, the largest of the group, 37 by 14 m, Porto Santo, rising 1663 ft. Above the sea, 6.5 by 3 m, which lies 26.5 m to the n, e, of Madeira and the 3 uninhabited desertas. These are the islets of Cayo, 341 ft. 12.5 m to the SC of Madeira, Deserta Grande, 1611 ft. And Bugio, 1349 ft. Madeira lies in 33 degrees in lat. Between the Azores and the Canary Islands R4, 620 m to the SW of Lisbon, 370 m to the NW of Cape Juby, P104, and 275 m to the N of Tenerife, P32. The population of the islands, which are said to have been uninhabited when discovered by the Portuguese in 1419, is now in an area of 314 sq. m, about 150,000. All the islands are of volcanic origin. In Madeira, above the primeval diabase rock P29, numerous eruptions since the Miocene epoch have formed a number of extinct craters, lagoas, and as in the Canaries have raised the soil 1150 ft. Above its original level. The main ridge of the island, running from W to E and culminating in the Pico Ruivo, Red Peak, 60 ft. Frequently rises in rocky pinnacles. In examining the geological structure of the island, one is struck with the constant mingling of solid masses of basalt and lava with strata of loose tufa and ashes, the whole being interspersed with upright dikes of lava. The only tablelands are the Paul de Serra, on the W, and the smaller Santo Antonio de Serra. On the E on the S and N slopes of the central range, we observe a series of very curious and grand basins, Curries Sing. Curl, which are enclosed by high rocks and are connected with the sea by deep ravines, testifying to the enormous erosion caused by water and wind. Narrow strips of coast, strewn with rounded fragments of basalt, occur only at the mouths of the few streams, and on the largest of these lies Funchal, the capital of the island, on its S.W. margin. The mild and wonderfully equable climate of Madeira, which since 1850 has attracted numberless invalids, chiefly English, to its shores, is due partly to its southern position, tempered by the surrounding ocean, but mainly to the influence of the Gulf Stream, which sends from the Azores an offshoot, known as the Canary Branch, towards the African coast. On the sunny coast in particular, which is free from fog and is sheltered from the prevailing NW wind by the above-mentioned main ridge, the mean and almost unvarying temperature of the 3 winter months, at Funchal, 61 degrees Fahr. Minimum 50 degrees is considerably higher than that of the favorite Mediterranean resorts, Nice 48 degrees Fahr, Ajaccio 52 degrees, Algiers 54 degrees, Malaga 55 degrees, while the summer temperature is lower, at Funchal in Aug. 70 degrees, maximum 92 degrees. Dust is almost unknown. The rainfall at Funchal 27.5 inches, but more in the mountains and on the coast, chiefly in sudden and heavy showers, occurs mostly between October and February or March. The lowest snow line is 1970 ft. Above the sea. The relative moisture of the air, 67%, at Funchal is moderate, notwithstanding the proximity of the sea. As in the Canaries, the mountains are generally cloud-capped about midday, except during the prevalence of the lest, the wind blowing from the African desert, p. 29, which in Madeira is not specially unpleasant. Thanks to the genial climate, the abundant winter rains, and the system of irrigation by means of open channels, levadas, whereby water is brought down, partly through tunnels furrows, from its mountain sources, the fields and gardens of Madeira, Flor do Oceano, show an almost tropical luxuriance of vegetation. Side by side with pines, junipers, and deciduous European trees, such as the plane, the chestnut, the maple, the oak, and the walnut, of which there are many splendid specimens, are seen countless evergreen trees and shrubs of tropical and subtropical origin. Among these are palms, araucarias, hickory trees, cork trees, camphor trees, figs, palm lilies, yuccas, P. 233, magnolias, eucalypti, bamboos, papyrus bushes, tree ferns, and aloes. A few isolated dragon trees, P. 30, the laurel vinhatico, and the tillwood tree, Oreata infetans, a kind of bay tree scarcely occurring elsewhere, are survivals of the primeval forest destroyed by the Portuguese discoverers, and now lingering only in the remote ravines and on the slopes of the coast. To that forest the island owes its name, Madeira. Wood, Isola di Legname on old Italian charts. The hillsides are now largely clothed with tree-like erica and broom, Genista maderans, G. virgata, firs, etc., large bilberry bushes, Vaccinium maderans, stemless ferns and box, forming a kind of evergreen underwood. In the gardens of Funchal, enclosed by high walls, the traveler feasts his eyes, especially in May, on a most exuberant flora, comprising roses, rhododendrons, azaleas, camellias, callas, bignonias, daturas, fuchsias, hydrangeas, honeysuckle, and a superb red and purple bougainvillea. The garden walls, field roads, and hill terraces are everywhere overgrown with vines, but as in the Canary Islands, the wine culture has suffered since 1852 from the grape disease, Aedeum tuckeri, and from the competition of port wine P4. Among favorite brands are Malvasia or Momsey, a sweet dessert wine, Bowl, and the astringent Cercial. Like the Vega of Malaga, P89, the coast of Madeira yields the sugar cane, which forms the chief crop of the island, bananas, sweet potatoes, P89, Portug, batata doce, cherimoleas, coffee plants, yams, Dioscorea batatas, Portug in Haim, and early vegetables, which last are exported chiefly to England. Pineapples thrive in hothouses only. The natives live mostly on maize and the fruit of a kind of cactus, Opuntia tuna, which grows abundantly on all the rocks. Madeira also possesses several charming home industries, producing embroidery, lace, silk shawls, basketwork, inlaid laurelwood, and feather flowers. Funchal, the only considerable harbor in the island, is an important coaling and provisioning station for steamers bound for Africa, and for America. The heavy customs dues, which render living dear, the overpopulation of the island, and the poverty of the peasantry cause a considerable emigration, chiefly to America. Season and mode of travel. Madeira is an admirable health and rest resort at all seasons, except perhaps for sufferers from neurasthenia or gastric disorders. But in summer the Monte, P24, and Camacha are preferable to the lower sites. Tourists, on the other hand, will find July, Aug, and Sept the best months for their purpose, As the hotels are cheaper and less crowded, the days are long, and the dry weather favors excursions into the interior. At Funchal, English, French, and in the larger hotels German are much spoken, but in the interior Portuguese only. Those unacquainted with the language of the natives are then dependent on the help of their horse attendants, arrieros, or guides, guias or chapas, many of whom speak a little English. At the principal hotels and shops English money is readily received, but small Portuguese change is required for fees and other minor outlays. Beggars abound, but their importunities should invariably be disregarded. Comp. Also P. Roman 25. The streets of Funchal and the hill roads are paved with round and slippery cobbles of basalt, against which India-rubber heels afford protection. The most popular vehicles are the bullock cars, carros de bois, seated for 4 persons, 401,000 Rs. per hour. For steep descents, the carro do monte or carinho, a kind of running sledge, is employed, 401,200 Rs. per drive. The longer excursions on the extremely hilly routes so characteristic of Madeira are best taken on horseback. The horses of Andalusian race are wonderfully wiry and sure-footed, per hour 500 Rs. Arriero or attendant, 801,000 Rs. per day. Ladies and invalids use the hammock or litter reed, a costly conveyance 2 bearers at 500-600 Rs. each per hour. Finger posts are entirely lacking. The few vendas or country inns and the houses of the mountain engineers, to which travelers are admitted by leave from the office of the Obras Publicas at Funchal, Rua do Conselheiro Vieira 80, afford very primitive quarters. Travelers should therefore be provided with rugs, preserved meats, candles, insect powder, and good drinking water. As in the Alps, strong boots with nails and a hesta or bordeaux, a long stick with an iron spike, are desirable for mountaineering. Among books on Madeira may be mentioned A. Samler Brown's Guide to Madeira, the Canary Islands, and the Azores 10th ed. London, 1910 2s. 6d. Leaves from a Madeira Garden by Chaws. Thomas Stanford, London, 1910 5s. Yate Johnson's Handbook of Madeira, London, 1885. Madeira by Ellen M. Taylor, 2nd ed. London, 1889. Madeira Islands by A. J. D. Biddle, 2nd ed. London, 1900, 2 vols. Madeira, Old and New, by W. H. Coble, London, 1909, 10s. 6d. The Flowers and Gardens of Madeira, by the Mrs. Duquesne, London, 1909, 7s. 6d. The steamers arriving from the end skirt the W coast of Porto Santo p. 17, an island in the form of a tableland, surrounded by 5 reef islets. Its inhabitants, about 2,300, live mostly in the little town of Vila Baleira. Beyond Porto Santo, we obtain a superb view of the abrupt and furrowed end coast of Madeira, with the curiously shaped Penha d'Águia, p. 27. Farther on appears the long promontory of Madeira, a rocky peninsula worn by the surf, and connected with the islet of Ponta de São Lourenço by a grand rocky gateway called the Ponta do Furado. We steer round the Ilho de Fora, an outlying islet with a lighthouse, Farol, 348 ft. Visible from a distance of 28 m, towards which the steamers from Lisbon, Gibraltar, and Morocco direct their course, passing to the S of Porto Santo. To the S, beyond the low island of Caio, rise the Deserta Grande and Bugio, the largest of the desertas p. 17, a group of islands deserted for lack of water, and now owned by Mr. C. J. Cossart of Madeira. British sportsmen desiring to shoot wild goats there or hunt seals, Monachus albiventer, in the ocean caves of the Deserta Grande must obtain permission from the owner. The thinly peopled and somewhat bare SE coast of Madeira, with the 3 little harbors of Canacal, Machico, and Santa Cruz, shows clearly the geological formation of the island Comp. pp. 17, 18. Off Porto Novo, in particular, we are struck with the rich coloring of the Pico dos Iroses, where the somber basaltic and lava rock contrasts with brick-red strata of ashes and blood-red masses of slag. Very beautiful is the approach to the Bay of Funchal, which is bounded on the E by the bold Cabo do Garajo, and on the W by the Ponta de Cruz, a spur of the Pico de Ponta de Cruz, p. 25. From the narrow strip of coast, the lanes of the old town mount the steep hillside between the 3 riverbeds, which are generally dry, while several groups of houses extend up to the Pico Fort, p. 23, and the Levada de Santa Luzia, p. 24. Farther up, stretching to the terrace of the Monte, P24, are gardens and vineyards, from which peep many white quintas or country houses. On the plateau behind Forte Ilhio, P24, are seen the charming gardens, with their tall araucarias belonging to the W suburb of Funchal, the finest residential quarter. Of the barren mountains in the background, the highest peak visible from the sea is the Pico de Santo Antonio, P25, to the NW of the town. Funchal = arrival. The steamers cast anchor in the open roads, which are much exposed to the surf when the wind is from the S or SW. The passengers' luggage, including handbags and small packages, is conveyed from the steamer, in charge of a guarda fiscal, direct to the Alfandega or Custom House, PL. 1 CD2. Tobacco, spirits, and unused articles are specially dutiable. The charge for landing is about 500 Rs. For each person, but should be ascertained beforehand, with the aid of the hotel porter if necessary. In stormy weather, passengers are landed at the Pontinha, PL. B3, a small pier beyond the Forte Ilhio. At the Custom House, a declaration has to be filled up, for which the fee is 50 Rs. The luggage is then usually retained till midday, and when it is finally cleared, the passenger gives a receipt for it, 250-300 Rs. More. For the transport of luggage to the hotel by bullock car, not more than 1,000 Rs. should be paid, and agreement should be made beforehand. The Madeira clock is 59 min, behind Greenwich time. Hotels mostly in the English style, almost all with beautiful gardens, crowded from deck to April. In the W suburb, Reed's Palace Hotel, PL. A3, situated on a basalt rock and commanding fine views with sea baths, etc. Pens, 1025s. Or in the Dependence Villa Victoria 8S, 6D18s. Hot, Bella Vista PL, B2, Jones's, above the Rua de Imperatriz Dona Maria Pens, from 8S. Hot. Royal PL, C3 Adams's, Rua de Imperatriz Dona Emilia Pens, from 8S. Pension Quisisana Reuter S, Estrada Monumental PL, A3 812s. Pension Almeida PL, F3 by the Redondo. In the Old Town, Reed's Carmo Hotel PL, DD1 Rua do Carmo 8S 6D18s, GR Hot. Central Swiss Landlady near the Pier Keys PL, C2 Hot. Universal PL, EC2 Largo de Sé Pens. 1200 Rs, A Pordug. House. On the Monte P24, Comp. Inset plan with splendid views, Monte Palace Hotel PL, G, Hot. Belmont PL, H, Reed's Mount Park Hotel PL, I, Pens, 7S, 6D, 10S, all three near the terminus. Wine, always an extra, is dear. The Agua Mineiro Natural of Porto Santo is a good table water, 60 Rs, per small bottle. Apartments for the winter in numerous quintas or villas, furnished, but without bed or table linen, from Oct. to June 40L, and upwards. Restaurants, Phoenix, Praca de Reinha, PL, C2, Golden Gate Entrada de Cidade 7 PL, C2 with American bar, English tea rooms, Café Monaco. Wine, Vacaria do Souza, Rua de Jo Tavira. Post and Telegraph Office Estaco Telegrafo Postal, PL, 5C2, Entrada de Cidade. Theater, Teatro de Dona Maria Pia, PL, 16, C2, opposite the Jardim Municipal. Evening concerts twice a week in the Jardim Municipal, etc. Shops in the Praca de Constituico, Rua do Aljube, Rua do Conselheiro Vieira, etc. Bargaining necessary. The prices are higher when the purchaser is attended by a guide. Peddlers often charge more than the shops. Embroidery, etc. at ad. Brahmins, Rua do Conselheiro Vieira 77. Wines, etc. sold at Brahmins, also by Blandy Bros & Co. See below. Cossart, Gordon & Co., Rua do Principe 78. Crone Bros & Co. See below. Photographic materials, Bazar do Povo, Largo de São Sebastião. Banks, Blandy Bros & Co., Rua de Alfandega 26, Reed, Castro & Co. Largo de São Sebastião 5, Banco de Portugal, Largo de Sé, Crone Bros & Co., Rua do Carmo 2. El de Rocha Machado, Rua da Alfandega 27. Physicians, Dr. Grabham, Valformoso, Dr. Scott, Quinta Perestrello, Dr. Machado, Rua des Mercaers 1 PL. C1, Dr. Stevens, Villa Ramos. Chemists, Farmácia Central, Rua Betancourt 2, Botica dos Dois Amigos, Largo do Colégio. Equals carriages equals and equals horses equals, P20 at de Souza's, Rua do Bispo, bullock cars, P20 in the Entrada de Cidade. Saddle horses por in the Largo de São Pedro and the Rua de João Tavira. Litters P20 in the Largo de São Sebastião. Equals motor cabs equals in the Entrada de Cidade, tariff by zones, per drive 9,500 Rs. To Câmara de Lobos and back 800 Rs. Equals horse tramway equals electric line projected from the Praça da Constituição to the railway station of Pombal, starting a quarter HR. Before each train, 50 Rs. Rack and Pinion Railway, Caminho de Ferro do Monte from the Estação do Pombal PL. C1 via Levada, Livramento, Sant Ana and Flamengo to the Monte P24. 7 trains daily in 20 min fare 300, return 400 Rs. Equals British Consul equals, Capt. J. Boyle, Reed's Palace Hotel, P21, Vice Consul E. Sarsfield. Lloyd's Agents, Blandy Bros & Co. See above. Equals Steamboat Agents. Equals Blandy Bros & Co. See above for the Union Castle, Royal Mail Steam Packet Co., Booth, Hamburg American and Woermann Lines, the Impresa Nacional de Navegação and the Impresa Insulana de Navegação. Leca, Gomes & Co. for Yowards Bros Line, Goncalves & Co., Rua do Conselheiro Silvestre Ribeira II for the Hamburg and South American Line. J. de Freitas Martins, Rua da Alfândega 52 for the North German Lloyd. For the coasting service, Serviço Costeiro and pleasure trips, Viagens de Recreio, see newspapers. Equals churches, equals English PL, 4B1 Rua de Bela Vista Rev C. Jones Bateman MA services on Sun, at 8 and 11 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. Presbyterian PL, 15C2 Rua do Conselheiro American PL, 8C2, same street lower down. Equals club, equals English rooms in the Rua de Praia, overlooking the sea with library and billiard rooms. Adam, on introduction. One day, visit to the Monte, P24 in the forenoon, drive to Câmara de Lobos, P25 in the afternoon. Funchal, place of Fennel, Pop, 25,800, situated in 32 degrees 38 N lat, and 16 degrees 55 W long. The capital of Madeira and the seat of the Portuguese governor and a bishop, is remarkable for the luxuriant subtropical verdure of its public grounds and private gardens. On the Praça de Rainha, PL. C2, the Sea Promenade where we have a view of the Desertas, P20, rise the Palacio de São Lourenço, PL. 10, the governor's residence, several clubhouses and a signaling tower called the Pillar de Benger, PL. 11, Benger's Folly. The Vereador's Gate, PL. 12, D2, to the E of the Custom House, is the sole survival of a town wall built by the Spaniards early in the 17th century. Adjacent is the Fruit and Fish Market, Mercado, PL. D2. Opposite the Pier Quays, PL. C2 the Entrada de Cidade and Avenue of Plains leads to the Praça de Constituição, PL. 13. C2, adorned with pleasure grounds in the center of the town. Adjacent on the W is the asterisk equals Jardim Municipal equals Public Park, PL. C2 evening concerts twice weekly, otherwise closed in the evening, with its exuberant wealth of vegetation and flowers. On the S side is the theater, P22. To the E in the Largo de Sé rises the insignificant Cathedral Sé, PL. C2, with a fine ceiling of Spanish juniper, Portuguese cedro. On the east side of the park runs the Rua de São Francisco, leading to the long Rua do Conselheiro Vieira, PL. B, C, 1, 2, or Rua de Carrera, the busiest street, at the NW end of which, on the left, is the entrance to the Protestant cemetery, Cemiterio Britannico, PL. 3, B2. From the end side of the Rua do Conselheiro Vieira, we ascend past the Church of São Pedro, PL. C1 and through the steep Calcada de Santa Clara to the Convent Church of Santa Clara, PL. B, C1, where Zarco, the discoverer of Madeira, is buried. Farther to the N is the Calcada do Pico, whence the Rua do Castelo to the left leads to the Old Spanish equals Pico Fort equals Forte de São João do Pico. PL B1, dating from 1632, famed for its asterisk view. From the E end of the Rua do Conselheiro Vieira, we may now cross the Largo do Colégio, with the Jesuit church of that name, PL. C1, to the Câmara Municipal or Town Hall, PL. 2. C1 in the Rua das Ferreiros. At the lower end of the same street, not far from the cathedral, is the Largo de São Sebastião, PL. 7. C2, where the Saturday market is held. Crossing the neighboring Ribeira de Santa Luzia, we soon reach the Carmo Church, PL. 6. D1. Along the Ribeira de Santa Luzia ascends the horse tramway, P22, to the station of the Monte Railway, near which, to the E reached by the Rua do Pombal, PL. C1, is the museum, containing valuable natural history collections and a large relief map of the island. Adam. On application, donation to Poor Box. In the east suburb of Santa Maria Maior, beyond the Ribeira de Santa Luzia and the Ribeira de João Gomes, is the Campo de Dom Carlos I, PL. DE2, drilling ground, skirting the sea and partly planted with trees. The Spanish Forte de São Thiago, PL. E2, now barracks, built in 1614, was dedicated to St. James the Less, São Thiago Menor, the patron saint of Funchal. Near it is the church of Nossa Senhora do Socorro, PL. E2, the scene of a great procession on 1st May. The chief streets of the equals W. Suburb equals, beyond the Ribeira de São João, flanked with pretty villas, are the Rua de Imperatriz Dona Maria, PL. B2, and the Rua de Imperatriz Dona Emilia, PL. B3, which last ends at the Redondo, round space, near the Ribeiro Seco. On the S side of the road are the cemetery, Cemiterio das Angústias, PL. B2, and the Casino Pavão, PL. B3, with a beautiful garden extending to the abrupt coast, frequented by English and American visitors. By the sea runs the Caminho de Pontinha, leading to the Pontinha, P21, and the harbor battery of Forte Ilhéu, PL. B3. Island Fort, Angle, Lou Rock. Excursions. The Rack and Pinion Railway, P22, which at Levada Station crosses the Levada de Santa Luzia and the beautiful hill promenade of that name, connects Funchal with the asterisk equals Monte equals, hotels, CP21, a village on the hill at the back of the town, with numerous villas nestling amidst beautiful groves of planes and oaks. On a spur of the hill, close to the terminus of the railway extension projected, rises the pilgrimage church of Nossa Senhora do Monte, known by English visitors as the Mount Church, 1962 FT. It is the scene of the Novena, a great 9 days church festival held in summer. The terrace of the church, 68 steps, commands a glorious asterisk view of Funchal, the coast as far as the Cabo Jurau, P25, and the blue ocean enlivened by its passing ships. A little below the church is a sacred well. A little to the E of the Monte is the Curralinho, Little Curl, or Curl dos Romeros, Pilgrim's Ravine, overgrown with erica and vaccinium, P19. This miniature curl, a gorge of the Ribeira de João Gomes, P23, gives a very imperfect idea of the grandeur of the rocky ravines, P18, of Madeira. Those who are pressed for time may descend to the town in 10-12 min in a running sledge, P20, by the Caminho do Monte, but it is preferable to walk back in 1.5 hr. By the level Caminho das Tilhas, which we reach by turning to the left above the church. After about a quarter m, at the beautiful Quinta Machado, with a view tower, we descend to the left by the steep Caminho dos Saltos, if desired, by running sledge ordered beforehand, 600 rs. The route leads to the SW, past the Quinta Alavo, the Levada de Santa Luzia, see above, and the Quinta do Dio, and then descends to the SE through the Plain Avenue on the Ribeira de Santa Luzia, P23. A asterisk side path leads above the Quinta Alavo to the right, across the riverbed, to the Church of São Roque, 1139 FT. View, Bulacar from Funchal 800 rs, whence we may descend by the steep Caminho de São Roque to the Pico Fort and the Clara Nunnery, P23. The Rua de Imperatriz Dona Emilia, P24, is continued by the Estrada Monumental, a road which affords delightful views. It leads from the Ponte Monumental, PL. A3, a bridge across the Ribeiro Seco, past a number of sugar-cane plantations and vineyards, and leaving the shore, proceeds to the SW above the ocean cave of Forja and the rocky islets of Forja and Gorgalho. It then crosses the S-slope of the Pico de Ponta de Cruz, 863 FT. View, an old crater near the promontory of that name, P21, and skirts the beautiful but not very safe bathing beach of Praia Formosa. Farther to the W, in full view of the bold central range backing the Grand Curl, see below, We cross the lower bridge of the Ribeira dos Socorridos and an old lava stream to 5.5 m equals Camara de Lobos equals, which may be reached by motorcab P22, a strikingly picturesque fishing village, POP. 6200, at the e-base of the almost perpendicular * Cabo Juro, with a small natural harbor, Bahia. The best wine in the island is yielded by the slopes in the vicinity. Route to the Grand Curl by Jardim de Serra, CP26. The excursion to the Grand Curl on horseback or by litter P20 takes nearly a whole day. We start early and take provisions with us. From the W suburb P24, we follow the Rua das Maravilhas and the Caminho de Santo Antonio PL. A12, between garden walls and vineyards, to the NW to the finely situated village of 2M Santo Antonio, 985 ft. Bulacar from Funchal 800 rs. We descend thence to the NW into the side valley of the Ribeira do Vasco Gil, with its pine woods and rich pastures, and soon obtain a view towards the W, extending to the Cabo Juro, see above, and the Pico de Cruz P26. We next ascend the steep side valley of the Ribeira de Lapa to the 11M. Cerrado Saddle, Ira do Cerrado, about 2900 ft. On the N.E. margin of the Pico Cerrado, see below. From the top of the pass, we have a grand view into the great and well-watered basin of the Grand Curl or Curl dos Freiras, Nuns Valley, once a pasture belonging to the convent of Santa Clara, enclosed by the lofty rocks of the Central Mountains. Far below us, above the rock-strewn bed of the Ribeira dos Socorridos, we descry the village of Livramento, 2018 ft, with its little church and cypress-shaded churchyard. Those who do not care to face the rugged descent to Livramento and the steep clamber thence to the Boca dos Namorados, P26, should now ascend the * Pico Cerrado equals 3347 ft. Sawn-off Peak, whence we survey the mountain range from the Pico de Santo Antonio, 5725 ft. And Pico Sidrao, 5551 ft. To the Pico Ruivo, P27, the Pico Canario, 5500 ft, and the Pico Grande, P26. Longer but still grander is the excursion to the W margin of the Grand Curl. From the Estrada Monumental, see above, we turn to the NW past the Quinta Nazar, nestling amidst araucarias, to the 2M village of São Martinho, 765 ft. Bulacar from Funchal 800 rs. Situated among several old craters, we then cross to the W, the ravine of the Ribeira dos Socorridos by the upper bridge and mount in zigzags to the 7M village of Estreito 1510 ft. Our route now ascends to the N, to the 8.5M Boca dos Namorados 3445 ft. With its beautiful chestnut wood, where we enjoy a superb view of the Grand Curl, and skirts the W margin of the Pico dos Bodes 3718 ft. To the 10M, Cova de Cevada, a basin affording a similar view. We next follow the top of the hill to the NW, between the Grand Curl and the E, side valleys of the Ribeira Brava, see below, to 13M, the Boca dos Corrigos, 4466 ft. A narrow ridge at the foot of the perpendicular rocks of the Pico Grande or Rocha Alta, 5420 ft. An interesting return route is afforded by descending from the Cova da Cevada across Jardim de Serra, 2523 ft, and past the Pico de Cruz, 3288 ft, to Camara de Lobos, P25. The excursion to Rabassel can, if time presses, be accomplished in one day. It is best to go by steamboat to Calheta 3 times weekly in 1-2 HRS, or a small private steamer may be hired of Messrs. Blandy Bros, P22. The steamer calls first at Camara de Lobos, P25, then skirts the somber rocky slopes of Cabo Juro and steers past Faja dos Padres, a village famed for its wine, to the village of Ribeira Brava Inn, where we obtain, through the curl of that name, a very striking glimpse of the Serra d'Água, 4610 ft, and the Pico Grande, see above. We next pass the beach of Lugar de Baixo, formed by a landslip in 1803, the beautiful cape, Ponta do Sol, and the village of Magdalena, peeping out of vines and bananas amidst the grandest scenery of the S-coast. At the village of Calheta bad landing place. No inn we may find litters if desired, each man 801,000 rs. per day, and we obtain provisions and torches, fachos, at 50 rs. We now walk chiefly through Pinewood Via Salao to the 1.5 HR. Narrow and wet tunnel, about 650 ids, in length of the lower Levada Nova do Rabacle. At the end of it we obtain a very striking view of the highest part of the valley of the Ribeira de Janela, richly wooded with evergreen, oaks, and laurels. A path over the rocks, which needs a steady head, connects this levada, or conduit, with the upper Levada Velha, constructed in 1836-60, and with 9.5 m, the engineer's houses of equals Rabacle equals 3750 ft. Atom, CP20. Fee. A little to the NE, on the so-called Balcão, we enjoy an excellent survey of the waterfall of the Risco, which plunges from a rock, 330 ft. high, into a ravine overgrown with climbing plants and ferns, and a little lower down provides the water for the old conduit. Crossing the viaduct of the latter, we skirt the new conduit, and in a few minutes reach another luxuriantly overgrown ravine, that of the Vint e Cinco Fontes, where no fewer than 25 waterfalls issue from a narrow basin. From Rabacle we may ascend towards the E with a guide to the 2 HRS. Plateau of Paul de Serra, 4656 ft. Mountain swamp, where fogs often prevail, and the 2 Tanquinhos houses, about 4900 ft, used by the engineers, poor quarters. Near them rise the Pico das Tanquinhos, 5260 ft, and the Pico Ruivo do Pau, 5388 ft, both of which afford grand views of the mountains. Scarcely less repaying is the 2 days' excursion to Santa Ana on the N coast, to which a third day may be added for the ascent of the Pico Ruivo or the Pico Arriero. We start from the Campo de Barca at Funchal, PL, D1, and follow the Estrada do Conde Carvalho, PL, E1, which ascends to the NE, in windings to 3¾ m Palheiro do Ferreiro, 1857 ft. Bulacar from Funchal, 1200 rs. The finest quinta in the island, the property of Mr. John Blandy of Funchal, Adam. On application. Farther on we follow the road, uphill and downhill, to 6 m Camacha, 2369 ft. No Inn, Bulacar, 2500 rs. A well-to-do village of basket makers in a charming wooded region, with many villas owned by English residents in Funchal. Beyond the Pico dos Iroses, P21, the road, now less attractive, crosses the gorges of the Ribeira de Porto Novo and Ribeira de Santa Cruz, and then, turning to the N, reaches 13 m Santo Antonio de Serra, 2320 ft. A poor village on a grassy tableland. We descend thence to the NW into a sequestered valley carpeted with flowers, Amaryllis belladonna, etc., where a rough path leads to the 50.5 m Portela Pass, 2021 ft, which commands a superb asterisk view of the mountains at the head of the Madeira Valley, see below, of the NE coast from the Penha d'Água, see below to the Ponta de São Lourenço, P20, and of the island of Porto Santo, P20. We now descend, at first by a zigzag path, through vineyards and sugarcane plantations, to 18 m Porto da Cruz Noen, a picturesque little seaport at the SE base of the abrupt asterisk Penha d'Água, 1949 ft. Eagle Rock, the most curiously shaped hill in the island. We next ascend the saddle to the S of the Penha d'Água, noteworthy for its marvelously rich vegetation, and descend the ravine of the Ribeiro Frio, see below, to Fail, a village not far from the charming Pescaria, a little bay to the N.W. of the Penha d'Água. The church terrace here affords a grand survey of the valleys of the Ribeiro Frio, the Ribeiro de Medellín, and the Ribeiro Seco, all mentioned below. From Fail we then cross the Cortadas Pass, or Baca do Cortado, 1985 ft, to 24 m Santa Ana, 1408 ft. Hot. Figueira, very fair, Pop. 3200, a village well adapted for some stay, the capital of the Comarca de Santa Ana, the most fertile region in the island, sugar cane, sweet potatoes, yams, etc. From Santa Ana, a rough mule track, very indistinct at places, ascends past the curious basaltic Homem Mpe, man on foot, and lastly over the saddle by the Encumida Alta, 5948 ft. To the top of the Pico Ruivo, 6060 ft. P18, which commands a most imposing, but seldom very clear panorama of the central chain, part of the Grand Curl, P25, and the E half of the island. Turning back from Santa Ana, we first wend our way towards the S to the Cova de Roda, where we again overlook the Eni coast as far as the Portela Pass and the Porto de Cruz. We then cross the Ribeiro Seco and the 29.5 m, cruise in his ridge, and descend into the valley of the Ribeiro de Medida, a gorge vying in grandeur with the Grand Curl. A zigzag path, 14 voltas, ascends thence to the little Venda Inn of Cedro Gordo, and then crosses the Serra de Caramuja into the 33 m valley of the Ribeiro Frio, with its splendid groves of tillwood trees, CP19, laurel, and erica. Above the village of that name rises the Balcão, a rock of basalt, near the not easily accessible Levada do Fiorado, where we have a grand asterisk view of the Medida Valley with mountain background. Our route winds up the rocks of the Fideiras, ferns, and the Pauso Saddle with its fine views to the 34.5 m Pauso or Paiso Refuge, 4603 ft, situated on a dreary plateau. From the Pauso Refuge we may without difficulty climb the Pico Arriero, 5893 ft, 101.5 hr, a famous point of view, but almost always capped with clouds. The bridle path ascends past the Observatorio. We may then descend direct to the Vista dos Navios. The next part of our route, from the Pauso Refuge to the Monte P24, is uninteresting. From the Vista dos Navios, view of ships, whence the Bay of Funchal is visible, the track descends to the head of the valley of the Ribeira de Gomes, P23, rounds the slope of the Pico do Arrebentao, 3842 ft, to which point a running sledge P20 may be ordered from Funchal and then descends rapidly, partly in windings, to the 39 m Monte, thence to 41.5 m Funchal, CP24. The Canary Islands. Steamboat lines, one Union Castle line, fortnightly from London and Southampton, touching alternately at Las Palmas and Tenerife, fares to either first CL, 1416, second 911 GS, return about 2/3 more, for summer tour comp, P17. 2. Royal Mail Steam Packet Co., CP, 17. 3. Peninsular and Oriental Branch Service, from London monthly for Australia, calling at Las Palmas, 12L, return tickets interchangeable with number 5 from Tenerife, 20L. 4. Bucknell Line monthly from London to Tenerife, 10L, return 18L. 5. Aberdeen Thompson's Line from London and Plymouth monthly for Australia calling at Tenerife, 13L, return also valid for number 3, 22L. 6. Aberdeen Rennie's Line from London, about once every 10 days for S and E Africa, calling alternately at Las Palmas and Tenerife, 10 or 8L, return 18 or 14L. 7. German East African Line, once every 3 weeks from Southampton for S Africa, calling at Las Palmas and Tenerife, 12L, 10S, or 7L, 10S. No return fares, but an abatement of 20% is allowed on the fare back to Southampton either by this line, by the Wouwerman, or by the Hamburg American Line. 8. Wouwerman Line, monthly from Dover to Las Palmas and monthly to Tenerife. Fares and abatement for return same as no 7. 9, 10. New Zealand Line and Shaw, Saville, and Albion, each monthly from London and Plymouth for Tenerife, 14L or 11L, 10S. Interchangeable return ticket 22 or 17L. 11. Yoward Bros. Line from Liverpool, weekly pleasure cruises to Tenerife, Grand Canary, and back 10-12 GS. Also single tickets 6-8 GS. 12. Natal Line from London fortnightly for S Africa calling at Las Palmas, fare 8 GS, return 15L, 2S, 6D. 13. Federal, Hooder, and Shire Lines, CP17. There are also steamers to the Canary Islands from Cadiz, CP58, Genoa, CP114, Naples, and Trieste, CP425. It should be noted that almost all the British lines have recently raised their fares by 10% in consequence, it is said, of a rise in the price of coal. Inquiry as to this surtax should therefore be made in every case. The direct steamers perform the voyage, 1707 m from Southampton to Tenerife, in 5-6 days. The coasting steamers, via Porto, Lisbon, etc., about 2250 m take much longer. In addition to the above-mentioned steamers, communication among the islands themselves is affected by the small cargo boats of the Compañía de Vapores Correos Interinsulares Canarios, which ply 9 times monthly between Tenerife and Las Palmas in 6 HRS. Fare 20 or 15 pesetas, and by those of the Servicio de Pela boats which ply weekly from Tenerife to Las Palmas and weekly to Santa Cruz de la Palma. Inquiry as to the sailings, which often vary, should be made on the spot. The Spanish cuisine on board these local boats is not very inviting. The Canary Islands, Islas Canarias or Afortunadas, i.e. Fortunate Islands. The Macarones or Insulae Fortunati of antiquity, in 27 degrees 30 to 29 degrees 26 and lat, and 13 degrees 15 to 18 degrees 2w long. Lie off the coast of Mauritania, the nearest point being Cape Juby, p. 104. There are in all 13 islands, forming a Spanish province of a total area of 3305 sq.m., with a population of 364,000. They consist of two groups. The E group is composed of Lanzarote, rising to 2231 ft, above the sea, Fuerteventura, 2789 ft, and 5 smaller islands, Alegranza, Graciosa, etc. To the W group belong Gran Canaria, 6400 ft, Tenerife, 12,175 ft. Once the meridian used by the Spaniards and the Dutch, Gomera, 4366 ft, Palma, 7737 ft, and Hierro or Faro, 4643 ft, the meridian used by France since the time of Louis Roman XIII. 1634. Tenerife, Gran Canaria, and sometimes Palma are the islands usually visited by tourists. The others chiefly attract botanists and geologists. The Canaries, supposed by some geographers to form part of the submerged continent of Atlantis, and by others to have been outlying spurs of the Atlas of Morocco, p. 93, have the same geological formation as Madeira, CPP. 17, 18, 19. In Fuerteventura, especially, there occur masses of slag and lava, thrown up by countless eruptions, superimposed on the diabase formation, which is still visible in many places. And in Tenerife we find faunolithic and trachytic rocks as well as the basaltic. Grand old craters, calderas, exist in Faro, Gran Canaria, and most of all in Palma and Tenerife. The enormous basin of the Canadas in Tenerife has been almost entirely filled up with later streams of lava and scoriae, which have formed a distinct volcanic cone, the Great Pico de Teide, 12,175 ft. in height. The last considerable eruptions were those of 1677 in Palma, of 1700, 36, and 1824 in Lanzarote, and of 1705, 1706, 1796, and 1798 on the NW coast of Tenerife, all of which caused great havoc. On the occasion of the eruption of 1909 in Tenerife, a large lava stream, accompanied by the emission of vapor and stones from the central crater, CP41, burst forth near the foot of the Chahora, P42, and advanced in a NW direction towards Santiago and El Tanque, but came to rest before reaching these villages. There was little damage and no loss of human life. In the W Islands, which like Madeira rise very abruptly from the sea, the effects of erosion in the broad valleys, with their rich soil, as well as in the deep ravines, barrancos of more recent origin, are specially noticeable. The climate of the Canaries is remarkable for the striking contrasts prevailing between the E and the W groups on the one hand, and between the lower and the higher levels on the other. In the almost treeless islands of Lanzarote and Fuerteventura, 62 m to the NW of Cape Juby, years sometimes elapse without rainfall, while the dreaded Tempo del Sur, the hot and extremely dry wind from the Sahara, covers them with dust and sand and often brings swarms of locusts. Even more disastrous for agriculture are the sandy dunes or coast hills, thrown up by the currents off the African shores, the sand of which is driven inland by violent winds. The Gran Canaria, on the other hand, though by no means free from the locust pest, holds an intermediate position in point of climate and scenery between the more continental E group of islands and the almost wholly oceanic W group. Owing to the influence of the Gulf Stream, P18, and the zone of high air pressure prevalent in the W Canaries in winter, the N coast of Tenerife and the islands of Gomera and Palma enjoy a remarkably mild and equable winter climate, the mean temperature of winter at Puerto Orotava being 60 degrees far, and the minimum 51 degrees. In the region tempered by the trade wind clouds, which gather at a height varying from 2,300 to 5,000 ft. Above the sea, even the summer temperature is quite bearable, but on the high mountains above the cloud zone, the air is extremely dry, and the burning heat of the day is suddenly followed, as in the tropics, by a severe chill. The rainfall at Santa Cruz de Tenerife averages 12 inches, at Santa Cruz de la Palma 14 in, at Puerto Orotava 17 in. At Laguna 22 inches. The lowest snowline is about 3,300 ft. The vegetation of the W Islands, the El Dorado of botanists, surpasses that of Madeira in variety, though not in luxuriance. But it is confined to the forest zone in the region of the trade wind clouds, and to the low ground irrigated with the aid of these clouds, where the soil consists of disintegrated diabase, tufa, and lava. On the other hand, large tracts of land, especially in the Gran Canaria and on the S and E coasts of Tenerife, are entirely destitute of vegetation, even in winter, while in summer the verdure of the cultivated land is often covered with a mantle of gray dust. The Canary Islands, together with Madeira and the Azores, have been described as a region where the tertiary flora, destroyed in Europe during the glacier epoch, has survived and developed, at least since the Pliocene age, in insular solitude. To the primeval African flora, the same as that of the original diabasic canaries, belong in particular the stately canary pine, Pinus canariensis. Several species of laurel, such as the Laurus canariensis, the Vinitigo Percy indica, the aloe, the oleander-leaved Clania nereifolia, the cactus-like euphorbias, the ballo Placama pendula, and the famous dragon tree, Dracæna draco. Besides the endemic trees and plants are others of very early origin, the seeds of which were originally brought over from India or America by the Gulf Stream. During the Spanish period, countless other plants, now cosmopolitan, were imported from America, fruit trees from Europe, and shrubs from the Mediterranean, which last, favored by the climate, develop into bushy trees. In the gardens, which are mostly enclosed by high walls, we are struck with the gorgeous wealth of bougainvilleas, gloxinias, poinsettias, bignonias, daturas, walberges, passifloras, and many other flowers. In the lower and more tropical districts grow, side by side, bananas, platanos, tomatoes, sugarcane, cana de azucar, yams, span. Name, tobacco, oranges and lemons, prickly pear, opuntia tuna, coffee plants, Peruvian pepper trees, pimenteros, Indian breadfruit, mango and camphor trees, eucalypti, cork trees, tamarisks, tarajales, araucarias, magnolias, fig trees, Japanese medlars, palms, about 25 varieties. Notably the superb canary palm, Phoenix canariensis or Juby web, the date palm, P. 171, the royal palm, Oreodoxa regia, and in Palma, the coconut palm. The vineyards, yielding the famous Momsey, P19, and Viduno wines, rise on the S side of Tenerife from the lower land to a height of 40-70 ft. Above the sea level. In the upper cultivated regions, the chief crops and fruits are wheat, potatoes, lupins, maize, chestnuts, walnuts, and among other European fruits, peaches. On the rocky sides of the barrancos occur everywhere the aloe, the cactus-like Euphorbia canariensis, span. Cardan, the Tabeba Euphorbia regis jubi, the Orchilla lichen Rixella tinctoria, woad, and sempervivum houseleek, some 60 varieties. At the bottom of the barrancos and in the cloud region, we encounter beautiful underwood, composed of evergreen myrtles and laurels, the strawberry tree Arbutus canariensis, ericas, stemless ferns, and a few climbing plants. Above the level of the trade wind clouds, we may still meet with the cistus, the canary pine, up to 70-50 ft. Above the sea, the white Cytisus proliferus span, escabon, and the Adenocarpus franconoides span, codzo, a kind of gorse, the alpine Retama spartacitisus supernubius, span, Retama blanca, a kind of broom, the commonest plant in the Canadas, grows on the peak up to a height of 10,300 ft. But a few mosses and lichens alone reach the summit. The fauna of the Canaries is remarkably poor. The characteristic bird is the canary Serinus canariensis, which, as in Madeira, is of a greenish-gray color, while the yellow canaries are imported. Mosquitoes, especially on the E and S coasts of the islands, fleas and flies, including some whose bite is very unpleasant, abound in summer. The more important fish are cod, tunny, and sardines. Chief among domestic animals is the goat. Camels were introduced from the continent in 1405. The islands, which were probably known to the Carthaginians and Greeks, were for a time occupied by King Juba Roman II. p. 244, with a view to the manufacture of purple dye from the juice of the orchilla, see above. At that period, the population consisted chiefly of the so-called Guanches, from Guan, Sun, and Tenerife, whose culture down to the Middle Ages was still that of the Flint Age, while their inscriptions are Libyan in character. In 1496, the islands were conquered, first by the Normans under Jean de Batencourt at the instance of the kings of Castile, and later by the Spaniards, with the result that the Guanches, in spite of their heroic resistance, were largely exterminated or sold into slavery. A few survivors still lingered in their cave dwellings, as at Atalaya p46 and Artenara p46, but others intermarried with Moorish immigrants, 1405, and in the Spanish period with Norman, Spanish, and Irish settlers. Their language has been extinct since the 17th century. A few peculiarities of the present population, which somewhat resembles that of Spain and of the W Indies, survive in the costume of the peasants, consisting of a white blanket mata wrapped round the body like a shepherd's cloak, in their quaint old pottery, in the whistling language of Gomera, and in the national gofio, a kind of porridge of maize and wheat. The Grand Canary contains also several villages of Negroes, descendants of the slaves on the sugar plantations. Among the foreigners there are 2,100 English, 600 French, and 600 Germans. Santa Cruz de Tenerife and Puerto de la Luz near Las Palmas, the chief ports of the Canaries, as also Puerto Orotava, p39, Santa Cruz de la Palma, and others, all declared free harbors in 1852, are rising places and compete with Madeira in provisioning the ocean steamers. The trade is in British, Spanish, and German hands. The chief exports are bananas, tomatoes, early potatoes and other vegetables, and wine. The only industry of any importance is the embroidery and lace-making of Tenerife. Calado, embroidery after Mexican patterns, rosette work introduced from Paraguay, the rich Villafleur lace, and embroidery in relief from Venetian and Irish models. The cochineal insect, living on the prickly pear plant, was introduced from Honduras in 1826, and for many years its culture yielded large profits to the islanders, but the discovery of aniline dyes has well-nigh ruined this industry. The best season for a tour in the Canaries is from the beginning of March to the end of May. The best winter quarters for invalids are to be found at Puerto Orotava or the more remote Gimmer in Tenerife, and at the Monte in the Grand Canary. Good quarters are obtainable also at Santa Cruz and Laguna in Tenerife, and at Las Palmas in the Grand Canary, where most of the best hotels are in the English style, and English money circulates freely. The Spanish fondas, where the national currency is in vogue, fall short of modern requirements, while the country inns are mostly wretched taverns. The chief public conveyances in the islands are, in Tenerife, the electric tramway from Santa Cruz to Tacorant, and in the Grand Canary, the harbor tramway at Las Palmas. The only others are the dirty and often crowded coches publicos, the very expensive four-seated vehicles, and the tartanas or gigs. For mountain excursions, horses or mules are used, the arriero or attendant serving as a guide. Among numerous books on the Canary Islands are Samler Brown's Guide, CP20, Whitford's The Canary Islands as a Winter Resort, London, 1890, 7s6d. Ward's Vale of Orotava, London, 1903, c. Piazzi Smythe's Tenerife, An Astronomer's Experiment, London, 1858, and Olivia Stone's Tenerife and its 6 Satellites, London, 1889. Tenerife span. Tenerife, the largest and most populous of the islands, 51.5 m long, 31 m in breadth, and 781 sq m in area, contains about 140,000 inhab, mostly living on the N coast. The island is composed of 3 mountain ranges, chiefly of eruptive rock of a basaltic character, which have been welded together, probably since the Miocene period, by great faunolithic and trachytic eruptions. These are the Anaga MTS. On the NE, the Tino MTS, on the NW and the Adege MTS, in the Bandas del Sur. Beyond the lofty plain of Laguna, the Anaga Range is prolonged to the Llano de la Maja by the massive Cumber. In the center of the island, from the enormous cratering of Las Canadas and high above the tradewind clouds, towers the mighty peak of Tenerife, or Pico de Teide, 12,175 ft. Visible for 100 m, around. Approaching the island from the N, we first sight the somber and wildly fissured Anaga MTS, 3406 ft. We steer past the lighthouse, Faro, 811 ft. A little to the NW of the Punta del Drago, whose light is visible for 40 m, then skirt the rocky coast, with the Punta do Anaga and Punta Antequera, and at length cast anchor in the open roads of the Bay of Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz de Tenerife arrival. Passengers are conveyed in steam launches faluas or in rowing boats to the pier mule, PL. C2, landing or embarkation 1 peseta, each trunk 75 C. The hotels, which send their porters on board, charge 3 shillings for the landing and conveyance to the hotel of each passenger and his luggage. Hotels often crowded in Feb, March, and April, mostly closed in summer. Grand Hot. Quisisana PL, a 1 on the hillside about 330 ft. To the NW of the town, 1m from the pier with fine views are, from 3s, B2 Dage, 3 D5 pens, 12 of 15s, but more in Feb. And March, Pino de Aro PL, B1 to the end of the town, 3/4 m. From the pier also finely situated with a beautiful old park, pens 812s. Hot, Battenberg PL, C a 2 in the Paseo de Ronda below Quisisana. Pens from 9s. Camacho's English Hotel PL, DB2, Cal San Francisco 11 pens, 912s. Hot Orotea dependence of the Humboldt Car House at Puerto Orotava P39, Plaza de la Constitucion R36 B1 Dage, 3 D4 pens, 812s. Alexandra PL, EB2 Olson's Cal Alfonso Tracino pens from 7.5s commended Victoria PL, FB2 Holmstrom's Plaza de la Constitucion pens, 6.8s. The last 4 rather plain. Wine is always an extra table water, agua fergas. Cafes, Quattro Nations, Europa and Belge, all in the Plaza de la Constitucion. Theater, Teatro Isabel II PL, B3 adjoining the market. Bullring Plaza de Toros PL, A2 in the Paseo de Ronda, Corridas. Mostly in May. Music in the Plaza de la Constitucion PLB C3 and the Plaza del Príncipe Alfonso PL, B2 alternately thrice weekly, 8.3 to 10.3 p.m. Shops, Tenerife Handiwork, P32, Bazar Naveria, Cal San Francisco 11, Bazar Tearo, corner of Cal San Francisco and Cal San Jose. Indian dealers offer defective goods bargaining necessary. Bookseller, Benitez, Cal San Francisco 6. Tinned Foods, Quintero & Co., Cal San Francisco 2. Photographic Materials, Lower Cal San Francisco 34, Espinosa, Plaza de la Constitucion. Bankers, Hamilton & Co., Cal de la Marina 15, Miller, Wolfson & Co., same street, number 1, Allers, same street, number 31, Dehesa Cal de Alfonso Tracino 64. Steamboat Agents, Hamilton & Co., see above, for the Peninsular and Oriental Co., Union Castle, Aberdeen Rennies, Aberdeen Thompsons, Shaw, Saville and Albion, New Zealand, Hamburg American, White Star and other lines. Tenerife Coaling Co., for the Royal Mail Steam Packet Co., Allers, see above, for the Hamburg and South American, German East African and Wouwerman lines. Elder, Dempster & Co. Cal de Alfonso Tracino 84, for the Belge Maritime du Congo, the Italian Lavalos, the Société de Transports Maritimes, and the Vapors Correos Interinsulares Canarios. Viuda y Acute Hijos de Juan de la Roche, Cal de Alfonso Tracino 35, for the Compania Transatlantica, Miller, Wolfson & Co., see above, for the Servicio de Palaboats. Post and Telegraph Office Correos y Telegrafos, PL, 3C2, Marina. Physicians, Dr. Otto, Santa Rita and others. Chemist, Sarah Cal de Alfonso Tracino 7, Baths Bonos, Plaza de la Constitucion. See Baths, poor at the pier, better at the Club Tinerfino. Cabs Coches de Punta, stands in the Plaza de la Constitucion and the Plaza San Francisco, drive in the town each pers. 50C, at night 1/2 more, per hour 1 2 pers. 2 pesetas each at it, pers 50C, to San Andres 10p, to Tegest or Tacarant 20, to Gimmer 30, to Puerto or Otava 35, to Icod de los Vinos 60p, but bargain advisable. Electric tramway from the Alameda de la Marina, PL, C2 through the Cal de Alfonso Tracino, via Cuesta and Laguna 1HR, fare 1p, 30C, change carriages to Tacarant 1 3/4 HR, fare 2p 60C. Cars for Laguna hourly from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. To Tacourant every 2 hours, till 5 p.m. the cars starting at 7 and 3, in connection with the diligence mentioned at P37, are usually crowded. Motor omnibus from Tacourant to Puerto Orotava, CP37. Consuls, British J.E. Crocker, Vice-Consul R.C., Griffiths, United States S. Berliner. English church in the upper part of the town, service in winter. English club also for temporary members, adjoining the Governor's Palace, P35. Santa Cruz de Tenerife, a fortified seaport with 30,300 inhab. And the capital of the island since 1821 when it superseded Laguna, lies picturesquely in 28 degrees 28 in lat. And 16 degrees 15 W long, on a bay 3M, broad between the Val del Bufadero, P36, and the Barranco de Santos, below the spurs of the Anaga, MTS, and the plateau of Laguna. Its beautiful patios, or courtyards, recall those of Seville, and the flat roofs with their miradors, or belvederes, are reminiscent of Cadiz. The harbor is entered by 3,504,000 vessels per annum. At Rigla, to the east of the town, is a wireless telegraph station. The town was heroically defended in 1797 against the British fleet under Nelson, who lost his arm here and had to retire after heavy loss. Near the old citadel, now Cuartel Almeida, PL, C1 stands the saluting battery. The old Castillo de San Cristobal, PL, C2-3 now contains public offices. From the Alameda de la Marina, PL, C2 near the landing place, we soon reach the Plaza de la Constitucion, PL, BC3 to the SW with the Governor's Palace Gobierno Civil, PL, 5 B2, fine patio, the clubhouses and the cafes, P34. On the side next the sea rises the Triunfo de la Candelaria, a column in honor of the Virgin, the tutelary saint of the Canaries, P36, erected by the Spaniards as a memorial of their victories, with 4 Guanche kings as worshippers. From the S side of the Plaza de la Constitucion, the Cal de la Cruz Verde leads to the Iglesia de la Concepcion, PL, B3, the principal church in the town, consisting of a nave with double aisles and situated close to the Barranco de Santos. It was founded early in the 16th century, but was rebuilt after a fire in 1652. The tower, 181 ft high, affords an extensive panorama. Interior. The central chapel of the aisle on the left contains 2 flags captured from Nelson's fleet, see above, of which the town is very proud. Here too, by the high altar, is a stone cross originally erected outside by Al Fernandez de Lugo, P37, in 1494 as a memorial of his victories. The pulpit, in Italian marble, is by Macias Rodriguez, 18th cent. The burial chapel of the artist, entered to the right of the high altar, contains several pretty, but unfinished carvings in juniper wood. Near this is the Mercado, PL, B3, a covered market for fruit and other commodities worth visiting in the early morning. From the NW angle of the Plaza de la Constitucion, the Cal San Francisco leads, a few yards farther on, to the Church of San Francisco, PL. 6 B2, built in 1680. The tower, inlaid with azulejos or ornamental tiles, dates from 1777. The old Franciscan monastery contains at present the museum with fine art and anthropological collections, new building being erected near the Ayuntamiento, PL 1 B2. Beyond it lies the Plaza del Príncipe Alfonso, PL B2. The long Cal de Alfonso Trasino, PL B2 or Cal de Castillo, the main street, connects the Plaza de la Constitucion with the pretty Plaza de Whaler, PL A2. The Paseo de los Coches and the Paseo de Ronda, PL AB2-1, a charming promenade bordered with pepper trees, oleanders, and geraniums, lead thence to the end through the Villa Quarter, Barrio de Ensanche. Excursions on the E-Coast cabs, CP34. From the Paseo de Ronda we may go past the Pino de Oro Hotel, P33, or by the Hotel Quisisana to the Conduit Levada, skirt this and the right bank of the Barranco de Almeida, and thus reach the 1HR tunnels, or we may continue our walk to the 3HRS, Agra Springs. Starting from the harbor, the fine coast road leads to the NE to the mouth of the Val del Bufadero, which lies at the foot of the Anaga MTS, and is defended by a fort. From here we may go on, crossing some barrancos and skirting the rocks, to the dirty fishing village of 5M, San Andrés Porin. Thence to the cruise de Taganana, CP37. Drive from Cuesta, see below by the Carretera del Sur, a road shaded by tamarisks to the SW, along the slope of the bare sunburnt Cumber, P33, up and downhill through many barrancos via 8M, San Isidro to 10.5M, the so-called halfway house tavern, good wine, then through the deep Barranco Hondo below the village of that name, 1310 FT. Mostly through Pine Woods Pinnell. To our right on the hill lies the village of Egest. To our left on the Ladera de Candelaria is the village of Candelaria, with the famous pilgrimage church of the Virgin de la Candelaria. Lastly, we cross a lava stream from the Garganta de Gimmer, P40, to 20M equals Gimmer equals 975 FT. Hot. El Buen Retiro with a fine garden pens, 810S. English good pens, Sunnyside pens, 7S, a village of 2,000 inhab. In a sunny and sheltered site in the Val de Gimmer. This fertile valley, 3¾ m in breadth, bounded on the S by the Ladera de Gimmer, and on the W by the ash cone of the Arafo and the Monte de Izana, 7380 FT. Yields sugarcane, oranges, and bananas. Luxuriant vegetation, including gigantic arbutus trees, is seen also in the Barranco del Rio, to the W above the village. From the S end of the village we may reach Ca. 1.5 HR. 2 cave dwellings of Guanches, P31, now empty, in the upland valley of the Barranco de Badajoz. Route over the Pedro Gil Pass to Orotava, CP40. Ascent of the Peak of Tenerife, CP41. The excursion to the Orotava Valley, the most charming spot in the island, takes 1-1.5 days. We go by tramway, P34, to Tacorant and drive thence to Puerto Orotava, CP37. The shadeless and generally very dusty Carretera del Norte, the continuation of the Cal de Alfonso Tracino, P35, and Rambla de Pulido, crosses the Barranco de Santos and ascends the NW slope of the Plateau of Laguna in windings affording several fine views. The country is parched and scorched in spite of the numerous reservoirs, estanks, but cornfields, tamarisks, fruit trees, and relics of prickly pear plantations are occasionally seen. 3M Cuesta 962 FT. In, the road to Gimmer see above diverges here. Farther on, as we approach the cooler and better watered tableland, the vegetation becomes richer. 1/4 M equals Laguna equals Hotel. Hot. Agra and Continental, Carrera 57, Pens, 1012S, good. Laguna or La Laguna, 1740 FT. Once the capital of the Canaries, CP34, now a quiet little country town pop. 4900 is a favorite summer residence of the wealthier families of Santa Cruz. The old-fashioned houses, as at Villa Orotava, often have pretty, carved balconies. Their unglazed windows, closed with shutters only, generally have a postigo or flap from which the inmates can view the street. The cathedral, founded in 1513 and since 1908 in course of reconstruction, contains the tomb of Alonso Fernández de Lugo, the conqueror of Tenerife, 1493-6. From the Cal Juan de Vera, diverging to the N, we follow the first side street, the Cal de San Agustin, to the left to the old Augustinian monastery, once the university and now the Instituto de Canarias, which contains the Biblioteca Publica, 26,000 vols, and a small natural history collection. To the right, in the same street, number 28, is the Palacio Episcopal, whose patio is richly adorned with flowers. From the E end of the street, a few paces bring us to the Plaza do Adelantado, number 1, in which is the old palace of the Nava family. From the S side of the plaza, the Cal de Santo Domingo leads to the priests' seminary, Seminario Conciliar, once a Dominican monastery. In the side street opposite number 30, the second door on the left leads into the garden of a farm building, finca, which contains a venerable dragon tree, P30. Fee. The Iglesia de la Concepcion, at the W end of the town, contains a fine carved pulpit. Excursions. A fine drive, 12:15 may be taken via 4.5 m Tegest and 5.5 m Tegina, not far from the gloomy Barranco de las Palmas, to 10.5 m, the fishing village of Bajemar, near the Punta del Hidalgo, a headland which affords a splendid survey of the precipitous end coast of the island. We may also hire a mule, 6p, to take us to the laurel forests of Las Mercedes or La Mina. From Las Mercedes, we may ascend past the Cruz El Carmen, about 2950 ft, with its rich thicket of bushes Erica scaparia, and past the Cruz du Afur, 3405 ft, to the 3.5 HRS, Cruz de Taganana, 3068 ft, a splendid point for surveying the Great Peak and the E-coast as far as Santa Cruz. We may then descend to the N, through a magnificent old asterisk forest of Canary Laurel, Vinitigo, P30, Tree Heath, Erica arborea, and Pleomris, to the village of Taganana, 689 ft, near which the tall pinnacles of the Hombres de Taganana tower above the abrupt rocky coast. Or we may go on to the NE to the Cruz del Draguillo, 2205 ft, and descend thence to Egest and San Andres, P36 on the E-coast. Another excursion from Laguna is to the 2 HRS, Ancient Forest of Agua Garcia, P38 to the W. Beyond Laguna, the high road, bordered at first with eucalypti, now crosses the plateau of the rodeos to the Laguna Saddle, 2008 ft, watershed, and descends thence, affording fine views of the Cumber, P33, the peak itself and its spurs, and passing the hills of Guamaza famed for their view of Tacarant, to the Bandas del Norte, the far cooler and greener end coast of the island. 12M equals Tacarant equals 1762 ft. Camacho's Tacarant Hotel on the road above the town, Pens, from 9S, good, pop. 4200, beautifully situated, is well adapted for a longer stay. Near it is produced the best wine in the island, and its orange groves are famous. From Tacarant to Puerto Orotava, a motor omnibus of the Grand Hotel, P39, plies daily at noon in connection with the tramway mentioned at P34.5 HR. Fare 12S, cab ordered by telephone from Santa Cruz in 22.5 HRS, 2025 P, diligence dirty at 9 and 5 via Villa Orotava 3 HRS. Fare 3P to Puerto Orotava 4 HRS, 4P. Excursions. The road to the NE leads past the slopes of the Montana del Pecan and through the Val de Guerra to 7M Tejana P. 37. To the N we may descend 1.5 HR. The precipitous rocks on the coast, 650-980 ft, where the numerous caves are said to have once been inhabited by the Guanches P31. To the SE lies the 1.5 HR. Primeval forest of Agua Garcia, 2588 ft. The finest in Tenerife, with its huge erica trees overgrown with creepers, its venerable laurels, and superb tree ferns. Specially charming is a sequestered nook at the Mater d'Agua, the source of the water conduit. The Puerto Orotava Road conveyance, CP37, whence the route to Sawzell diverges to the right a little farther on, passes through wheat fields, vineyards, and orchards, and is bordered with tamarisks, canary palms, oleanders, aloes, and hedges of geranium. The steep slopes of the Cumber are carefully cultivated in terraces up to the evergreen zone of the cloud region. Fine view of the rock-bound coast and the blue ocean to the right. 15M Matanza, 1585 ft. Slaughter, the scene of the last defeat of the Spanish invaders, 1494, is now a village of 2,000 inhabitants. Beyond 17M, the little town of Victoria, 1240 ft, where the Guanches sustained a decisive defeat in 1494, the road forks. The new road to the left crosses the Barranco Hondo, a ravine about 330 ft deep by a viaduct 1909. The old road winds down into the Barranco Hondo. The two roads unite at the church of 20M, Santa Ursula, a palm-girt village, 886 ft, 2200 in Hab. On the crest of the Ladera de Santa Ursula, noted for its wine, about 1 HR. Above it is the farm of La Florida, P40. Beyond the village we obtain a glimpse, and then, at the Humboldt corner, a full and glorious view of the asterisk equals Orotava Valley equals, the Teoro Valley of the Guanches, famed at once for its harmonious outlines, for its superb coloring, and for its luxuriant vegetation. The valley, about 7m long by 6m wide, probably formed by subsidence, and descending rather rapidly to the sea in terraces, is sprinkled with smiling villages and countless white country houses, embosomed among palms, pines, orange trees, rose bushes, and climbing plants, which are abundantly watered by cuttings and conduits descending from the cloud region. The tropical character of the landscape is enhanced by the extensive plantations of bananas. On the E and W, the valley is flanked by the lava slopes, about 1,000 ft. in height, of the Ladera de Santa Ursula and the Ladera de Tagaga, and on the S it is bounded by the Cumber, with the organ pipes at the SE angle P40. Far above its steep banks, but most often concealed by the tradewind clouds, towers the majestic pyramid of the peak. In the middle of the valley rise three eruptive cones of recent origin: the Montana de la Horca, 833 ft. P39, the Montana de Chaves, P42, and the Montana de las Gananias, which have sent forth lava streams descending to the sea. Beyond the Barranco del Pinedo, the direct road to 24.5 m, Villa Orotava, P40, branches off to the left, and 1 m farther on another road from that town joins ours. We are next carried through deep barrancos by means of cuttings, with their surprising variety of layers of slag and beds of lava, and at the Montana de la Horca we come to a point where a new road diverges to the left for Rialillo Bajo, P42, and Icod de los Vinos, P43. We descend to the right to Puerto Orotava, passing a private entrance to the Grand Hotel on our right. A half M Puerto Orotava equals hotels often crowded in March and April. Grand Hotel or Kurhaus Humboldt, about 330 ft. In a fine open situation on the end slope of the Montana de la Horca, with splendid views from the roof terrace, beautiful grounds, and sea baths on the Marcianas beach. See below, R from 4S, Pens, 12S, 6D, 20S. For guests ascending the peak, the hotel provides mule, guide, porter accommodation in the Alta Vista hut, and food for 2 days for an inclusive sum of 30s. Hot. Marcianas at the end of the town, not far from the sea, once a nobleman's shadeout with a charming garden. Pens, 1215s. Hot. Monopole Plaza de la Iglesia R2S 6D3S. Pens, 810s. Good, all three under German management. Hot. Marquesa Plaza de la Iglesia. Pens, 56s. Spanish, well spoken of. Post and Telegraph Office, Cal de Quintana, near the Plaza de la Iglesia. Banker, T.M. Reed, Cal San Juan. Photographer, Biza, Cal de la Hoya, Tenerife work. Franken, Cal de Santo Domingo 10. Physicians, Dr. Lishman, Casa Montana, Dr. Perez. Chemist, R. Gomez, Cal de Santo Domingo. Music in the Plaza de la Constitucion. Sortija writing, tilting at the ring in the grounds of the Grand Hotel. Carriages, to Villa Orotava or Rialillo 10p, to Tacarant 2025p, to Icod de los Vinos 25p. Omnibus to Villa Orotava twice daily, 1p. Mule Mulo to Agua Mansa 10p, to Gimmer 12.5 to the Peak 20p. Donkey Burro, 5p per day according to bargain. Guide to the Peak 20p. English Church, resident chaplain, in the grounds above the Grand Hotel. English Cemetery and others to the W of the town. Puerto Orotava, officially called Puerto de la Cruz, the most popular invalid resort in the Canaries, a poor little seaport with 3,100 inhab. Lies on a delta formed by lava streams. The Cal San Juan, the main street, in continuation of the highroad, descends, passing near the Plaza de la Constitucion, with its garden grounds, to the pier, Mule, whence the produce of the Orotava Valley is conveyed by small boats to the vessels in the roads. In the Plaza de la Iglesia, to the E of the Plaza de la Constitucion, are the Iglesia de la Pina de Santa Francisca, with its new tower, and the Casas Consistoriales or Town Hall, with its old-fashioned wooden balcony. Mr. R. Gomez, the chemist, see above, possesses a small Guanche museum, Adam 1p. To the E of the town, a Palm Avenue leads along the Barranco de Marcianas to the bathing beach, Playa de Marcianas. Beyond the ravine, about halfway up the abrupt coast hill, is the spring called Fuente de Marcianas. A zigzag path ascends to the Sitio de La Paz, 492 ft, once occupied by Alex von Humboldt, 1814, and now containing several memorials of that savant. A cypress avenue is the sole relic of the old garden fee. A beautiful walk may be taken to the Barranco de las Arenas, 1.5 hr. To the E. To the S, the Camino del Puerto, see below, leads past the Observatorio, belonging to the Nautical Observatory of Hamburg, to the Botanic Garden Jardin Botanico or de Acclimatacion, laid out in 1788, which, though sadly neglected, contains exquisite flowers, superb magnolias, and fine specimens of royal, canary, and exotic palms, dragon trees P30, and fig trees Ficus imperialis and Ficus nitida P. 233. A dusty road, donkey 3p, leads from the cemetery at the W end of the town to the Finca Los Frailes of Dr. Perez, with its splendid avenue of palms. The road ends at the Risco do Burgado, with its fissured lava cliffs, washed by huge breakers. Pleasant ride for 5 HRS. Donkey 4, horse 8P by Los Frailes to Rialillo Bajo and Rialillo Alto, P42, returning above the 3 eruptive cones, P38, via Cruz Santa P41, Perdoma and Villa Orotava. From Puerto Orotava, the dusty roads mentioned on P39, besides the Camino del Puerto, the old bridle path, lead through a garden-like region in 101.5 HR. To equals Villa Orotava equals 1080-1480 FT. Hot. Suizo pens, 68P good hot. Victoria, same charges, 3600 in Hab. The Aretapala of the Guanches, now the capital of the Orotava Valley. The antiquated little town, which has fallen into great poverty since the decline of the cochineal culture, P32, occupies almost the loveliest site in the whole island. At the E-entrance is the Plaza de San Agustin, with the old Iglesia de San Agustin and a bandstand, whence we have a fine view of Puerto Orotava and the sea. Near it is the villa of Marquesa Quinta, now owned by Dr. Perez, P39, with its beautiful park. On the highest terrace is a marble mausoleum, addum to both 1P. In the quarter above the Iglesia de la Concepcion are several chateaux of the noblesse. On the SW side of the town, near the monastery of San Francisco, now a hospital, are 2 old mansions with very handsome carved balconies, comp. P36. An excursion, attractive in clear weather only, may be made to the farm of Aquamansa equals 3491 FT. In the SE angle of the Orotava Valley, within the cloud region, 1.5 HR. To the SE of Villa Orotava, steep bridle path, mule, CP39. The chestnut and erica woods are succeeded in the Barranco de la Arena by primeval pine forest, near which is an abrupt slope with huge columns of basalt, known as the organos, organ pipes. From Aguamansa, we may either ride back by the W margin of the Ladera de Santa Ursula, P38, and the farm of La Florida, or we may cross the Pedro Gil Pass, 6522 FT. The top of the Cumber to the SW commands a striking view of the E-coast and the Grand Canary to the Grand Basin of the Garganta de Guimer, and along the lava stream of 1705 past Arafo to 67 HRS. Guimer, P36. The ascent of the peak of Tenerife, which is fatiguing but without danger, takes 2 days and should be made in the warmer season. Hotel arrangement for the ascent, CP39. Tariffs for mule and guide, also CP39. The excursion affords an admirable insight into the geological structure of the island, while the view in clear weather is of unparalleled grandeur. The equipment most needed consists of riding leggings, an alpenstock, lanza, stout boots, a lantern, rugs, drinking water, abundant provisions, gray spectacles or goggles, and lanolin for the face. In the Canadas, see below, the guides and mule drivers often refuse their services when snow is falling. The shortest way to the peak is by the bridle path from Puerto Orotava via Cruz Santa to the Portillo, in about 10 HRS. We reach the refuge hut of Alta Vista, the keys of which are brought by the guide. We may afterwards descend to Icod Alto and Rialillo Alto, P42, about 8 HRS, where a vehicle may be ordered to meet us, or we may descend via the Llano de la Maja to Guimer, P36, 10 HRS. Our route ascends through every climatic zone in the world. From the tropical region of Puerto Orotava, we pass, beyond Cruz Santa, 1,500 FT. Through the Toro Basin into the temperate zone, the region of maize and cereals, where numerous cottages are shaded by chestnut trees. Leaving behind the thickets of Monte Verde and following the Camino del Brezel with its view of the somber Ladera de Tigega, P38, we mount, beyond the cloud region, a wilderness of lava. Most striking change of scenery is observed at the Portillo, 6611 FT, lying a little to the E of the Fortaleza, P42, and forming the entrance to the Montañas de las Canadas, the lowest and oldest crater. This enormous basin, 612.5 m in diameter, girdles the base of the peak with its ring-shaped wall of lava rocks, 651,650 FT. High, the continuity of which has, however, been broken by later eruptions. The summit of the peak is rarely free from snow except in August and September. We now ride across the Canada's plateau, midday rest. View of the peak, a desolate expanse of pumice stone, overgrown with scanty retama, P31, and in summer enlivened by a few goats. Here and there it is intersected by huge lava streams and covered with isolated eruptive cones. The sky is generally cloudless, the sun intensely hot, and the air marvelously clear. At the foot of the lower portion of the peak, not far from the spur of Los Rastrojos, 7562 ft, begins the toilsome ascent over the gray-white pumice stone of the Montana Blanca, 8691 ft, to the saddle adjoining the pyramid-like peak. The zigzag path now mounts the slopes of slag, inhabited by rabbits, mostly between streams of black obsidian, to the Lomo ties. In the midst of the expanse of slag, shady resting places are formed here and there by great blocks of lava, such as the Estancia de los Ingleses, 9711 ft, and the Estancia de los Alemans, 10,018 ft. Below the spot where the lava streams unite to form the sickle-shaped Piedras Negras stands the refuge hut of Alta Vista, 10,728 ft. Accommodation for 15 pers, at the utmost, at 5p each. From this point we already enjoy, in clear weather, an imposing view of the E-half of the island, of the Grand Canary, P43, and even of Fuerteventura and Lanzarote, P28, a glorious spectacle more particularly at sunset, when the peak gradually casts its shadow over the sea as far as the Grand Canary. Next morning we start early. The winding path ascends a field of lava to 1 hr, the Rambolta, 11,713 ft, the central crater basin, out of which towers the trachytic cone covered with pumice stone of the Piton or Pan de Azucar, Sugarloaf, the summit of the ** peak of Tenerife equals, or Pico de Teide, 12,175 ft. Peak of Hell, in a 3 hr. We climb its slopes to the Corona, the very narrow margin of the caldera, the insignificant highest crater, 77 by 110 ids, 130 ft. In depth, which was still active in the Middle Ages, but now emits a few jets of steam only from its fumaroles, comp. P29. When the horizon is perfectly clear, the eye ranges over an area of some 2,200 askew. Floating, as it were, in the midst of the boundless expanse of the ocean, the blue of which seems to blend on the horizon with the blue of the sky, we can sometimes see the whole of the Canaries, from Palma, Hierro, and Gomera on the W to the far distant E group. To the W we look down upon the grand crater of the Pico Viejo, see below, the Chahora and the Talus de Bilma, studded with countless colored cinder cones. We survey, from the Fortaleza on the NE to the Morro del Cedro on the SW, the ring-shaped wall of the Canadas, with the pumice stone wilderness of the Canadas Plateau and the colored lava masses of the Azulejos, see below. The older serrated mountains in the island, PP 32, 33, and the green basins of Orotava and Icod are generally shrouded by a sea of clouds of dazzling whiteness. On the descent, which experts may shorten at first by glissading down the cinder slopes, we may visit the Cuva del Hilo, 11,044 ft, a fine lava cavern a little below the Rambolta, always filled with ice and water. From the Montana Blanca, P41, we then turn to the end to the Fortaleza, 8,300 ft, the only considerable height on the N margin of the Canada's wall. The bridle path, very steep and rough, next descends to the Corona de Icod, about 2,900 ft. The highest point of the Ladera de Tagaga, P38, falling away to the E in a huge rocky slope, and again offering a glorious view of the Vale of Orotava. From Icod Alto, 1716 ft. We may descend rapidly to the N, E, to Realegio Alto, see below, or we may wend our way due W to Icod de los Vinos, P43. Round the Cañadas is an interesting but toilsome excursion. From the Portillo, P41, we strike to the S across the Canada's plateau to the rocks of the Risco Verde, 7130 ft. On the E margin of the encircling wall, where a lava cavern serves for night quarters. The path then leads to the SW, skirting the basaltic rock of Las Pilas, 7228 ft, passing below the Espigon Hill and along the wildly fissured and variegated Roques de la Grieta, 7211 ft, where a new observatorio has been built near a spring, 1909. This brings us to the Guajura Hill, 8908 ft, near the Guajura Pass, see below. Our route, now running to the W, crosses the so-called Azulejos, 9,400 ft, a lava wall consisting partly of blue-green rock, and at the Boca de Taz, 7021 ft. Surmounts the huge lava streams of 1,798 and 1909 comp. P29 of the Chahara, 7743 ft, and the Pico Viejo, 10,289 ft. To the left rises the Morro del Cedro, 8,000 ft, the highest hill on the W side of the crater wall. From the N.W. side of the Canadas, whose girdle wall was here almost entirely destroyed by the numerous cones thrown up in 1705 and 1706, we next reach the Pinal de la Guancha, the finest pine forest in the island. Thence we traverse the huge lava slopes of the Lomo de Vega, 5168 ft, to the basin of Ica de los Vinos, P43. A somewhat shorter path from the Portillo, crossing the saddle between the Rastrojos and the Montana Blanca, P41, leads to the SW in 3.5 HRS, direct to the Guajira Pass, 7992 ft, which gives access to the village of Villaflor, 4842 ft. Finally situated on the S slope of the girdle wall of the Canadas amid pine woods and luxuriant orchards, and noted for the Villaflor embroidery, P32. From the brow of the Llano de los Quemados, we overlook the late volcanic terraces of the Bandas del Sur, which are bare and thinly peopled. A fine excursion from Villaflor is made via Escalona, 3750 ft, and Arona, 2198 ft, with views towards the W of the islands of Gomera and Hierro to the little town of Adege, 935 ft, situated behind the Adege MTS. P32, Roque del Carrasco, etc., the ancient Guanche capital of the island. Near it is the Barranco del Infierno, the upper half of which is the grandest ravine in Tenerife. The * High Road, which at the foot of the Montana de Chaves, P38, sends off a by-road to the village of Rialillo Alto, 1158 ft, nears the sea at the rocky headland of Rambla de Castro. At 27.5 m from Santa Cruz, Rialillo Bajo, 883 ft. The Ladera de Tigega, P38, comes close down to the coast. The next stretch of road, as far as 32.5 m, San Juan de la Rambla, 2,000 in Hab, situated on a recent lava stream, is particularly fine. It leads past abrupt rocks and through somber gorges, Barranco de la Torre, Barranco Ruiz, and often through banana plantations and vineyards extending to the cliffs of the coast. 37.5 equals m. Ica de los Vinos equals 755 ft. Hot. Inglés por, a small town with 2,000 in Hab, is the chief place in the Vale of Icod, which is bounded by the Ladera de Tigega, the Lomo de Vega, and the Pinal de la Guancha, P42, rivaling the Vale of Orotava in fertility and beauty. We enjoy here a magnificent asterisk view of the peak, towering almost immediately above the coast, between the Fortaleza and the Pico Viejo, P42. A garden near the Iglesia Parroquial contains an old dragon tree. The Guanches cave below the village is not worth visiting, Fee 2P. A pleasant way back to the Vale of Orotava is the bridle path via Guancha, Icod Alto, P42, and Rialillo Alto, P42. The equals Gran Canaria equals, or Grand Canary, the second largest island in the archipelago, nearly circular in form, with 127,000 in Hab. In an area of 626 sq m, lies about 66 m to the SE of Tenerife. The best watered and most fertile parts are the environs of Las Palmas, the capital, and the N coast. The barren brown mountains in the interior, with their sharp outlines, culminate in the Pico de las Nieves, 6,400 ft. On every side, deep barrancos or ravines descend to the coast, conspicuous among which, as we near the island from Tenerife, is the Barranco de Tejeda. The Isleta, 748 ft. The NE promontory of Gran Canaria, once a separate island, has gradually been united to the greater island by deposits of sea sand which form the Istmo de Guanarteme. The lighthouse, Faro, on the Punta Morro de la Vieja, on the N side of the Isleta, is the chief landmark for steamers coming from Tenerife or the N. Beyond the Isleta, in the Confidal Bay opening to the W, lies equals Puerto de la Luz equals hot. Rayo with cafe, pens, 6p, a very fair Spanish in, comp. Plan P46, a rapidly rising place, the chief port of Gran Canaria and the best harbor in the islands. The entrance to it is protected by a breakwater, rompiolas, about 1,100 ids long, and by the mule mole de Santa Catalina, landing or embarking in steam launches or small boats, 1p, trunk 50c. The hotel agents from Las Palmas come on board. A dusty road leads from Puerto de la Luz, passing many new buildings, the mineral baths of Fuente de Santa Catalina, near which is the English church, P45, and the large hotels named at P44 to 4.5m. Las Palmas. Tramway in about 40 min, fares 2040c. Tartana, a kind of dog cart, 2, with luggage 34p. Equals Las Palmas equals hotels. Santa Catalina pens, 1016s, and Metropole pens, 1012s, both on the road to the harbor comp, plan P46, ca 3/4 m to the end of the town with beautiful gardens towards the sea, tennis courts, etc., both closed in summer. In the town, hot. Continental PL, C, B2 with American bar and pretty garden pens from 8s, 6D, and Quine's English Hotel PL. DB2, R46B1 D5 pens, 1015s, both in the Plaza de San Bernardo P45 in a quiet and pleasant situation. Catalan Hotel PL, EB3 Caldelos Remedios 8 pens, 6p and Cuatro Nations PL, FB4 Alameda de Colón with Café pens, 6p both quite Spanish. The best table water is Agua Fergas. Post Office Correos PL, 1B4 Plaza de Santa Ana best hours 12:4. Telegraph Office Telegrafo PL, 5A2 Cal de Domingo J, Navarro 36. Theater PL, C3 at the month of the Barranco Guinaguada. Music in the Alameda de Colón. Bankers, Miller & Co., Mule de Santa Catalina in Puerto de la Luz, Blandy Bros & Co., Cal Mayor de Triana 68 and others. Steamboat agents. Miller & Co. see above, for the Union Castle, the Austro-Americana, Aberdeen, Rennies, Bucknell, and other lines. Grand Canary Coaling Co. for the Peninsular and Oriental Co. and the Royal Mail Steam Packet Co. Barons at Puerto de la Luz to the N. Of the Mule de Santa Catalina, for the German East African Woermann and Hamburg American lines. Elder, Dempster & Co., Cal Mayor de Triana 93, for the Vapors Correos Interinsulares Canarios. M. Curbilo & Co., Caldemuro, for the Campania Transatlantica. Carriages stands in the Plaza de Carrasco, in the Plaza de San Bernardo and near the theater. Drive in the town for 1.3 pers, 1.5p, for 4 pers, 2p, per hour 2.5 or for a tartana or dogcart 2p, to Puerto de la Luz 5 tartana 2p, to the Monte, Telda or Aroca's 15 tartana 12.5p, to Atalaya San Mateo or Terror 20 tartana 15p. English Church near the hot. Metropole on the road to Puerto de la Luz, comp. Plan P46, English Club at Puerto de la Luz. Las Palmas, a town of 28,600 inhab, of a S Spanish type like Santa Cruz, comp. P35, the seat of the Bishop of Gran Canaria, situated in 28 degrees 6 N lat. and 15 degrees 12 W long, is the busiest and wealthiest town in the whole archipelago. The houses of the well-to-do townspeople, built of pale gray tufa or blue lava basalt, often enclose beautiful patios filled with plants, which are watered by means of pipes conducted from the roofs. On the hills at the back of the town, which have been fortified since the Spanish and American War, are sprinkled many gaily painted country houses. Las Palmas is divided into 2 parts barrios by the Barranco de Guinaguada, on the N Triana and on the S Vegeta. The main street of Triana, with its numerous shops in line with the road from Puerto de la Luz, is called Cal Mayor de Triana PL, BC13. Beyond the Barranquillo de Mata, it intersects the Plaza San Telmo PL, B1, in which rises the Gobierno Militar PL, 2, B1. The Paseo de Bravo Murillo PL, B1 ascends the gorge to the right to the Carretera del Norte P47. On the left is the harbor PL, BC1, with the pier Mule, where the sea breezes may be enjoyed in hot weather. From the Cal Mayor de Triana, farther on, the Cal Constantino diverges to the right to the Plaza de San Bernardo PL, AB2, a square planted with Indian laurels. Near the S end of the street, the Cal del General Bravo leads to the Alameda de Colón, PL. B3, which is embellished with a bust of Columbus and fine royal and date palms, P30. In this square rise the Iglesia de San Francisco, 1689, and the casino. The central point of Vegeta is the Plaza de Santa Ana, PL. B4, where the guides lie in wait for strangers. The bronze dogs at the lower end of the plaza, as well as those in the arms of the town, recall the tradition that Juba Roman II. P31 carried away some dogs' canes from the island, and that their name is derived thence. The cathedral, PL. BC4, San Cristobal, founded in 1497 and restored in 1781, with its heavy facade flanked with towers 184 ft high, contains in the first chapel of the left aisle the tombstone of the native poet Bart. Carrasco de Figueroa, 1540–1610, and in the crypt the tomb of Vieira y Clavijo, 1730–1802, the historian of the Canaries. The Town Hall Palacio Municipal, PLB4, built in 1842, contains on the third floor the Museo Canario, consisting of natural history collections and of curiosities from the Guanche caverns of the Isleta, P43, and other places, implements, weapons, and tools in basalt, obsidian, horn, wood, and clay, leatherwork, and mummies. Adam. Free, daily 11:3. For a prolonged stay, the Monte is preferable to Las Palmas. It is reached by the Carretera del Centro, Comp. PL. A5, the best road in the island. Ascending from the suburb of San Roque and soon affording splendid views, the road at first follows the Barranco de Guinaguada, P45, and then winds up the slopes of the Pico del Vinto, 820 ft. 3¾ m Tafira, 1230 ft. Hotel Victoria, James's boarding house, the first village on the *= Monte =, a colony of villas and a favorite winter resort of the English. 8M Santa Brigida, 1572 ft. Hot. Santa Brigida in a fine open situation with a beautiful park, pens, from 10s/6d. Quine's Bella Vista, a half m below the other pens, 810s. A finely situated village with 500 inhabitants. The road, still unfinished, goes on to Telda, P47, passing the curious cave village of Atalaya, 1720 ft, which rises in terraces on the hillside. The tufa walls of the cave dwellings are hung with mats. The industry of the place is the manufacture of pottery, notably the porous water jars so common in N Africa. The ascent of the Pico de Vendama, 1838 ft, may be made from Atalaya or direct from Santa Brigida, there and back to HRS. Mule 3P. This hill, overgrown with pines and tree-like broom, overlooks the grand mountain landscape of the E-coast. Very striking is the view of the Caldera de Vendama, a huge crater basin of about 550 ids, in diameter and 683 ft. in depth. Its floor is planted with vines and cereals, and it is worthwhile to ride down into it. The Carretera del Centro leads, beyond the bifurcation for Atalaya, to 13M, the little town of San Mateo, 2575 ft. Fair Inn, superbly situated among the mountains. Rough mule tracks lead thence to the Pico de las Nieves, 6400 ft, to the village of Tejeda, 3160 ft, in the Barranco de Tejeda, P43, and to the cave village of Artenara. Scarcely less attractive than the Monte Road is the * Carretera del Sur, which leads from Las Palmas, at first passing the cemeteries, then skirting the rocks of the E-coast, and at length turning inland, piercing the lava rock by a tunnel, to Ginammer and 8M, Telda 394 ft. In Pop. 4000, a picturesque little town amidst beautiful orange groves. The Carretera del Norte, crossing the Barranco de San Lorenzo and the road from Puerto de la Luz, P43, at Tamersite, and farther on, beyond a long tunnel, the Barranco de Tenoya above the village of that name, leads to 10M Arucas, 1017 ft. 2 Inns, an industrial little town of 2,900 inhab. At the foot of the Montana de Arucas, a hill affording fine views. The sugar cane is cultivated in the vicinity. A byroad diverges from this carretera, beyond the Barranco de San Lorenzo, to 12½ m Terror, 1936 ft. Dirty Inn, a little town with the famous pilgrimage church of the Virgin del Pino, 16th cent. The island of Palma or La Palma, in the extreme NW of the archipelago, 28.5 m long and 17 m broad, lying about 16.5 m to the W, of Tenerife, is remarkable for its fine scenery and superb forests, but is as yet rarely visited by tourists. The famous caldera, the largest and deepest of all the crater basins in the islands, opens towards the W. In the huge Barranco de las Angustias, while many smaller gorges render the N coast in particular very difficult of access. The whole of the S part of the island is of recent volcanic origin and therefore poorly watered. The population, 42,000 in an area of 280 sq m, is confined to the SE margin of the island and the middle of the W, slopes many of the natives emigrate, especially to Cuba. Starting from Santa Cruz de Tenerife, P33, the steamer rounds the Anaga MTS, with the lighthouse already named P33, and steers to the W from the Punta del Hidalgo, P37, to Palma, the lighthouse on the Punta de Tino, 23 ft. The NW point of Tenerife remains visible for some time. The bold coast of Palma presents a grand appearance as we approach. Santa Cruz de la Palma hotels. Hot, Miramar, hot, Espanol, hot, International Fonda Verbena pens, 45p. Carriage to Los Llanos 45p, also motor omnibus. Mule per day 5.6 to Los Llanos 7.5p. Santa Cruz de la Palma, the only considerable port, 5,700 in hab. In the island, lies on the coast, on an open bay which is much exposed to sand drifts. The houses rise in terraces on the steep hillside, overtopped by tall canary palms. The chief export is tobacco, which is little inferior to that of Havana. Cigar factory of J. Cabrera Martin. The main street, in which rises the town hall, Ayuntamiento, of 1563, leads to a picturesque triangular plaza with the Church of San Salvador and several handsome houses. Close by is the small museum, Museo de Historia Natural y Etnográfico. A beautiful palm avenue leads through the upper part of the town. Excursions. To the NW we may ascend through the Barranco de la Madeira, with its cave dwellings, Cuvas de los Guanches, to the loftily situated pilgrimage church of the Virgin de las Nieves, 16th cent. Thence either to the Montana de Tagoj, about 3,300 ft. With grand view of the coast of Gomera and Tenerife, or to the Pico del Cedro, 7471 ft. On the margin of the caldera, see below, round which we may ride to the Roque de los Muchachos, 7693 ft. On the N side, to the SW, following the old bridle path which cuts off the windings of the road, we may walk or ride to 1HR. Buena Vista, about 660 ft. Whence a rough mule track ascends to the 2HRS. Cumbernuva, 4593 ft. The chief mountain pass in the island, where we have a grand asterisk view of the abrupt rocks and the pine woods of the central chain, of the fertile plains to the W, and of the distant peak of Tenerife. Then we proceed through pine forest, past the venerable Pino de la Virgen, to El Paso, 2060 ft. Whence we may ascend the Cumbricita, 4445 ft. And the Idef, the sacred mount of the Guanches, on the S margin of the caldera. Finally, we descend to the 3HRS. Little town of Los Llanos, 1000 ft. Poor inn, bargaining advisable. From Los Llanos it takes a day, 7-8 HRS. There and back, to visit the caldera a vast basin, nearly 5,900 ft. Deep and 3.4 m in diameter, situated in the heart of the island and rarely quite cloudless. A tedious ride up the Barranco de las Angustias brings us to the farm building of Tenera, 3642 ft. Whence we look down on the floor of the caldera, which is partly clothed with pines. The best way to return from Los Llanos to Santa Cruz is to drive 34.5 m by the road passing Las Manchas, Fuencaliente, 2297 ft. Mazo, 1312 ft. And Brina Baja, or we may ride across the Cumber Vieja, 6660 ft. The pass between Las Manchas and the Barranco Aduars. Roman 3, Andalusia. Route page geographical and historical sketch. Preliminary notes. Gibraltar, from Gibraltar to Seville A, via Bobadilla and Utara B, via Tangier and Cadiz, Seville A. The Plaza del Triunfo with the Alcazar and the Cathedral 61. B. The central and eastern quarters, Casa del Ayuntamiento, Casa de Pilatos University 65. C. The western and southwestern quarters, Museo Provincial, Hospital de la Caridad, Public Gardens 66. From Seville to Cordova. From Cordova via Bobadilla to Granada. Granada A. The lower town 75. B. Darro Valley and Albaicin 78. C. The Alhambra 79. D. The Generalife 87. From Granada via Bobadilla to Malaga. Andalusia, the southmost region of Spain, is geologically of somewhat recent origin. In the Tertiary period, the sea still washed the southern shores of the Iberian tableland, until a pressure acting in a direction from S to N gradually lifted up a new coast in long parallel folds, while the Mediterranean forced a new passage to the ocean through the Straits of Gibraltar, Comp. P. Roman 29. Latest of all appeared the Guadalquivir Bay, the highest point of whose coast scarcely rises 490 ft. Above the sea. The coast hills, which have their counterpart in the Rif MTS. On the African side, P93, stretch in the main from E to W, descending abruptly to the sea. Transverse fissures, in which volcanic activity is still indicated by frequent earthquakes, divide the coast into several different chains, which culminate in the Sierra Nevada, 11,421 ft. Snow Mountain, the highest peak in Spain. The W chain, Serrania de Ronda, trends round to the N in contrast to the Andalusia Alta, the folded region facing the Mediterranean. The Andalusia Baja, the basin of the Guadalquivir, opens towards the Atlantic. The Guadalquivir, Arabic Wad al-Kebir, the Great River, the Beatties of antiquity, rises indeed in the Sierra de Cazorla, apart from the coast mountains, but receives its more copious affluents, particularly the Guadiana Menor, from the Sierra Nevada. After a wild career, it enters the plain beyond Montoro, becomes navigable at Cordova, and even carries seagoing vessels at Seville. Footnote 5. Fuller details in Baedeker's Spain and Portugal. The history of the country dates from hoar antiquity. It was the Tarshish of the Bible, being already named in the generations of Noah, Gen X4, and was called by the Greeks Tartessos, the home of precious metals, especially of silver, the source of the wealth of Tyre. Here, too, are the rich copper mines of Rio Tinto and Tharsis, which were already worked in the ancient Iberian Age. The Mediterranean peoples contented themselves with visiting the harbors established in the bays of the coast, leaving it to the natives to bring the produce of the interior down to them across the mountains or by the river Beatties. Thus arose, probably even before the foundation of Cadiz, the Phoenician towns of Malacca, Malaga, and Calpe, Gibraltar, besides other small settlements. About 1100 BC. Gadir or Gads, the westmost of these, appears in history, and afterwards became dependent on Carthage. The art of writing, the first and most potent aid to commerce, was propagated from Gads, which thereby laid the foundation of the higher civilization of the peninsula. Summoned to their aid by the Gadatanians, the Carthaginians, who had already gained possession of the Balearic Islands, invaded Iberia. After the Punic Wars, p. 345, came the domination of the Romans, who in 27 AD gave the whole of Spain the name of Provincia Baetica. On the breakup of the Roman Empire, Andalusia was overrun by the Vandals, p. 322, the Suevi, and the Visigoths. At length, the Arabs and the Berbers of Morocco obtained a footing here, after they had crossed the Straits of Gibraltar under Tariq, p. 54. By them this region, and afterwards the whole peninsula which they conquered, were named El-Andalus, Land of the West, down to the 13th cent. The Moors occupied Andalusia, and it was not till 1492 that Granada was captured by Ferdinand V, the Catholic. These vicissitudes in the country's history are still reflected in its present inhabitants. Half African, half European, like the Maltese, the Sicilians, and the Sardinians, the Andalusians have inherited something of the character, the customs, and the language of all the nations that once held sway in this region. To this day, the Andalusian dialect swarms with Arabic words. Almost all the terms used in agriculture and irrigation are Arabic. The popular dances and music are of Oriental origin. To their Oriental ancestry, the Andalusian Andaluz, Andaluza, also owes his exuberant imagination. There can be no greater contrast than that which the calm and proud Old Castilian presents to the volatile and excitable Andalusian, who is apt to substitute fancy for fact, who sees everything as through a magnifying glass, and who is therefore much given to exaggeration, fanfarnadas. On the other hand, nothing can be more charming than the bearing of an Andalusian, Maja, who is admired rather for her wit, her grace, and her power of repartee than for her beauty. The sal Andaluza is as proverbial as the Attic salt of the ancients. Andalusia can boast of possessing not only some of the finest and most interesting Moorish buildings in Spain, such as the mosque at Cordova, the Giralda and Alhambra at Granada, but also several of the grandest monuments of the Reconquista period. Among these are the Alcazar of Seville, one of the most brilliant creations of the so-called Mudéjar, or Moorish Christian style, and the grand cathedrals of Seville and Granada in the Gothic and Plateresque, or Spanish early Renaissance, styles. Nor is the scenery of this region less attractive. Andalusia may be said to stand in the same relation to Spain as Sicily to Italy, or as Provence to the rest of France. It combines all that the rest of the peninsula possesses locally or partially. To the E are vast plateau and steppes, frozen in winter and parched in summer. To the S rise snow-clad mountains. On the SW are the sand dunes of the Atlantic coast. Olive groves thrive on the Guadalquivir. And on the shores of the Mediterranean are well-watered Vegas where the cotton plant, the banana, and the sugar cane flourish. Mediterranean travelers will hardly have time for more than a circular tour from Gibraltar to Tangier, Cadiz, Seville, Cordova, Granada, and back to Gibraltar, or, in unfavorable weather, to Algeciras, Bobadilla, and Seville only. The Spanish railways, see the Guia General de Ferrocarriles, 1p smaller edition 75c, are far inferior to the British or to the French, and their speed is very low. The natives travel mostly in the second or third class, but the carriages cannot be recommended. The first class often has a berlina, or coupe carriage with 4 seats, which affords an unimpeded view, higher fare. In the larger towns, one may book luggage, factural equipage, 1-2 HRS, before the departure of the train at the dispatch central or town office. Booking it at the station itself is a very slow process, as in France luggage up to 30 kilos, 66 pounds, is free. The ticket for it is called a talon or Balton de equipage. The porter Mose, often most importunate, receives 30-50c or more. Andalusia possesses few first-class hotels. The better second-class inns are similar to the French and Italian. Even for a stay of a single day, it is usual to pay an inclusive charge for bed and board, pupillage, from 6 to 20p. Dejeuner or lunch, 1 o'clock, is called almuerzo, dinner, comida, at or after 7, table wine, vino común or de mesa. No allowance is made for meals omitted. An extra charge is often made for breakfast, coffee, etc., which Spanish travelers usually take in their own rooms. Notice of departure should be given as early as possible, lest a whole additional day be charged for. The usual fee to the servants, camero, waiter, muchacha, chambermaid, mozo, boots, who are apt to be lazy and inattentive, is 1p per day, divided among them, or more in proportion for families. The beer houses are called cervecerias. The cafes are usually open in the afternoon and evening only. Café con leche is coffee with milk. Café solo is without milk. Newspapers, periodicos, are not provided by the cafes. Tobacco and cigars are a government monopoly. The shop is called estanco. There are also special shops for the better Havana cigars. The post offices, correo, even in the larger towns, are often open for a few hours only. The hours for obtaining post restant, cartas en lista, or registered letters, cartas certificadas, are often changed. The addressee must show his visiting card tarjeta at the office. Stamps, celos de correo. For the town 10, country 15, abroad 25c, and postcards, tarjetas postals, 10c, are obtainable at the tobacco shops only. Telegrams, telegrammas, must be prepaid with special stamps, celos de telegrafos, for the sale of which there are separate offices. The Spanish peseta p, divided into 100 centimos c, is scarcely equal to the franc in value. The only valid banknotes are those of the Madrid Banco de España. The 5p piece is popularly called a duro. The 10c and 5c copper coins are often termed pero grande and pero chico, big and little dog, in jocular allusion to the lions in the coat of arms. Change should be examined carefully, as base coin is common. At Gibraltar, the currency is English, but Spanish money is received, except at the Post and Telegraph Office. Gibraltar. Arrival, the ocean-going steamers land and embark their passengers in their own steam tenders at any time before sunset at the commercial pier, fare for each pers. 1s, either way. The tariff for small boats is 1s, 6d, for a row in the harbor or 2 or from the steamboats for 2 pers and 1s for each adit. Person, luggage up to 56 pounds. Free, excess 6d, per 56 pounds, or a bargain may be made L2s. For passenger, inkle. Luggage, in bad weather the tariff is raised, in accordance with the signals, red, blue, bluish-white, to 1/3 more or double or triple fare. The porters are notorious for their extortionate demands. The charge for conveying luggage to the hotel should be fixed beforehand. The custom house examination at the harbor gate is confined to tobacco, spirits, and weapons. Foreigners require a permit from the police office, PL. 2, to spend the day on shore, and if they intend to spend the night, the permit must be renewed by their landlord. Between 5.3 and 8.15, according to the season, a cannon shot gunfire announces the closing of the land port, P55. The other gates remain open till 11. Hotels the inclusive charge for the day should be ascertained. Hot. Bristol PL. A. Cathedral Square, quiet and pleasant, Grand Hotel PL. B. and hot. Cecil PL. C. both in Waterport St. These 3 have high charges from 10-12s. A day and upwards hot. Paris PL. F. opposite the post office, New Pens, 815 FR. Plainer hot. Continental PL. D. Turnbull's Lane hot. Victoria Church St. Cafe Restore. Nouveau hot. Espanol PL. E. Irish Town, Pens, 8s, tolerable. The drinking water, rainwater from cisterns is not good. Cafes. Universal Church St., also at the Assembly Rooms P. 53. Cabs stands at Waterport Gate, Commercial Esque, and Cathedral Esque. Drive for 2 pers. In the lower town between Waterport Gate and Alameda 6d. In the upper quarters Governor's St. 9d. To Catalan Bay 1s 3d. To the Lighthouse 1s 4d. To Governor's Cottage 1s 9d. Per hour for 2 pers 1s 6d. For each adit. A half HR, 6d, 3d, extra for each adit, pers or 5d. Extra for the longer drives, Lighthouse, Governor's Cottage, etc. Each trunk 2d. The tariff is in force only from daybreak till midnight. A bargain should be made beforehand. Post office PL. 1. Waterport St. Weekdays 7 a.m. 8 p.m. on Sun, 8:10 a.m. The Overland English Mail closes at 6.45 a.m. Telegraph Office same place, 6 a.m. till midnight. Tariff to England 3d, or via Malta 6d, per word, to the United States 1s, 4d 1s, 11d, per word. Banks, Anglo-Egyptian, Market St., opposite police station Larios Hermanos, Irish Town, those, Cook and Son, tourist agents. Waterport St., numerous money changers. United States Consul R.L. Sprague, Vice Consul A.D. Hayden, Lloyd's Agents Smith, Emasi and Co., Irish Town. Theater, Assembly Rooms PL. 8 in the Alameda with open-air cafe. Steamboat Lines Comp. Gibraltar Chronicle, Peninsular and Oriental Smith, Emasi and Co., Irish Town, weekly between London, Marseille and Port Said for Australia and China, Comp. RR. 1767, Orient Royal Smith, Emasi and Co., fortnightly between London, Marseille and Port Said for Australia, Comp. RR. 1767, Cunard M.H. Bland and Co., Cloister BDG, between New York and Trieste, RR. 15A 16, White Star TH. Morsley and Co., Irish Town 11, 2 or 3 times monthly to Naples and Genoa, RR. 16, 15A or via Algiers to Genoa, North German Lloyd J. Wunty and Sons, Engineer Lane, fortnightly to Algiers, Genoa, Naples and Port Said Comp. RR. 115B 2467, also fortnightly between New York, Algiers, Naples and Genoa, Comp. RR. 1624. The Hamburg American J. Carrara and Sons Waterport St. has excursion steamers only, German Levant J. Ruggeroni and Son Commercial SQ. Occasionally to Algiers, Hall Line W.J.S. Smith Baum House Lane, weekly between London, Lisbon, Cadiz and Malaga, Comp. RR 16B. Royal Mail steam packet, Bland & Co. See above. Every other wed for Tangier, Mogador, Tenerife, etc. RR. 14.3.4. Transports Maritimes, Emasi and Son, 21st of each month for Madeira and S. America. Oldenburg, Portuguese A. Mateos and Sons, Pitman's Alley, twice monthly to Tangier and Mogador, R14. Navigation mixed A. Mateos and Sons, every other wed night to Tangier, Oran and Marseille, RR. 18.19. Vapors Correos de Africa, J. Wunty and Sons, at Algeciras, A. Gilpinda, from Algeciras to Tangier and Cadiz, CR6B. Local steamers to Algeciras and Tangier, Comp. R6. 1 day or even less when time presses. Walk through the town to the Alameda, P55, visit to Europa Point, P55, and perhaps Catalan Bay also, P56. Foreigners are not admitted to the fortifications, photographing or sketching which is prohibited. Gibraltar, a town of 23,450 inhab. Incle, the garrison of 5,100 men, the key of the Mediterranean, and one of the most important coast fortresses in the world, in British possession since 1704, and headquarters of the Atlantic Fleet, lies on the W slope of a huge rock, which is connected with the Spanish mainland by a sandy isthmus only. The famous rock bounds the Bay of Algeciras or Gibraltar on the E. It is the very image of an enormous lion, crouched between the Atlantic and the Mediterranean, and set there to guard the passage for its British mistress. Thackeray. The rock is composed of Jurassic limestone, overlying Silurian slate, and extending from N to S. It is 3 m long and 3/4 m in breadth, with a saddle separating MT. Rock gun 1356 ft. The lower hill on the N from the signal station, the highest point 1396 ft. And the Sugar Loaf Hill, O. Hara's Tower, 1361 ft. On the S, its gray masses ascend gradually in terraces on the W and S sides and rise almost perpendicularly on the E and N sides. The town of Gibraltar, North Town, covers 1/3 of the W slope to the N, while the remaining 2/3 are occupied by the Alameda, numerous pretty villas, the barracks of the South Town, and the lighthouse on Europa Point. The houses rise in terraces to a height of 260 ft. The streets are narrow and dark and are relieved by few squares. The natives are chiefly Spaniards and descendants of many different Mediterranean races. The numerous Moroccans, mostly dealers from Tangier, indicate the proximity of the African coast. The cleanness of the town and the absence of beggars produce a pleasant impression. The coal stores on the South Mole, along with those of Algiers and Malta, supply the vessels bound for the Suez Canal, about 1,200 annually. There is little other trade except the import of cattle and provisions from Galicia and Morocco. The ancient name of the rock was Calpe, while the hills on the African side were called Abila, now Sierra Bullons, P103. Together they were known as the Pillars of Hercules, the entrance to the ocean. Under the protection of the divine Hercules Melkarth, the Phoenicians ventured through the straits, even as far as Britain, whence they brought the earliest tidings from the north and also cargoes of tin, which they mixed with copper to produce bronze. Calpe was also the name of the first Phoenician settlement on the Bay of Gibraltar, while Cartia, on the inner part of the bay, was probably of ancient Iberian origin. Cartia was still an important harbor under the Carthaginians, and in 171 BC it became the first Roman colony in the whole peninsula. Nothing is recorded of the period which succeeded the invasion of the Vandals, p. 322. At length in 711, the bay reappears in history, when Musa, the governor appointed by the Caliph of Damascus, sent the Berber Tariq ibn Ziyad across from Ceuta to the Bay of Algeciras on an expedition against Spain, in which he defeated the Visigoths at Vejer de la Frontera, near Cape Trafalgar, p. 58. Impressed by the commanding position of the Rock of Gibraltar, Tariq afterwards erected a fort upon it, which formed the nucleus of the Moorish castle, p. 55. From him is derived the name of Jebel Tariq, Mountain of Tariq, corrupted into Gibraltar. In 1309, Gibraltar was captured by Alpérez de Guzmán, El Bueno, for Ferdinand Roman IV. Of Castile, the Moors recaptured it in 1333, but in 1462 lost it again to the Spaniards. In consequence of the plundering of Gibraltar by Algerian pirates under Caradin, p. 221, Charles v. ordered the fortifications to be reconstructed and new ramparts to be built from the S side of the town to the crest of the hill. In 1610, the Spanish Admiral Mendoza caused the last Moriscos of Andalusia to be sent back to Morocco from this very port, where their ancestors had so long held sway, and whence they had gone forth to conquer the whole peninsula. After having undergone 10 sieges at various periods, the fortress was surprised and captured by the British fleet under Adam. George Rooke and Prince George of Hesse-Darmstadt in 1704, during the Spanish War of Succession, and was stoutly and successfully defended by them during a 6-month bombardment by the Spaniards and the French, 1704-5. The 13th Siege, 1727, and the Great Siege, by the French and the Spaniards, 1779-83, were also unsuccessful, the British commander then being Gen Eliot, afterwards Lord Heathfield. By the Peace of Versailles, in 1783, Great Britain was confirmed in her possession of the historic rock. The older fortifications on the coast, from Landport on the N to Europa Point on the S, those on the S slope of the rock above Europa Point, and those on the N side, the famous underground galleries, p. 55, have in late years been strengthened by the construction of a fort on the summit of the hill, armed with guns of the largest caliber. From the Old Mole, dating from 1309 and lately prolonged by the North Mole, we pass through the Old Mole Gate, the outer gate of the harbor, and then, beyond the market, through the inner Waterport Gate, which stands on the site of the old Moorish wharf. This brings us to the S.E. to Casemate Square. Adjacent, on the S, is Waterport Street, with the chief buildings forming, together with the parallel street to the W called Irish Town, the chief business quarter. Waterport Street is prolonged to the S by Church Street. Beyond Commercial Square and the Exchange PL. 3, we come to the Catholic Cathedral PL. 4, on the left, originally a mosque but restored by the Catholic kings, P75 after 1502, there now remains little worth seeing except the Moorish Orange Court. A little farther on the same side is the Supreme Court, PL. 7, with its pretty garden. To the right in Cathedral Square stands the Anglican Cathedral, PL. 6, built in the Moorish style. The southmost part of this line of streets is Southport Street, where on the right rises the convent, once a Franciscan establishment, now the government house, Governor Sir Arch Hunter, the garden of which contains a venerable dragon tree, P30. At the S end of this street is Southport Gate, which is always open, dating from the time of Charles V, but restored in 1883. Outside the gate, on the left, is the small Trafalgar Cemetery, where the British who fell at the Battle of Trafalgar, P58, are buried. The Alameda equals, beyond the gate, a fine promenade with rich subtropical vegetation, was laid out by Governor George Donne in 1814. A military band plays near the Assembly Rooms, P53 on Sun, and wed from 3-5 or in summer in the evening. To the W we overlook the naval harbor, with its dockyard, quays, and long South Mole. A little to the E of the Southport Gate is Prince Edward's Gate, a second exit to the S from the town, whence the asterisk equals Europa Main Road equals ascends gently along the W slope of the rock, above the Alameda Gardens, between gardens and villas. Below it, on the right, farther on, are the Naval Hospital and the Buena Vista Barracks. Lastly, a little way short of a signal station, we descend between the fissured rocks of the Europa past to 1.5 m, Europa Point, with its great lighthouse, the much-eroded S extremity of the peninsula. The road then turns to the N, soon affording a view of the Spanish Mediterranean coast, to the governor's cottage and the monkeys' cave hidden among the rocks. The Moorish castle, above the artillery barracks, begun by Tariq in 713 and completed in 742, is entered through the civil prison, verbal permission required by foreigners. Access to the subterranean galleries of the fortress, lying below the castle and dating from 1782, comp. P54, is now limited to British subjects. From the market P54, we may walk to the NE to the landport. Notice as to closing should be observed. Comp. P52, and past the inundation, a space which may be flooded for defensive purposes, made in 1705, to the equals north front equals, which forms part of the low neck of land below the end slopes of the rock. From this point, the Devil's Tower Road leads to the SE, past the cemeteries, to the Devil's Tower 10 min. From the land fort, probably an old Genoese watchtower. The road then turns to the S to Catalan Bay, below the E flank of the rock, just allowing room for the little fishing village of Caleta. The rocks contain several caves. Beyond the neutral ground, 550 ids. In breadth, we come to the Spanish town of Línea de la Concepción, 29,600 in hab. 1/4 m to the N, of Gibraltar, which owes its origin to the old Spanish lines of defense, long since demolished. The place is uninteresting. From Gibraltar to Seville. A via Bobadilla and Utrera. Steamboat from Gibraltar Commercial Pier to Algeciras Puerto in a half HR. Fare 1/2 or 1p. Passengers with through tickets have their luggage conveyed gratis. Railway from Algeciras Puerto to Seville, 214 m in 10.5 HRS. 54p20, 40p20, 24p85c. Carriages are changed at Bobadilla, La Rota and Utrera. Rail. Restaurants at Ronda, Bobadilla and Utrera. There are through expresses from Granada to Seville, thrice weekly, in 7/3 HRS. But they do not correspond with the Algeciras trains. Algeciras hot. Reine Cristina first class hot. Anglo-Hispano, hot Marina, Brit Viscons, W.J. Smith, pop. 13,300, a small town on the W, margin of the bay of that name, is a winter resort of English and American visitors. The famous Morocco Conference, Comp. P96 of 1906 was held in the Casa Consistorial or Town Hall. Local steamer to Ceuta, CP102. The train for Bobadilla, soon after starting, crosses the rivers Pomons and Guadarranque. To the right we have a final view of the Bay of Algeciras and the African coast. Beyond, 8/3 m, San Roque, we traverse extensive plantations of cork trees, P171. 26 m Gymna, 36 m Gossan, in the Guadairo Valley, the station for the little town high up on the hills, 5.5 m to the E. We next pass through the romantic Guadairo ravine and through many tunnels under the slopes of the Sierra de Ronda and skirt the foot of the barren limestone slopes of the Sierra de Libar. 65.5 m equals Ronda equals 2460 ft. Rail, restore, hot, Reine Victoria first class pens from 17.5 or 20p, hot. Royal in the Newtown English pens from 12.5p good, pop. 19,000, one of the most interesting towns in Spain, occupying a plateau girdled by grand mountains. From the station we follow the Carrera de Espinal to the W. To the Cal de Casteller, the main street of the new town, and the Plaza de Toros, Bullring. From the railed-in platforms of the Paseo de la Merced, a park a little to the NW of the plaza, we enjoy a fine view, with the foaming Guadalvin or Guadairo, some 660 ft below us. The Puente Nuevo, crossing at the S end of the main street, P56, from the new town to the old town, affords a splendid view of the ravine of the Guadalvin El Tajo. The cutting, about 330 ft, deep and filled with the spray of the river. The bed of the latter is strewn with rocks and the abrupt sides of the gorge are thickly overgrown with cactus. The train descends between olives and cork trees into the valley of the Guadalete, P59, and then cuts through the last end spurs of the S. Andalusian, MTS. 110 m equals Bobadilla equals 1240 ft. Rail, restore. Is the junction for Cordova, CR9, Granada, CR9, and Malaga, R11. We follow the Cordova line as far as 124.5 m La Rota Comp. P72 change car, and then turn to the W to 147 m Osuna and 166.5 m Marchena, junction of the Utrera and Cordova line, P59. We next cross the Guadera, P59, and pass 184 m Empalme de Moran. At 194 m equals Utrera equals rail. Restore. Change car. We join the Cadiz and Seville line, R6B. The train now runs to the NW, mostly through fertile land, oranges, pomegranates, olives, and crosses the Guadera. 214 m Seville, Estación San Bernardo or de Cadiz, CP59. B via Tangier and Cadiz. From Gibraltar, Algeciras to Cadiz, steamers of the Vapors Correos de Africa, agents at Gibraltar and Algeciras, CP53, at Tangier, P, 98 at Cadiz, P58 from Algeciras, steamboats from Gibraltar, CP 56 every morning except on Moan and Frid, from Cadiz daily except on Sun and Thurs, to 3 HRS, Tangier and 9 HRS. Cadiz fares first CL, 30p second CL. 23p, to Tangier only 15 or 12p. From Gibraltar to Tangier there ply on 2s, Thurs, and wed the small cargo steamers of the Bland Line, about 2 1/4 HRS. 10 or 5p. Steamers of the Hall Line ply weekly, and those of the Royal Mail Steam Packet and the Oldenburg Portuguese lines mentioned at P104, as well as of the Navigation Mixed, ply occasionally to Cadiz. The voyage to Cadiz via Tangier is picturesque in itself, and it affords also a most interesting glimpse of Moorish Mohammedan life at Tangier. On the other hand, the steamboat communication is uncertain in stormy weather, and to many travelers the voyage, especially in the smaller vessels, is very trying. From Cadiz to Seville, 95m, railway in 3 5 1/4 HRS. Fares 19p80, 14p50, 8p70c. Railway restaurant at Utara only. For Algeciras and the voyage through the Straits, CPP 56, 5. As far as Tarifa, the steamers usually skirt the Andalusian coast, and then strike across the straits to the semicircular Bay of Tangier, which is bounded on the E by Cape Malabada. Tangier CP 98. After leaving the Bay of Tangier, we sight Cape Spartel, P102 on the coast of Morocco. In clear weather, we command a beautiful retrospect of the mountainous coast, as far as the Sierra Bullons, P103. Opposite, on the Spanish coast, where the hills gradually recede, at the NW end of the shallow Bay of Barbate, rises Cape Trafalgar, the Promontorium Juninus of the Romans and Taraf Algar, Cape of Caverns, of the Moors. The tall lighthouse on the cape is visible at night from a distance of 22m. It was here, on 21st Oct. 1805, that Nelson won the brilliant victory over the combined French and Spanish fleets under Villeneuve and Gravina that cost him his life and made Britain mistress of the seas. Farther along the sandy coast are the little town of Canil and the insignificant Cape Roch, beyond which we sight San Fernando, P. 59. At length, rising out of the blue sea, appear the lofty quays and the white houses of Cadiz, overtopped by the cathedral, a beautiful sight in sunny weather. We steer round Fort San Sebastian, skirt the cliffs of Los Cachinos and Las Puicas, and enter the broad Bay of Cadiz. Cadiz arrival. Passengers of the Vapors Correos de Africa steamers are landed in tenders gratis, but heavy luggage is taken ashore by special boats according to tariff. The mandadero, or porter, usually gets a 1p for taking luggage to the aduana, custom house, or to the hotel. The railway station, Estacion, lies at the harbor. Hotels Comp. P51, Hot, de France Plaza de Laredo pens from 12.5p Hot. Continental Cal del Duque de Tetuan 23, Hot, de Cadiz Plaza de la Constitución pens from 10p. Cafés, Cerveceria Inglesa, Plaza de la Constitución, corner of Cal del Duque de Tetuan. Café Imperial, Cal del Duque de Tetuan 6, Cerveceria Alemana, Cal Zorilla 2. Post Office Correo, Cal del Sacramento 1. Telegraph Office, Alame de Dripadaca 20. Bankers, Ant, Sicker & Co., Agents of Credit Lyonnais, Cal Diego de Cadiz 5, Amaro Duarte & Co., Plaza de Mina 18. Money Changers, Casa de Cambio, Cal de San Francisco 8 and 16. Consuls, British Vice Consul R. A. Calvert, Alameda 20. U.S. Consular Agent J. Sanderson, Alameda 12. Lloyd's Agent H. Macpherson, San Ginés 6. Steamboat Lines. Hall Line, weekly from London to Lisbon, Cadiz, Gibraltar, and Malaga, Comp. pp. 189. The Compania Transatlantica office in the Cal Isabel La Católica has a Philippine line, monthly from Liverpool to Lisbon, etc. Comp. P1, a Canary line, and several others. Vapors Correos de Africa, Agent Antonio Milan, Comp. P57. Steamers of the Austro-American line, Office Viuda de R. Alcan, ply between Trieste, Almeria, Las Palmas, and Buenos Aires. Navegación y Acute Industria, Viuda de R. Alcan, for the Canaries. Cadiz, Span. Cadiz, the Gadir of the Phoenicians and Gads of the Romans, now a provincial capital of 64,100 inhab. and a fortress is most picturesquely situated on a low limestone rock, which was once an island, on the W side of the Bay of Cadiz. From the harbor or from the railway station, we cross the Plaza Isabel II either to the Cal Alonso el Sabio and the Catedral Nueva, or to the Cal del Sacramento, leading to the Torre del Villa or de Tavira, 102 ft. high, which is accessible only by special permission of the Capitania del Puerto, Cal de Aduana. The top, 151 steps, fee 3050c, commands an excellent survey of the town, surrounded almost entirely by the sea, with its flat-roofed houses and their miradors or belvederes. The Cal Sagasta, the second side street off the Cal del Sacramento, leads to the right into the Cal del Duque de Tetuan, the chief artery of traffic, which ends in the busy Plaza de la Constitución to the N.W. A little to the N.E. in the pretty Plaza de Mina is the Academia de Bellas Arts, the picture gallery of which contains several admirable works by Murillo, Zurbarán, and other masters. Adam, 9-3 in summer 7-4 sun, and holidays 10-3. On the N outskirts of the town are the beautiful gardens of the Alameda de Apodaca and the Parc Genovese, with their fine palms. On the S side of the town, not far from the W end of the shadeless Paseo del Sur, rises the former Capuchin convent church of Santa Catalina, ring on the left in the adjacent court. Adam 20c, containing Murillo's last work, the asterisk betrothal of Saint Catherine. The railway to Seville runs along the narrow neck of land which connects Cadiz with the mainland, rounds the Bay of Cadiz, passing between salt marshes, where salt is obtained by evaporation, and then strikes across the delta of the Guadalete. The chief stations are the naval harbor of San Fernando, the sea baths of Puerto Real, and the Puerto de Santa Maria, El Puerto. Turning to the NE, the train now runs through a hilly country to 30.5 m Jerez, or Exers de la Frontera, the third richest town in Spain, with 52,500 inhab. Far famed for its sherry. Our next run is through more, alternating with fertile tracks, to 75 m. Equals Utara equals P57, junction for La Roda and Bobadilla, R6A, and also for the direct line to Cordova. Lastly, we cross the Guadera to 95 m, Seville Estación de Cádiz, see below. Seville. Equals railway stations, equals 1, Estación San Bernardo or de Cádiz, PL, FG1 rail restore, for the line to Utara Cadiz Granada Malaga, 2, Estación de Cordoba or de Madrid, PL, D56 restore, near the Guadalquivir. Hotel carriages and cabs at both, tariff CP60. Equals hotels equals comp. P51, hot, de Madrid PL, ADE4 Caldemandas Nunes 2 with dependence PL, BD4 in the Plaza del Pacifico pens, from 12.5 in spring 15p, hot, de Inglaterra PL FE4 Plaza Nueva 13 newly fitted up pens, from 12.5p hot, de Paris PL, CD4 Plaza del Pacifico with 2 dependences PL. D similar charges, these 3 claim to be first class. Hot, de Roma PL, ED4 Plaza del Duque de la Victoria 6 pens from 9p hot de Orient PL, IE4 Plaza Nueva 8 pens, 710p Pension La Peninsular PL, GE4 Plaza Nueva 20 Cecil Hotel PL, HE4 Caldemandas Nunes 18 and 23 hot, de la Paix PL, KE4 same street number 11 hot. Simon PL, ND4 Cal O'Donnell 25 pens, 7p hot restore, Alhambra Cal Santa Maria de Gracia PL, D4. During Holy Week, Semana Santa and the Feria P60, charges are doubled almost everywhere and rooms should be secured long beforehand. Equals cafes, equals Passage de Orient, see below, Cerveceria Inglesa, Engel Beer and Café de Paris, both in the Cal de la Campana, Perla Chica near the Ayuntamiento, P65. Equals restaurant, equals Passage de Orient, Cal de las Sierpes. The equals tramways equals tranvias, cars stop where required, passengers ring to alight, all start from the Plaza de la Constitución, PL. E3. For a general view of the city, the circular lines Constitución Rorio Maquerna, Red Cross, and Constitución Puerto Real Puerta de Jerez, Green Cross, are recommended. The Linea del Parque runs to the park on fine afternoons only. Cabs 2 pers, 4 pers, by day, at night, 1 horse, per drive 1p, 2p, 1.5p, 2.5p. Per hour 2, 3, 2.5, 4, 2 horse, per drive 2, 4, 2, 4, per hour 3, 5, 3, 5. The night hours are from midnight to sunrise. Small articles 25c, trunk under 66 pounds. 30 kilos, 50c, heavier 1p. During the Semana Santa and the Feria fairs are about double, but not for baggage, and bargaining is advisable. Driving on Holy Thursday and Good Friday is prohibited. Equals post and telegraph office equals Correos y Telegrafos, PL, D4, Cal de las Sierpes. Post restant hours are from 8.15 to 9.45, from 12.15 to 2, 15 and 6-7 p.m. Equals banks, equals Credit Lyonnais, Cal de las Sierpes 87, Banco Hispanoamericano, same street, number 91, Banco de Cartagena, Cal Rioja 18. Equals consuls, equals British, A. Alquiser, Chicareros 10 to the E of the Audiencia, PL, E3, Vice Consul A. Henderson. United States, CHS Vinans, Mercadiers 50 PL, E3, Vice Consul C. Karminski. Equals Lloyd's agent equals Jose Dunipe, Marqués de Santa Ana 14. Equals English Church equals Plaza del Museo PL, D5, services in winter. Equals theaters, equals Teatro de San Fernando, PL, DE4, Cal de Tetuan for operas and ballet, Teatro de Cervantes, PL, C4, Cal Amor de Dios for short dramas, etc. equals Bullring equals Plaza de Toros, PL, F45. Famous corridas on Easter Sunday and during the Feria. Equals church festivals. Equals most curious among these are the asterisk processions, passos of the brotherhoods during Holy Week, which attract crowds of spectators. They are best witnessed from the stand in front of the town hall, seat for the 4 days 10p. The asterisk equals Feria equals 18/20th April, a picturesque popular festival, founded in 1847, is held in the Prado de San Sebastián, PL. G1-2, where wealthy families have their own tents. Equals sites, equals most of the churches are open in the morning only. The cathedral P63 till 12 and after 3.3. In the Sacristia de las Calices P64, a ticket per mezzo for this sacristia, for the sacristia mayor, the sala capitular, and the closed chapels is obtained for 2p. The capilla real is open in the forenoon only, fee a 1p. The services of the importunate guides to the cathedral and the Geralda may be dispensed with. During Holy Week, when the churches are open all day, the inspection of their art treasures is scarcely possible. Admission to collections in private houses and charitable institutions is readily granted as a rule, but seldom without difficulty on Sundays and holidays and during Holy Week. The usual days and hours of admission are Alcazar P61, weekdays 11:4. Tickets, 1p, are issued at the office at the back of the Patio de las Banderas, door number 11. Casa de Pilatos, P65, daily 50c for the poor. Geralda P62, daily 25c, no one allowed to ascend alone. Hospital de la Caridad, P67, daily fee a 1p, clear weather indispensable, afternoon light best. Museo Provincial, P66, daily 10:3 in summer 10:4, on sun. The Archaeological Museum is open till 1 only. 2 days when time is limited. First, forenoon Plaza de la Constitución P65, Cathedral P63, Alcazar P61, afternoon Cal de las Sierpes P65, Casa de Pilatos P65, towards evening ascent of the Geralda P62. Second, forenoon Museum P66, afternoon Caridad P67, Paseo de las Delicias P67, and Park Maria Luisa P68. Seville, Spain. Sevilla 33 ft. A city of 145,300 inhab, the capital of Andalusia and of the province of Sevilla, the seat of an archbishop and of a university, lies in a broad plain on the left bank of the tawny Guadalquivir, opposite the suburb of Triana. At flood tide, sea-going vessels of 23 ft. Draft can ascend the river to the quays of Seville, which, though 54.5 m from the sea, can thus claim to be a seaport. The harbor is annually entered by about 1,000 vessels, of 1.25 million aggregate tonnage. The city combines the features of a seaport with gay scenes of popular life and a wealth of treasures of art. The houses in the narrow, winding streets, the heritage of the Moorish period, often contain charming inner courts, called patios, where the inhabitants spend most of their time in summer. The larger plazas or squares are mostly planted with oranges or palm trees. Seville, as its ancient name Hispalis indicates, was originally an Iberian settlement. Ever since the 2nd cent. BC, its navigable river has made Seville a place of importance. In 411, it became the capital of the Vandals, p. 322, and in 441, the seat of the Visigoth kings, who however migrated in 567 to the more central Toledo. During the Moorish period, Seville, alternately with Marrakesh, was a favorite residence of the Almoravids and Almohads, p. 95. And particularly under Yusuf Abu Yaqub, 1163-84, and under Yaqub ibn Yusuf, 1184-98, surnamed Al-Mansur, the Victorious. It was embellished with many sumptuous buildings, and for a time it even surpassed Cordova in population. The Christian period begins with Frederick Roman III, the Saint of Castile, who captured the city in 1248 and made it his residence. Among his descendants was Pedro I 1350-69, surnamed the Cruel, of whom many anecdotes are still current. Since the discovery of America, Seville has prospered greatly and vies with Cadiz as one of the chief ports of Spain. At Seville were born Spain's two greatest painters, Velázquez, 1599-1660, court painter at Madrid from 1623 onwards, and Murillo, 1617-82. Here, too, is laid the scene of several famous operas: Mozart's Don Juan and Figaro, Rossini's Barber of Seville, and Bizet's Carmen. See Seville by W. M. Galichin in the Medieval Towns series, London, 1903, and Seville by A. J. Calvert, London, 1907. The Plaza del Triunfo with the Alcazar and the Cathedral. We begin our walk at the Plaza del Triunfo, PL. F3, which is bounded by three imposing edifices, the Lanya on the W side, the Alcazar on the S, and the Cathedral on the N. The equals Casa Lanya equals PL. F3, the Exchange, built in the High Renaissance style in 1583-98, contains on the upper floor the Archivo General de Indias, with the Spanish charters and deeds relating to the discovery and government of America and the Philippines. Fine view from the roof, especially of the cathedral. The equals Alcazar equals PL. F3, Adam CP 60, originally a castle of the Almohade Yusuf Abu Yaqub, 1181, see above, dates in its present form mainly from the time of Kings Pedro I p. 61 and Henry Roman II, 1369-79, who caused the castle to be restored by Moorish architects in the Mudéjar style, p. 51. Later alterations date from the reigns of Charles V. 1526, Philip Roman II, 1569, and Philip Roman IV, 1624, while modern restorations, 1857-89, have materially changed the character of the interior. The exterior, with its pinnacled corner towers, still has the character of a medieval castle. From the entrance in the SE angle of the Plaza del Triunfo, we first cross the large Patio de las Banderas, in which are the ticket office and a vaulted gateway, Apidero. Thence we may proceed straight to the garden, see below, or to the right to the Patio de la Monteria, the inner court, planted with oranges and palms. Very striking is the splendid asterisk chief facade of the inner Alcazar. The beautiful windows and side entrances are framed with toothed arches. Above them runs a rich stalactite frieze, crowned with a far-projecting timber roof resting on quaint corbels. Arabic inscriptions in Kufic characters, p. 150, serve for decoration. The apartments in the interior are grouped round the Patio de las Doncellas, Court of the Maidens, erected in 1369-79, but almost entirely rebuilt under Charles V. and Philip Roman II. The lower story is preceded by superb Moorish arcades resting on coupled Renaissance columns. The upper walls in openwork are richly embellished with stucco. The chief rooms on the ground floor are, on the SE, the Salón de Carlos Quinto with its fine azulejos, or tiles, and timber ceiling. On the SW, the quadrangular domed asterisk Salón de Embajadores, also richly decorated with azulejos, and the Patio de las Muñecas, Doll's Court, modern in its upper parts, so called from the figures which adorn it. From the Apidero, see above, we may lastly visit the Garden of the Alcazar, with its luxuriant vegetation, a pavilion of the time of Charles V, a grotto, and fountains. Returning to the Plaza del Triunfo, we face the cathedral, with the Capilla Real, P64, projecting on the E and the clock tower at the N. E. Angle of the church, the famous. *Geralda equals PL, F3, the conspicuous landmark of the city. It was originally the minaret of the principal Moorish mosque, built in brick by the architect Jabir for Yaqub ibn Yusuf, P61, in 1184-96. The tower tapers slightly towards the top and is remarkable for its harmonious proportions. It is square in form, each side being 45 ft long, and its walls are 7 ft thick. The upper wall surfaces adjoining the windows, at a height of about 80 ft. Above the ground, are diapered with a network of arabesque-like sunken panels and are further enlivened with niches. Instead of being crowned with a pinnacled platform, see altarpiece P64, the tower now has a belfry, 1568, capped by a small dome, 305 ft, on which stands the Girardillo, or vane, a bronze female figure representing faith. The asterisk ascent, P60, is most enjoyable towards evening. Entrance by the door in the SE angle. An easy inclined plane in 35 sections and ending in 16 steps ascends to the first gallery, where the bells are hung and where we enjoy a very extensive view. In the Cal d'Alemans on the end side of the cathedral is the main entrance to the * Patio de los Naranjos equals PL. F3, Orange Court, once the court of the mosque. The handsome entrance gateway, called Puerta del Perdón, dates from the Moorish period. The bronze-mounted asterisk doors and the knockers, in the mutajar style, and the sculptures, 1519, are additions of the Christian period. The old artisanado, or coffered ceiling, was replaced in 1833 by a tower. In this picturesque court, where the faithful used to perform their ablutions at a fountain Almeida, before entering the sacred precincts, we stand opposite the cathedral. On the right is the Sagrario, P65. On the left is the Biblioteca Colombina, or Cathedral Library, founded in 1539 by Fernando Colón, Columbus's son, above which towers the Giralda. From the Orange Court, the cathedral may be entered by the Puerta de los Naranjos, or, on the left, by the Puerta del Lagarto. It is preferable, however, to enter on the W side, from the Cal del Gran Capitan. The * cathedral equals PL. F3, Adam, CP60, one of the grandest and most sumptuous Gothic churches in the whole of Christendom, occupies the site of the principal Moorish mosque, which was erected by Yusuf Abu Yaqub in 1171. It was begun by unknown architects in 1402, and in its chief parts was completed in 1506. The dome having collapsed in 1511, it was rebuilt from designs by Juan Gil de Ontanan in 1517. And having in 1888 again fallen, it was restored by Casanova. The W facade, which was not completed till 1827, as well as the E facade, is remarkable for the wealth of sculpture on its portals. On the two lateral gateways in particular, the Puerta del Bautismo, left, and the Puerta del Nacimiento, right, we note the beautiful terracotta figures by Pedro Millan, about 1500, of semi-northern character. The asterisk interior has a nave with double aisles, 2 rows of side chapels, a transept which does not project beyond the main walls, a choir in the center, and a capilla mayor containing the high altar. Exclusive of the capilla real, the church is 383 ft, long and 249 ft. In width, the nave is 53 ft, wide and 132 ft. High, the aisles are each 36 ft, wide and 85 ft. In height. The marble pavement is of the 18th cent, the fine stained glass of the 16th-19th centuries. The screen reja and the Gothic stalls, ciliaria of the choir, were almost entirely destroyed by the last collapse of the dome. The huge high altar, retablo, in the Capilla Mayor is a masterpiece of Gothic wood carving, 1480 to 1564. The side chapels and the sacristies form a veritable museum of sculpture and painting, but are very badly lighted. Adjoining the Puerta Mayor, the chief portal of the W facade, are the Altar del Santo Angel, with a picture by Murillo, the Angel de la Guarda, or Guardian Angel, and the small altar del Nacimiento, containing admirable pictures by Luis de Vargas, 1500–268. Adoration of the Child and the Four Evangelists. The fourth chapel in the S aisle, the Capilla de Hermenegildo, contains the fine Gothic monument of Archb. Juan de Cervantes, d. 1453, by Lorenzo Mercadante de Bretana. In the S transept rises the very curious sarcophagus of Columbus, placed in the Cathedral of Havana in 1892 and brought to Spain in 1899. To the right stands the Altar de la Gamba, with the famous painting by Luis de Vargas, the so-called Generación, or Adoration of the Immaculate Conception by Adam and Eve, generally known as La Gamba, from the finely drawn and painted leg of Adam. Through the Capilla de los Dolores we pass into the Sacristia de las Calices, built in the late Gothic style by Diego de Riano, d. 1533, and Martin Gainza, d. 1566, where we obtain tickets of admission to the closed chapels, etc. cp. 60. In front of us is a famous asterisk crucifix by Martínez Montañés, d. 1649, the most typical of Andalusian sculptors. On the left are a SS. Justa and Rufina by Goya, 1817, and Saint Dorothea by Murillo. On the window wall is Saint John the Evangelist by Zurbarán. Adjacent to the antesala is the asterisk Sacristia Mayor, a magnificent room in the Plateresque style, also built after 1532 by Riano and Gainza, containing the rich treasury of the cathedral and three valuable pictures, A Descent from the Cross by Pedro Campana, 1548, and SS Leander and Isidore by Murillo. The Capilla del Mariscal possesses an altarpiece in 10 sections, The Presentation in the Temple by Pedro Campana. The elliptical asterisk Sala Capitular, begun by Riano and Gainza in 1530 but not finished till after 1582, has a Doric entablature resting on Ionic mural columns, while the decoration is Plateresque, span, Renaissance. The 8 ovals between the windows and the fine picture of the Immaculate Conception are by Murillo. On the east side of the church we pass through a high railing, 1773, into the Capilla Real Adam, cp. 60, a Renaissance edifice by Gainza and others, 1551–75, on the site of the old royal vaults. By the entrance, right and left, are the tombs of Alfonso the Wise, d. 1284, and his mother Queen Beatrice of Swabia. In the apse is preserved the reliquary of Saint Ferdinand, Ferdinand Roman III, of Castile, p. 69, who, as well as Pedro I, is interred in the Pantheon under the chapel. In the N aisle, beyond the Puerta del Lagardo, p. 63, is the Capilla de las Evangelistas, whose altarpiece is by Ferd. Sturm, 1559. On the predella to the left below are SS. Justa and Rufina with the Giralda in its original form, p. 62. In the Capilla de Santiago, St. James, is a asterisk picture of that saint by Juan de las Rolas, 1609. Most famous of all is a Murillo in the Capilla del Baptisterio, forenoon light best, the infant Christ appearing to Saint Antony of Padua, 1656. The Puerta del Sagrario, the last door on the end side of the cathedral, leads into the Sagrario built as a parish church in the Baroque style in 1862, with a single vault 75 ft high. The altarpiece on the left is a fine half-figure of the Mater Dolorosa by Montañés. B. The central and eastern quarters. The lively Cal Genova or Canovas del Castillo leads from the cathedral to the Plaza de la Constitución, PL. E3, the focus of the city traffic. On the right is the Audiencia, containing the law courts. On the left, between this plaza and the large Plaza Nueva or de San Fernando, PL. E4, rises the Casa del Ayuntamiento PL. E4, or Town Hall, a Renaissance edifice, 1526–64, designed by Diego de Riano, p. 64. The richly decorated S part is one of the most charming creations of the Plateresque style. At the Audiencia begins the asterisk Cal de las Sierpes, PL. ED3, or Street of Serpents, so named after the signboard of an old inn. It contains the chief cafes and clubs and the largest shops, and it presents a very lively scene in the evening. This street forms the best starting point for a walk through the quarters of the town. The first lateral street on the right, the Cal Sagasta, leads to the Church of San Salvador, PL. DE3, which contains a statue of Christ by Montanet's second altar on the right. From the SE angle of that church, the Cuesta del Rosario leads to San Isidoro, PL. E3, where at the high altar a celebrated masterpiece by Rolas, The Death of Saint Isidore El Transito, was once closely studied by Murillo. From San Isidoro, the Cal Almirante Hoyos and Cal de Aguilas, which contains several fine patios, lead to the Plaza de Pilatos. The asterisk equals Casa de Pilatos equals PL. E2, Adam, CP60, the property of the Duke de Medinaceli, was probably begun early in the 16th century by Christian Moorish architects for the Ribera family. As a member of that family had been to Jerusalem, the building was popularly supposed to be a copy of Pilate's house. The architecture shows a curious but harmonious blend of Moorish, Gothic, and Renaissance elements. The beautiful patio, with its colonnade and fountain, contains several antiques. In the angles are two excellent replicas of a statue of Athena, of the time of Phidias. Adjoining the court on the right is the so-called Praetorium of Pilate, and straight in front are the vestibule, with its superb azulejos, and the chapel, with its charming Gothic Moorish decoration. To the left of the vestibule is a room with azulejos and a rich artisanado ceiling. A magnificent staircase, roofed by a much-admired dome, ascends to the upper floor, which is not accessible. From the Plaza de Pilatos, we follow the Cal de Caballerises and Cal Descalzos to the NW to the pretty Plaza de Argels, PL. D2-3. Here rises San Pedro, a Gothic church of the 14th century, containing a fine timber ceiling and pictures by Pedro Campana and Rolas, sacristan, Cal Dona Maria Coronel 1. Following the Cal de la Imagen and crossing the Mercado, PL. D3, we reach the Cal Llerana. The equals university equals PL. D3 now occupies an old Jesuit convent. The university church entered from the quadrangle, fee a 1p, built in 1565-79 by Bartolomé Bustamante. For the Jesuits in the Renaissance style, contains fine Renaissance monuments and several sculptures and paintings by Montanès, Alonso Cano, Rolas, and others. The churches in the NE quarter, such as Omnium Sanctorum, PL, B3, San Marcos, PL, C2, and Santa Marina, PL, B2, still possess towers in the Moorish style, which were once the minarets of mosques. The so-called Casa del Duque de Alba, PL. C2, Cal de las Dunas 5, a palace built for the Ribras, P65, in the mutajar style after 1483, contains a court planted with palms and a staircase richly adorned with azulejos, but the house itself is not shown. In the Cal de Santa Paula, a little to the E of San Marcos, is the Convento de Santa Paula, PL. C12, a nunnery founded in 1476. The forecourt has a superb Gothic portal with terracotta ornamentation by Frank Nicolusso of Pisa and reliefs of saints by Pedro Milan, P63. The rich mural azulejos, 16th century, in the church are well worth seeing. In the Ronda de Capuchinos, PL. A12, there are considerable remains of the ancient city wall, with its external towers and low parapet, barbacana, after Byzantine models. See the western and southwestern quarters. Starting from the small Plaza del Pacifico, PL. D4, planted with orange trees, we follow the Cal de San Pablo to the SW as far as the Church of Santa Magdalena, PL. D4, and then turn to the right into the Cal de Belén. From this in turn we again diverge to the right and follow the Cal de Miguel de Carvajal to the Plaza del Museo, PL. D5 officially, Plaza de la Condesa de Casa Galindo, in which rises a bronze statue of Murillo. The equals Museo Provincial equals, PL. D5, Adam, CP60, occupying an old monastery of Mercenarii Convento de la Merced, contains the small Museo Arqueologico and the Museo de Pinturas, a famous picture gallery. The gallery contains several valuable sculptures, but its chief treasure consists in 23 Murillos, mostly from the old Capuchin monastery, PL. A.B.1, depicting the legend of Saint Francis of Assisi and the foundation of the Franciscan order. A small court leads to the N cloisters, where the antiques Roman, Visigothic, Moorish, along with some modern works, are exhibited. From the nearer aisle of the cloisters, an azulejos portal leads straight into the Great Hall of the Picture Gallery, once the convent church. The Murillos are all hung on the walls of the nave. On the S wall, by the entrance, note specially the Concepcion, the Annunciation, SS, Leander and Bonaventura, and the Virgin de la Servoleta, said to have been painted on a table napkin. On the N wall, we note Saint Felix of Cantalicio with the infant Jesus, the asterisk almsgiving of Saint Thomas of Villanueva, the Great Conception, the Adoration or the Shepherds, and Christ on the cross embracing Saint Francis. On the end wall of the church is the Martyrdom of Saint Andrew by Rolas. The transept and choir are hung with numerous pictures by Zurbarán, notably the Triumph of Saint Thomas Aquinas in the choir. Here, too, are several asterisk sculptures: Pietro Torrigiani, Virgin and Child, with the penitent Saint Jerome in terracotta; Montanet's wooden figures of the Virgin and Child, John the Baptist, and Saint Dominicus. A room on the upper floor contains modern pictures. The Cal de los Reyes Católicos, in line with the Cal de San Pablo, p66, ends at the Puente de Isabel II, pl. f6, the chief bridge crossing to the suburb of Triana. A little short of the bridge, we turn to the left and follow the Paseo de Cristobal Colón, pl. ef54, skirting the left bank of the Guadalquivir and the Keys. On the left lie the Bull Ring, pl. f45, then the pretty Plaza de Atarazanas, pl. f4, Arabic Dar es Salaam, Arsenal, place of work, on the site of the old Moorish wharf, where the great artillery arsenal, Maestranza, the Hospital de la Caridad, and the custom house, Aduana, are now situated. The equals Hospital de la Caridad equals, pl. f4, Adam, cp60, erected for the Brotherhood of Charity, Hermandad de la Caridad in 1661-4, possesses, in its Baroque church, 6 far-famed asterisk Murillos, 1660-74. 2 of these in particular are the delight and admiration of every beholder: Moses striking the rock Cuadro de las Aguas, or La Sed, the thirst, and the feeding of the 5,000 panwipeks, bread and fishes. Besides these pictures, there are, on the left, the infant Christ, the Annunciation, and San Juan de Dios carrying sick persons into the hospital. On the right, the young John the Baptist. By the high choir are 2 singular but repulsive pictures by Juan Valdez Leal, 1630-91, the Raising of the Cross and the Triumph of Death. Near the S angle of the plaza, close to the river, rises the equals Torre del Oro equals, pl. G4, once a fortified tower of the Moorish Alcazar, p61, and ever since called the Tower of Gold, on account of its brilliant azulejos. The upper part of the tower dates from the Christian period only. The window openings and the balconies were constructed in 1760. Near the Torre del Oro begin the asterisk equals public gardens equals of Seville, which particularly in spring, when roses, camellias, and orange blossom are in their glory, afford a delightful promenade. The favorite part is the Paseo de las Delicias, pl. H3, beginning at the Palacio de San Telmo, pl. G3, now a priest's seminary, where the people of fashion drive on fine afternoons. On the way back, we may walk through the Park Maria Luisa, pl. H2, once part of the San Telmo Gardens, and regain the town by the Cal San Fernando, passing the great tobacco factory, pl. G3, a huge Baroque building of 1757, from Seville to Cordova, a half-M railway, Seville and Madrid line in 2343/4 HRS. Fares 16p. 40, 12p 30, 7p 40c, 1 train deluxe daily, first CL. Only fare 10% higher. Trains start from the Estación de Córdoba. Seville, CP 59. We follow the Guadalquivir upstream, at some distance from its lofty reddish banks, which are visible at times. Nearing 13.5 m, Brennes, we enjoy a last retrospect of the Cathedral of Seville with the Giralda. 22 m Tassana, the junction for Merida and Lisbon. Beyond 25.5 m Guadalajara, we cross to the right bank of the Guadalquivir. 46.5 m Peñaflor, adjoining rapids of the river which drive large mills. 49 m Palma del Rio, at the confluence of the Guadalquivir with the Genil, p74. 67 a half m Almodovar, with a loftily situated Moorish castle now being restored. A half m Cordova equals at the station Estación de Madrid, Sevilla y Malaga, PLBC1, rail, restore, are omnibuses from the chief hotels. Hotels Comp, P51, charges should be arranged beforehand. Hot Suizo PL, a C2, corner of Cal Duque de Hornachuelos and the narrow Cal Diego Leon pens from 12.5p variously judged. Less expensive Hot, de Orient PL, CC2 pens, 810p Hot, Drispana and Francia PL, BC2 pens, 8p Hot, Simon PL, DC2 pens. 56p, very fair. These three are in the Paseo del Gran Capitan. Cuatro Nations, Cal San Miguel 4. Cafés, Café Restore, Suizo Cal Ambrosio de Morales PL, D3, La Perla Cal del Conde de Gondomar No. 1, Cerveceria Alemana No. 8. Post and Telegraph Office PL, D3, Plazuela de Seneca. British Vice Consul, Richard Eschatkar. Half a day when time presses. Cathedral open all day except 12:2 closes 2 HRS. Before sunset. Visit to the Mihrab, Renaissance Choir, Mutajar Chapel, etc., for which a permiso 2p is obtained at the Oficina de la Abriria, adjoining the Puerta del Perdón. Then the Guadalquivir Bridge with the Calahorra, the Paseo del Gran Capitan and Jardins de la Victoria. Cordova, span. Cordoba, 391 ft. A provincial capital and the seat of a bishop with 60,000 inhab, lies at the foot of the Sierra de Cordoba, a spur of the Sierra Morna, in a plain sloping gently down to the Guadalquivir. The town, whose ancient glory has long departed, now contains little or nothing to interest the expectant traveler except the mosque, now the cathedral, which in spite of many later additions and disfigurements, is still the grandest monument in Spain of the Moorish period. Other memorials of this Mecca of the Occident, once famous as a patroness of science also, now survive only in several portals and inscriptions. Corjuba, the most important of the ancient Iberian towns on the upper course of the Betis, became a Roman colony in 152 BC and was noted for its commerce and its wealth. The Visigothic king Leovigil wrested it in 571 from the Byzantines and made it an episcopal see. After the decisive Battle of 711, p51, Cordova was captured by the Moors, aided by the Jews who were alienated by the arrogance of the Visigoths. With the Moorish sway begins the worldwide fame of the city, especially from the time when the Emir Abdirahman I, of the House of the Omeyyades, p. 485, on his escape from the massacre of his family at Damascus, settled at Cordova in 756 and declared his independence of the Oriental Caliphate. As the capital of the Spanish or Western Caliphate, Cordova soon became the wealthiest city in Spain, and even for a short time the richest in Europe, notably under Abdirahman Roman II. 822-52 and Abdirahman Roman III. 912-61, the greatest of the Omeyyades, and also under the governor Hajib al-Mansur, d. 1002. It even rivaled Baghdad and Fez as a brilliant center of Mohammedan culture, to which students flocked from every part of the Occident. At length, after the Almoravids and Almohades, p. 95, who had been summoned to aid the citizens against the Christians, had vainly attempted to arrest the decay of the city, Cordova fell, in 1236, into the hands of Ferdinand Roman III. Of Castile, who expelled the Moorish inhabitants and in 1248 made Seville his residence. The city afterwards fell into decay and poverty, and the once highly extolled Campana became a desolate wilderness. See Cordova, by A. F. Calvert and W. M. Galichan, London, 1907. From the Carrera de la Estación, or Station Street, bearing a little to the left, we enter the Paseo del Gran Capitan, PL. C1-2, the favorite promenade of the townsfolk on summer evenings. At the S end of the Paseo, near the church of San Nicolás de la Villa, PL. C2, with its octagonal tower, once a minaret, we take the Cal del Conde de Gondomar to the left, and then, just short of the Hotel Suizo, follow the Cal de Jesus Maria, PL. C2-3 to the right. This street, continued by the Cal de Angel de Saavedra, the Cal Pedregosa, and the Cal Céspides, leads to the S to the cathedral. The asterisk equals cathedral equals PL. C3-4, Adam, CP68, Once the Mesjid al-Jamia, or chief mosque of the city, one of the greatest in the world and still called La Mezquita, is the grandest and noblest creation of Moorish architecture in Spain. The mosque was founded by Abdurrahman I in 785, on the site of a Christian church, and was intended to form a great religious center for all believers in Spain, and to induce the great stream of Western pilgrims to repair to Cordova instead of to Mecca. A model for the edifice was found in the arcaded courts and colonnaded halls of the Egyptian mosques, such as the Amru Mosque, p. 460. The original edifice contained only 10 rows of columns, which formed 11 longitudinal and 12 transverse aisles. The central aisle was a little wider than the others and ended in a mihrab, or prayer recess, designed to mark the direction of Mecca Qibla. As the building soon proved inadequate for the population, which was rapidly increased by accessions from the east, Abdurrahman Roman II, in 830–348, added 7 transepts on the east side and erected a new mihrab. A further prolongation by 14 transepts was effected by Al-Hakim Roman II, 961–76, after which the magnificent third mihrab, Mihrab Nouveau, formed the termination of the building. Though the mosque was now considered the finest in the Occident, rivaling the Kairouan Mosque at Fez, it failed to satisfy the ambition of Al-Mansur, p. 69. As the sloping ground on the east side precluded extension in that direction, this governor, in 987–90, caused 7 new rows of columns to be raised on the east side, thus increasing the number of aisles to 19, but destroying the symmetrical plan of the building, which required the mihrab, or Holy of Holies, to be in line with the main axis of the building. After the conquest of Cordova by the Christians in 1236, p. 69, the mosque was dedicated to the Virgin de la Asunción. The Spaniards at first confined their operations to walling up most of the doors and then fitting up side chapels along the walls. As the needs of the Christian ritual, however, soon demanded the construction of a choir, primitivo coro, part of the second mihrab, and the adjoining aisles had in 1260 to be demolished. Still greater damage was done by the insertion of the Renaissance choir in the center of the building, and of the sala capitular, or sacristy, in the middle of the S wall. The ground plan forms an immense rectangle of about 575 by 427 ft, of which fully a third is occupied by the court. Court and church are surrounded by a fortress-like battlemented wall which, on 3 sides, rests on massive substructions. Nothing indicates the object of the building except the rich portals, flanked with niches and windows, and on the end side, adjoining the Cal del Obispo Herrero, the Campanario or bell tower, 305 ft high, which was substituted for the Moorish minaret in 1593. Ascent of the tower interesting Adam 25c, 255 steps. The Puerta del Perdón, the main gateway, restored in 1377 on the model of the gate of that name at Seville, p. 63, adjoins the clock tower and leads into the Patio de los Naranjos, Orange Court, once the court of the mosque, where the faithful performed their ablutions. Light and spacious, yet well shaded by orange and palm trees, watered by 5 fountains, and always enlivened with groups of quiet visitors, it presents a typical scene of Oriental repose. The avenues were originally laid out in line with the colonnades in the interior of the mosque. The old arcades of the court, claustro, are now walled up on the end side. Of the 19 gates on the east side, 2 only, the Puerta de las Palmas, the chief entrance to the cathedral, and the small doorway of the eastmost colonnade are now open. The asterisk interior of the cathedral, in spite of its moderate height, 37 ft, and in spite of much disfigurement, is singularly impressive. In the subdued light, the forest of columns seems endless. They average 13 ft, only in height, and are of the most diverse materials, many of them having been brought from late Roman buildings or from Christian churches. The capitals show a marvelous wealth of design. Their bases are buried in the pavement, the level of which has been raised by 11–14 inches in the course of centuries. The vast number of horseshoe arches, which connect the columns, in the direction of the length of the church, and the upper semicircular arches resting on projecting pillars impart peculiar life to the building. The painted timber ceilings of the different roofs have been restored in their original style. The sumptuous mosaic pavement has disappeared, and so too have the countless chandeliers and lamps which burned perpetually during the Moorish period. The wealth of artistic decoration was lavished chiefly on the mihrabs, the first of which has been entirely destroyed. The second and third were each provided with a vestibule and 2 side rooms, part of which was formerly shut off to form the caliph's maxara, or court platform. The vestibule of the second mihrab, with its superb shell vaulting, still exists. The third mihrab is considered a marvel of art. The front is adorned with 2 rows of columns, one above the other, and with double-toothed arches. The vestibule, now Capilla de San Pedro, and the prayer niche itself, a kind of heptagonal chapel of barely 13 ft. In diameter, exhibit the most elaborate efforts of early Moorish art, especially in the rich marble plinth and in the colored glass mosaics executed by Byzantine artists. The toothed arches of the windows and the boldly interlacing arches of the superb dome point to a later high development of Moorish art. Of the Christian additions to the church, one of the most noteworthy is the sumptuous Capilla Mudéjar de San Fernando, to the left of the second mihrab, erected over the old royal vault. The Renaissance choir, coro and capilla mayor, designed by Hernán Ruiz the Elder in 1523, was completed, with many alterations, in 1627. Though only 256 by 79 ft. In size, it is crowded with no less than 63 columns, and it rises high above the roof of the mosque. It is considered a masterpiece of the plateresque style, but has ruined the original symmetry of the mosque. The Alcazar PL. C. 4, now a prison, erected in 1328, contains but scanty relics of the ancient Moorish castle. The Cal Torrijos on the W side of the cathedral descends to the Puerta del Puente, a triumphal arch of the time of Philip Roman II, on the site of the Moorish Bridge Gateway. The Moorish Bridge, PL. CD 4 of 16 arches resting on Roman foundations, here unites Cordova with the suburb of Campo de la Verdad. Halfway across, we have a fine view of the cathedral and of a dam up the river with Moorish mills. The massive Tert de Pont, Calahorra Iberian Caliguris, also is of Moorish origin. Returning into the town from the bridge, we may next visit the Puerta Almodovar, PL. B3, a relic of the Moorish city wall, and then walk through the Jardins de la Victoria to the station. From Cordova via Bobadilla to Granada, M Railway in 6.5 HRS. Fares 36p30, 28p20, 19p30c, express on Moan and Frid. Only, change at Bobadilla Railway Restaurant. Beyond Bobadilla views to the right. Cordova, CP68. The train crosses the Guadalquivir and runs through a dreary hill country, Campana. Looking back, we see Cordova, the Sierra of Cordova, and Almodovar, P68. We cross the Guadalquivir several times. Beyond, 21M Fernán Núñez the vine and olive culture begins. 31M Montilla, 1165 ft. Once famed for its amontillado, resembling the wine of Exers, P59. Farther on to the left, we have a view of the distant Sierra Nevada, P49. 47M Puente Genil Rail, Restore. The town lies 2M to the NW and is seen to the right as we cross a lofty bridge over the Genil, see below. The train ascends to the plateau of the Sierra de Yeguas, in view, farther on, of abrupt Jurassic mountains. 62M equals La Roda equals, junction for Utrera. Lines to Cadiz and Seville, CR. 6. Running to the SW. The train soon reaches the watershed, 1477 ft. Between the Guadalquivir and the Guadalhorce. Beyond, 69.5 m Fuente Piedra, we observe on the right the Laguna Salada, a salt lake resembling the shots of N Africa, P169. 77 m equals Bobadilla equals, CP57. The Granada train diverges to the NE from the Malaga line, R11, and ascends the broad valley of the Guadalhorce. On the right soon appears the Sierra de Abdelaziz. 87 m Antequera, 1346 ft. Fonda de la Castana and others, the Roman Antiquaria, lies picturesquely at the end base of the hills, with a ruined Moorish castle. The Cuva de Menga, 10 min to the E of the town, is one of the largest dolmens in Spain. 99 a half m Archidona. The town lies on a hill, 3 3/4 m to the S. We next cross the watershed between the Guadalhorce and the Genil and descend through several tunnels. After the third, the snow-covered Sierra Nevada suddenly appears towards the 121 m Loga, the Locher of the Moors, together with Alhama, a little town on the hill 12.5 m to the SE. Once, the keys of Granada were captured by the Catholic kings, p. 75 in 1488. The country is now hilly and at places sandy. The Genil with its Viga, p. 73, remains on the right. 132 m to Con, at the foot of the Sierra de Prugo, on the left rises the bare Sierra de Parapanda, which the natives of Granada regard as a barometer. 144 m Pinos Puente, at the foot of the barren Sierra de Elvira. We next enter the fertile Vega, enclosed by olive-clad hills. 148 m Adarf, station for Santa Fe, 3 m to the SW, on the left bank of the Genil, built in the form of a Roman camp by Isabella the Catholic during the siege of Granada. The capitulation was signed here in 1491, p. 75, and so too, in 1492, was the contract with Columbus regarding his voyage of discovery, p. 5. In the foreground appears the lofty Albaicin, p. 74. Then, overtopped by the Sierra Nevada, 153 m, Granada, see below, Granada. The station Estación de los Ferrocarriles Andaluces, PL, B6. No buffet is 1¾ m from the hotels in the Puerto Real and nearly 2 m from those near the Alhambra. Hotel omnibus to the former one, to the latter 2p, an omnibus general, 50c each pers, or each trunk, plies to the Despacho Central P51, opposite the Hot Victoria. Hotels comp. P51. Near the Alhambra in the Alhambra Park, a beautiful but in winter a cold situation, 3/4 m above the town, 2-3 min. From the Hill Tramway Station, see below Hot Washington Irving PL. BF2 with the dependent Sayat Suelos PL. CF2, patronized by English and Americans, Alhambra Palace Hotel PL. A F3, new R612.5 pens, 2035p, pens. Miss Laird Carmen de Bella Vista with garden 8-12p per day, hot. Del Bosque de la Alhambra, at the end base of the Alhambra Hill below the Torre de Commerce, PL, E2, pens, 815p well spoken of. In the town Ca, 1¾ m from the Alhambra, asterisk hot. Alameda PL, DF5, adjoining the shady Carrera del Genil with view of the Sierra Nevada, pens, 820p, hot, de Paris PL. EE4, Grand Via de Colón 5 with terrace, restaurant, etc. pens, 920p, hot. Victoria on the W side of the Puerto Real with fine view, pens, from 8p Spanish, quite good, hot. Nouveau Orient PL, G, E5 Plaza de Canovas del Castillo 8 pens, 7p quite Spanish, very fair, Fonda Navio Cal Martinez Campos PL. E5 with a favorite restaurant. Drinking water not good. Cafes, Café Colón, Cal de los Reyes Católicos PL. E4, Imperial Carrera del Genil PL. F5. Tramways, 1. Plaza Nueva PL. E4 Caceres Red Disc, through the Cal de los Reyes Católicos PL. E4 5 to the Puerto Real the University PL D5 and the rail. Station PL B a 6. 2. Plaza Nueva Cervantes, yellow, via the Puerto Real and the Carrera del Genil to the Paseo de la Bamba PL. GH4. 3. Puerto Real PL. E5 Vistillas Alhambra green, via the Plaza Nueva to the Puerta de los Molinos PL. G3, change, then by the Hill Tramway, rack and pinion to the Alhambra Park, Cuesta de las Cruces, PL, F2 3 1/4 HR. Fare 30C. Cabs stationed in the Carrera del Genil. Drive in the town with 1 horse, one with 2 horses 2.5p, per hour 2 or 3p. To the Alhambra, Albaicin P79 and Sacro Monte P78, 5p extra, but bargain advisable. Car. And pair may be had also from the Despacho Central or the Alhambra hotels, 3p per hour. Post and telegraph office Correo, PL, E4, Cal de los Reyes Católicos. Post office open 10:12 and after 2, post restant letters delivered 1 HR. After arrival of trains. British Vice Consul Chaz, E.S. Davenhill. Sites. Alhambra P79 daily 9:12 and 16 Adam, 50C 1p on Sun. Free, some rooms specially shown by the custodian. Generalife P87, best by morning light. Tickets paypletas at the Casa de los Tiros, P77, on weekdays 9-11 free. The Cathedral P76, daily, closed between 11 and 2.3. The Capilla Real P76, either in the morning before High Mass, in winter at 10, in summer at 9, or 2:30 to 4, in summer 3:05 p.m. The smaller churches are usually open from an early hour till 8.3 or 9 only, but are shown later by the sacristan fee. The usual hours for other sites are 8:12 and 2:06 between 12 and 2, a substantial fee is exacted. Promenades, in winter, Carrera del Genel, P77, 3:5, in summer, Paseo del Salón, P77, and Paseo de la Bomba, 5:7. Banned on Sun and Thurs. Guides at the hotels, needless except when time presses. Those who pester strangers in the streets and at the entrance to the Alhambra, as well as gypsy beggars, should be disregarded. Chief attractions 2 days. First, forenoon, the Cathedral P76, Plaza de la Llana P77, Casa de los Tiros P77, Carrera del Genel, Paseo del Salón. Afternoon, Alameda del Darro P78, view from San Nicolás P79 or from San Miguel el Alto P79. Second, Alhambra P79 and Generalife P87. Granada 2195 FT. Pop. 69,000, once the capital of the Moorish kingdom, and now that of the province of Granada, the residence of an archbishop and seat of a university, lies most picturesquely at the foot of 2 hills, about 490 FT. High, which gradually slope to the up to the Cerro del Sol and descend abruptly to the fertile, well-watered river plain of the Vega. The Albaycin, the northmost of the 2 hills, the oldest quarter of Granada, once the residence of the Moorish aristocracy, but now inhabited chiefly by gypsies, forms a town by itself. The deep ravine of the Darro, which is generally dry as its water is much diverted for irrigation purposes, separates the Albaycin from the Monte de la Sabica or Alhambra Hill to the Comp. P79. The Darro, descending from the Ne, turns to the near the Alhambra Hill and falls into the more important Genel. The 2 hills were once occupied by Iberian and then by Roman settlements, the one on the Albaycin having perhaps already borne the name of Garnata. Soon after 711, the Moors built the Old Castle, Alcazaba al-Khadima, on the site of Garnata. After the decline of the Caliphate of Cordova, P69, Zawi ibn Ziri, the governor of Granada, declared himself independent in 1031 and founded here the dynasty of the Zirites, which, however, was overthrown by the Almoravids, P95, in 1090. As the power of the Almohads, P95, declined, the native governors revolted anew. At length, in 1246, Granada became the seat of the Nasrid dynasty founded by Al-Amr, Mohammed I, which, after the fall of Seville, succeeded, in alliance alternately with the Castilians and the Maronides, P95, in retaining possession of Granada, Malaga, and Almeria for nearly 250 years. Mohammed I offered an asylum in Granada to the Moors who were expelled from Cordova, Valencia, and Seville, and began the building of the new castle, Alcazaba al-Jedida, on the hill of the Alhambra. His successors afterwards created the Alhambra Palace, the most sumptuous of royal residences. Thanks to their fostering care for agriculture and industry, for science, art, and architecture, Granada attained such brilliant prosperity as even to eclipse the fame of the old Caliphate of Cordova. The downfall of the Kingdom of Granada was at length brought about by party struggles between the Zegri, the Beni Seraj, the Abencerrages of legend, Comp. P84, and other noble families, and by quarrels between King Muley Abul Hassan, d. 1485, and his son Boabdil. A welcome opportunity was thus afforded to Ferdinand and Isabella, the so-called Catholic kings, of intervening and thus gaining their lifelong object of destroying the last Moorish kingdom in Spain. After the death of his father, Boabdil remained inactive when Ferdinand proceeded to besiege Malaga, P90. He made one despairing attempt at resistance when the Spaniards demanded the evacuation of Granada, but in 1490, one had to conclude a humiliating peace. He soon afterwards crossed the Sierra Nevada and retired to Tlemcen in N Africa, P187, where he ended his inglorious career. With the Spanish domination began the decay of the city. It was depopulated by the decrees of the Catholic kings, the Inquisition held fearful sway here, and ere long Granada became a living ruin. Within the last few years, however, the busy tourist traffic, the establishment of sugar factories, and the prosperous mining industry of the Sierra Nevada have somewhat repaired the fortunes of the city, and several of the old quarters have been entirely modernized. But its picturesque history, its memorials of the most glorious period of Moorish culture and art, and the striking view of the snow mountains it affords will ever render it the most fascinating goal of travelers in Andalusia. See Granada, Memories, Adventures, Studies, and Impressions by Leonard Williams, London, 1906, and Granada and the Alhambra by A. F. Calvert, London, 1907. A. The Lower Town. Leaving the railway station, PL. B6, tramway number 1, CP 73, we follow the Cal Real de San Lazaro to the SC to the Paseo del Triunfo, PL. C4, so named from the column in honor of the Virgin Triunfo. Here, by the half-ruined Puerta de Elvira, PL. C4, begin the old Cal de Elvira and the new Gran Via de Colón, PL. C4, both leading to the chief artery of traffic, the narrow Cal de los Reyes Católicos, PL. E45, which is built above the Darro and connects the busy Puerto Real, PL. E5 to the SW with the Plaza Nueva, PL. E4, officially Plaza Rodriguez Boulevard to the N, E, at the foot of the Alhambra Hill, P79. In the Cal de López Rubio, a side street, is the so-called Casa del Carbón, once a Moorish granary, with picturesque horseshoe arches and stalactite vaulting. To the SW of it is the modern town hall, Ayuntamiento. The short streets on the opposite side lead to the Alcáceria, PL. E45 with its numerous columns, which was burned down in 1843, once a Moorish market hall Alcáceria, resembling the Oriental Souks P. 335, and to the modernized Plaza de Bibarambla, PL. E5, named after a Moorish city gate which once stood here. A few paces from these lies the Placeta de las Pasiegas. Here, surrounded by buildings which mar its effect, rises the Cathedral PL. DE45, an imposing memorial of the conquest of Spain, and the finest Renaissance church in the kingdom. It was begun in 1523 by Enrique de Egas in the Gothic style, continued in 1525 by Diego de Silo, d. 1533, in the Plateresque style, p. 51, and consecrated, while still unfinished, in 1561. The end tower only, which is now 187 ft. high, has been erected. The huge facade was begun in 1667 by Alonso Cano, who was also the chief author of the sculpture and painting in the church. The interior was not completed till 1703. Two of the side portals, the Puerta de San Jerónimo, the first entrance to the N in the Cal de Jimenez de Cisneros, and the Puerta del Colgio, on the east side of the ambulatory, are adorned with sculptures by Silo and others. The asterisk Puerta del Perdón, the second portal to the N, also owes the beautiful ornamentation of its lower part to Silo. The interior Adam, CP74, has double aisles with 2 rows of chapels, a lofty transept which does not project beyond the side walls, a central choir, and a capilla mayor with ambulatory. The vaulting, 100 ft. In height, is borne by massive pillars and half columns. Total length 380, breadth 220 ft. The decoration in white and gold harmonizes well with the fine marble pavement, 1775. The asterisk capilla mayor, 148 ft. long and 154 ft. high, is crowned with a dome resting on Corinthian columns. On the pillars in front of the marble high altar are kneeling statues of the Catholic kings by Pedro de Mina and Medrano, 1677. Above them are painted busts of Adam and Eve in oak by Alonso Cano, who painted also the representation of the 7 Joys of Mary. Side chapels. The Capilla de San Miguel on the right, lavishly decorated in 1807, contains a picture by Alcano, the Mater Dolorosa after gasp. Becerra. In the Capilla de la Trinidad, beyond the door of the Sagrario P77, is a painting of the Trinity by Al. Cano. The altar de Jesus Nazareno contains pictures by Dom. Theotocopuli, St. Francis and Ribera. The fine bearing of the cross is by Alcano. By the same artist are also the fine oaken busts of St. Paul and John the Baptist in the Capilla de Nostra Senora del Carmen, adjoining the N aisles. From the first chapel in the ambulatory to the right of the Puerta del Colgio, a portal by silo leads through an anteroom, antesacristia, into the sacristy, 18th cent. Containing a crucifix by Montanez, p. 61, and an Annunciation and a Conception, a sculpture, by Alcano. A handsome portal leads from the right transept into the late Gothic *= Capilla Real =, the burial chapel of the Catholic kings, where Charles V caused his parents Philip of Austria and Juana the Insane also to be interred. The marble asterisk monuments are in the Italian early Renaissance style. On the right, those of Ferdinand and Isabella, by the Florentine Domenico Fancelli. On the left, Philip and Juana, by Bartolomé Ordonez. The high altar, with the kneeling statuettes of the Catholic kings, is by Philip Vigarni, a Burgundian. The reliefs in wood, historically interesting, represent left the surrender of the Alhambra keys and right the compulsory baptism of the Moors. Behind the reliquary altars, which are opened on 4 festival days only, are hung Madonnas by Dirk Bouts, altar wings by Roger van der Weyden, a Madonna and a Descent from the Cross by Memling, and other pictures. Over an altar in the right aisle is a asterisk wing picture by D. Bouts. The third great addition to the cathedral, the Sagrario erected as a parish church in 1759, occupies the site of the ancient mosque, with its 11 aisles, which was used for Christian worship down to 1661. The picturesque Placeta de la Llana, pl. E4, on the S side of the cathedral, affords a good view of the Llana Exchange, built in 1518-22, which stands before the Sagrario, of the rich architecture of the Capilla Real and of the Casa del Cabildo Antigua once the seat of the Moorish University founded here after the downfall of Cordova and Seville, afterwards the residence of the Catholic kings, and now a cloth magazine. Its fantastic exterior dates from the 18th cent. In the interior are 2 interesting rooms of the Moorish period, fee 50c. From the end of the Cal de los Reyes Catolicos, p. 75, the Cal Castro y Serrano and Cal Dr. Eximio lead to the right to the Casa de los Tiros, pl. E4, a building in the Moorish castellated style dating from the 15th cent, and now owned by the Marquesa de Campotajar. The court contains a venerable tree-like vine. Tickets for the Generalife Comp. p. 74 are issued here. The Cal de Santa Escolastica leads hence to the Plaza de Santo Domingo, pl. F4, and the old monastery of Santo Domingo, now a military school, with its pleasing church, 15/17 cent. A little to the S.W. is the Cuarto Real de Santo Domingo, pl. F4, admittance seldom granted, the Almadra of the Moors, now named after a tower of the 13th cent. A superb villa with a Moorish portal and a hall whose charming decoration is older than the Alhambra. The beautiful garden is said to have been laid out in Moorish times. We now cross the Plaza Belain to the NW to the favorite winter promenade, p. 74, the Carrera del Genil, pl. E.g., 5, shaded with plane trees, which begins at the Puerta Real, p. 75, and now comprises the former Alameda. Adjoining the Carrera on the left is the Paseo del Salón pl. G. 5-4, planted with elms and adorned with a bronze statue of Isabella the Catholic. Delightful view to the Eni of Montemorer with the Torres Bermejas p. 80, to the SE. Towers the majestic Sierra Nevada, from whose rocky crest the Picacho de la Veleta, 11,148 ft. The grandest point of view in all Andalusia, alone rises conspicuously. B. Darro Valley and Albaycin. At the mouth of the Darro Valley lies the Plaza Nueva pl. E4, P75, another focus of traffic tramways, CP73. On the left is the Audiencia, formerly the Chancelleria, built in 1530-187 for the Capitan General or Governor. The pretty arcaded court was probably designed by Diego de Silo, P76. A few paces farther to the the Darro is not covered in. Here, on the right on the site of an old mosque, is the Church of Santa Ana pl. E3, a Renaissance building, perhaps designed by Diego de Silo in 1541, with a fine plateresque portal and an admirable timber ceiling. The tower, built by Juan Caseller in 1561-3, with its azulejos and jutting roof resting on corbels, resembles a minaret. Opposite the church on the right bank of the Darro begins the Carrera del Darro, PL. E32, one of the oldest parts of Granada, affording picturesque views, notably of the towers and walls of the Alhambra, which had its oldest approach from this quarter. Part of a horseshoe arch of the bridge is seen on the left bank. The Banulo, at number 37, now occupied by poor families, is a Moorish bath, dating perhaps from the 11th century. On the right side of the street, we come to the church of San Pedro y San Pablo, PL. E32, with its fine timber ceiling. On the opposite bank of the Darro, we observe traces of the landslip under the N.E. corner of the Alcazaba, P81, below which are the arches of an aqueduct. To the end of the church is the Casa de Castral, a curious Renaissance building with an ornate portal by a pupil of Silo. We next reach the Alameda del Darro, PL. E2, planted with elms. Above us on the right is the Generalife, P87, on the left Albaicin, P79. Crossing the bridge to the right, we enter the steep Cuesta del Rey Chico, PL. F2, which leads through the ravine mentioned at P79 and past the Moorish towers of the Alhambra to the Puerta de Hierro, P87, the E-gate of the Alhambra, and to the Generalife. From the Darro, the Cuesta del Chapis, PL. ED2 ascends to the end to the old suburb of Albaida. The street is named after the Casa del Chapis, erected early in the 16th century, in the mutajar style for two Morisco nobles with two separate patios. The house, now a bakery, is entered from number 14 at the corner of the Camino del Sacro Monte. From this point, the Camino del Sacro Monte, PL. D2-1 ascends the cactus-grown slope. The numerous poor cuvas or cave dwellings are chiefly occupied by gypsies gitanos. The path ends at the 25 min equals Sacro Monte equals to the NE of PL. DE1, a Benedictine monastery of the 17th century, now a divinity and law school. The view of the Alhambra across the Darro Valley, of the town and the Vega, is one of the finest near Granada. Footpaths ascend from the Cuesta del Chapis in 25 min, and from the Sacro Monte in 3/4 HR. Partly through deep gorges, to the Chapel of Equals San Miguel el Alto Equals, PL. D1, in the midst of aloes and cacti, where we enjoy a grand asterisk view of the Alhambra, the town, the Vega, and the Sierra Nevada. The side streets of the Carrera del Darro, P78, ascend to the end to equals Albaicin equals, a poor suburb, P74. Not far from San Pedro y San Pablo, P78, is the small Gothic church of San Juan de los Reyes, PL. D2, an early 16th century edifice whose tower was once a minaret. Above this church, and of like date, is the Gothic church of equals San Nicolas equals, PL. D2, also built on Moorish foundations and containing a fine timber ceiling. The famous asterisk view of the Alhambra and the Sierra Nevada is a favorite subject with artists. The Puerta de los Estandartes, PL. D3, close by, is a relic of the Moorish castle wall, which runs down hence to the Puerta Moneda, PL. C3-4. On the end side, the Cuesta de la Alcaba, PL. DC3-4 descends to the Paseo del Triunfo, P75. On the way back to the Plaza Nueva, we pass the Franciscan nunnery of Santa Isabel la Real, PL. D3, whose church has a tasteful late Gothic portal by Enrique de Egas. See the Alhambra. The equals Alhambra equals occupies the plateau, 795 by 195 ids, of the Monte de la Asabica, P74, which rises abruptly from the Darro on the N side, while on the S it is separated by a gorge, the Asabica of the Moors, from the lower spur of the Monte Morer, PL. F3, P80. The axis of this range of hills is abruptly intersected by a second gorge, the Cuesta del Rey Chico, P78, separating it on the E side from the Cerro del Sol, P87, at the foot of which lies the Generalife, P87. On the narrow W point of the plateau stands the castle of Alcazaba. Beyond the small glacis on its east side, and beyond the Plaza de los Aljibes, rises the Alhambra itself, adjoining which, on the S.E., lies the Alta Alhambra, once quite a little town, where the retinue and servants of the court resided. The whole of these buildings, enclosed by a wall with numerous towers, were called by the Moors Medinat Alhambra, literally Red City, from the color of its stone. The history of the Alhambra begins with Mohammed I 1230–72, the first Nasrid sovereign. While the Zirites resided on the Albasan Hill, Comp. p. 74, Mohammed chose the Alhambra Hill as a site for his palace. The building was continued by his son Mohammed Roman II, 1272–1302, and the Alhambra Mosque, p. 86, was erected by Mohammed Roman III, 1309. Abul Walid Ismail, 1309–25, was the first to erect a small palace outside of the Alcazaba. But this, with the exception of the Patio del Mekshwar, p. 85, was taken down by Yusuf I, 1330–354. Yusuf began the stately Comers or Myrtle Court Palace, with its throne and audience room. To him are ascribed also the Comers Tower, p. 83, the Baths, p. 85, and the enclosing wall of the Alhambra Hill, with 23 additional towers. For the more sumptuous part of the pile, Mohammed V, 1354–91, was chiefly responsible. To him was due the completion of the Myrtle Court, the erection of the Cuarto de Machuca, the summer abode of part of the family, and of the luxurious Lion Court Palace, the winter dwelling of the court and of the sovereign's harem. The last Moorish king who made additions to the Alhambra was Mohammed Roman VII, 1392–1408. The Catholic kings, as Ferdinand and Isabella are styled, took a great interest in the Alhambra. They restored the decorations of the interior and strengthened the walls. Charles V visited Granada in 1526, but with less satisfactory results. Although an enthusiastic admirer of Moorish art, he caused many outbuildings of the Alhambra to be removed to make way for his new palace, p. 86. At length, after 1718, when Philip V discontinued the payment of money for the upkeep of the buildings, they rapidly fell into decay, and in 1812 the French, on their retreat, blew up several of the towers. Since 1830, however, the work of restoration, though sometimes in doubtful taste, has been resumed. It is hardly necessary to remind our readers of Washington Irving's delightful Tales of the Alhambra, which were partly written on the spot. A series of magnificent views of the Alhambra is given in the monumental work of Jules Gurry and Owen Jones, published at London in 1842. See also The Alhambra by A. F. Calvert, 2nd ed. London, 1907. The Hill Tramway, Rack and Pinion, p. 73, ascends from the Puerta de los Molinos, pl. G. 3 on the S-slope of Monte Morer, affording a splendid view of Granada, the Vega, and the Sierra Nevada on the left, to the Cuesta de las Cruces, p. 81 in the Alhambra Park, a few minutes' walk from the entrance of the Alhambra. The shortest road to the Alhambra is the Cal de Gomers, pl. E. 4–3, which ascends steeply from the Plaza Nueva to the SE, between the hills of the Alcazaba and the Torres Bermejas, to the Puerta de las Granadas, the present chief entrance to the Alhambra Park. The equals Puerta de las Granadas equals pl. 1, E3, erected by Pedro Machuca, p. 86, in the form of a triumphal arch on the site of the Moorish Bib al-Lajar, occupied the center of the wall connecting the Alcazaba with the Torres Bermejas, the fortifications on the W point of the Monte Morer, which were built at the same period as the Alcazaba, but have been frequently restored. The Torres Bermejas pl. F3, Red Towers, now a military prison, deserve a visit which may be best paid on the way back from the Alhambra or the Generalife. The path diverges from the Cuesta de las Cruces, p. 81, a few paces to the E of the Puerta de las Granadas, Adam, on application at the guardhouse. The extensive buildings, with their underground stabling, the cistern, and the casemates, convey an excellent idea of an ancient Moorish fortress. Stairs, rather steep, ascend to the platform Azotea on the chief tower, where we obtain a most picturesque view. The asterisk equals Alhambra Park equals Alameda de la Alhambra, pl. F32, a sacred grove unique of its kind, occupies the Asabica Valley, p. 79, reaching far up its slopes. It was planted at the end of the 18th century, with elms exclusively, placed so close together as to form one dense roof of leafage, the home of countless nightingales. In March, when the sun shines through the leafless branches, the soil is temporarily covered with rich vegetation. From the Puerta de las Granadas, 3 roads ascend to the Alhambra. To the right is the Cuesta de las Cruces, leading up the S side of the park to the Hill Tramway and the Alhambra Hotels, P73. To the left is the rather fatiguing Cuesta Empedrada, the old route to the castle, ending at the Puerta Judiciaria, see below. Between these is the easy main road, passing 3 fountains and also leading to the hotels, but connected by side paths with the Puerta Judiciaria. Carriages use this road and pass through the Puerta del Carril, PL 6 F2. The entrance tower with the asterisk equals Puerta Judiciaria equals PL 5 EF3, which, according to the inscription, was erected in the reign of Yusuf I in 1348 and was called by the Moors Bibush Shiria, Gate of Justice, deserves special attention. Like many of the Alhambra towers, this was really an independent building, the road between the gates of which was made tortuous for defensive purposes. About halfway up is the horseshoe-shaped outer gate, above which is seen a hand with outstretched fingers, a symbol often used in the East and in Europe to avert the evil eye. The inner gateway still has its old Moorish doors studded with iron. A narrow passage ascends thence to the house of Gomes Tortosa, on the right, PL 7 E3, the conservator of the Alhambra. Into the N wing is built the asterisk equals Puerta del Vino equals, probably once the main W entrance of the Alta Alhambra, P86. This gate seems to have been once connected by a wall with the Puerta de Hierro, P87, so as to shut off the Alcazaba, the palace, and the mosque from the Alhambra suburb. At the top of the hill we enter the broad Plaza de los Aljibes, PL 8E3, so named from the cistern Aljib filled with water from the Darro. The level of the plaza was raised about 16 ft. When Charles V built his palace, and it is now adorned with hedges of myrtle. On the east side rise the Moorish Palace, P82, and the handsome building erected by the Emperor, P86. On our left is the E front of the Alcazaba with 2 towers, the Torre Quebrada and the Torre del Homnage, 85 ft. In height, PL 10-11, E3, to the N we look down into the Darro Valley. The equals Alcazaba equals PL E3, Arabic Alcazaba, the citadel, stands about 460 ft. Above the Plaza Nueva, P78. Except on the E, the hill falls away abruptly on all sides, and so suddenly on the NE in consequence of a landslip that the castle wall seems endangered. The only entrance to the castle is now the Puerta de la Alcazaba, PL 9 E3, at the SW angle of the Plaza de los Aljibes. The interior of the castle is now occupied by gardens. Of the original building, scarcely anything remains except the ruined enclosing wall, with its huge towers and external terraces, adarves. At several points, the masonry resembles the concrete work of the Romans, P290. At the W extremity of the Alcazaba stands the watchtower, the Torre de la Villa, PL 13, E3, the Gaffar of the Moors, on which the 3 pendones of Ferdinand and Isabella were displayed for the first time on 2 Jan. 1492. The Villa Tower commands a very extensive view, doorkeeper 30C. At our feet lies the entire city. To the left, beyond the Alhambra Park, rise the Torres Bermages. To the right, beyond the Darro, is the Albaicin. In front of us extends the almost circular Green Vega, enclosed by brown and sun-scorched ranges of hills. To the SE towers the Sierra Nevada. To the S and SW rise the Sierra de Almagera, Sierra Tegea, and Sierra de Olhama. To the W are Santa Fe, P73, and the hills of Loja, P72. Then, to the NW, are the Sierra de Parapanda, P73, Sierra de Elvira, and other hills. Lastly, to the E, we see the Moorish Alhambra and the Palace of Charles V, the Church of Santa Maria, P86, the Generalife, P87, and the Silla del Morro, P88. The asterisk Jardin de los Adarves, PL 15, E3, the S terrace, overgrown with venerable ivy and vines, is entered by a small door, recognized by the iron scallop shells on it, to the left of the Alcazaba gate. The view is most picturesque, especially towards evening. The Moorish asterisk equals Alhambra Palace equals Adam, CP74, commonly known as the Casa Real, adjoins the NE angle of the Plaza de los Aljibes. Like other Moorish secular buildings, it is externally insignificant, and it is quite eclipsed by the huge palace of Charles V, P86. Like the ancient Greek and Roman dwelling houses, it is entirely closed on the outside, while all the rooms open on an internal court as a common center. When the house was enlarged, a new court had to be added, and so too the kings of Granada built palace after palace, each with its own court and separate entrance. On these buildings, the highest efforts of Moorish art have been expended. Their structural value is small. The materials, chiefly wood and plaster, lack solidity, being often used for effect only, while architectural rules are constantly violated. But the ingenious disposition of the rooms and their sumptuous ornamentation, whose fairy-like effect is too often marred by decay or by faulty restoration, are unrivaled. The slender marble columns by which the light walls are supported recall the tent poles of the nomads, while the mural decoration with its arabesques and flourishes reminds one of an oriental carpet. Very curious, too, is the stalactite vaulting, formed by minute and countless projections of the walls, ranged one above the other without visible support. The Semitic abhorrence of any representation of living beings accounts for the absence of sculpture, but some food for reflection was afforded by the inscriptions with which all the wall spaces are framed, partly in the venerable Kufic characters, p. 150, partly in Andalusian flowing letters, extolling Allah and the reigning family. The present low-lying entrance, Entrada Moderna, adjacent to the Emperor's Palace, leads into the Myrtle Court Patio de la Alberca or de los Aranes, which belongs to the Comer's Palace P80 and derives its name from the myrtle hedges Mesas de Rains around its pond Alberca. The court is 121 ft, long and 75 ft in breadth. At its any end rises the Comer's Tower C below, to the SW. It is overlooked by Charles V.'s Palace, which stands about 16 ft higher. At each end of the court is a beautiful arcade, borne by 6 slender marble columns and paved with marble. That at the SW end, with its upper gallery, open at the top, deserves special admiration. At the any end, the arcades terminate in curious niches, Arabic arhania, with stalactite vaulting, once colored blue. The first door on the NW side of the court leads into the custodian's rooms, and the next but one into the Patio del Mekshwar, P85. Opposite the latter door, from the SE wall of the court, stairs, generally closed, descend to the baths, P85. Opposite the entrance of the palace is a door leading into the Sala de los Macarabs, P84, and the Lion's Court, P81. The stairs in the S.W. angle of the court lead into the interior of Charles V's Palace, P86. An ornate horseshoe arch at the any end of the court gives access to the anteroom of the Comer's Tower, the Sala de la Barca whose barrel vaulting was destroyed by a fire in 1899. By the entrance are 2 niches for water vessels. The wall of the tower is pierced with a superb archway, right and left of which are 2 other fine niches. The ruinous Torre de Comer's 148 ft. In height, built, it is said, by workmen from Comer's, and crowned with modern pinnacles, contains the Hall of the Ambassadors Sala de los Embajadores, a room in 2 stories, 36 ft. Square and 59 ft. High, once the royal reception room. The last meeting of the Moors under Boabdil, before the capitulation of Granada, was held here in 1491. Inscriptions record that Yusuf I was the builder. The larchwood dome of the hall has been compared to the faceted surface of a cut diamond. The immense thickness of the walls is apparent from the depth of the window niches, each of which affords a different view. The central windows, so-called agimes, Arabic kamzia, are each divided into 2 by a slender column. This hall is one of the most richly decorated in the Alhambra. From the first window niche on the right in the SE wall, a passage leads to the Peinador de la Reine, P86, and to the lower floor. We return to the Myrtle Court, and as indicated above, pass through the Sala de los Macarabs into the Court of the Lions Patio de los Leones, which owes its name to the Fuente de los Leones, a famous fountain borne by 12 lions. The building was begun by Mohammed V in 1377. The court, 92 by 52 ft, is bordered all round with a colonnade, from which at each end protrudes a superb domed pavilion. The columns are alternately single and grouped. The tasteful elegance of this court, originally shaded by 6 orange trees, contrasts strikingly with the showy pomp of the Myrtle Court. The fretwork decoration in stucco looks like carved ivory. Besides the lion fountain, the court contains, at the ends of the arcade, 8 flat marble fountain basins. The fountains play on a few festival days only. The Court of the Lions, whose upper floor contained the women's apartments, restored in 1907, is adjoined by handsome rooms all round. On the NW side is the present anteroom of the court, called the Sala de los Macrobes equals 72 ft. Long, but only 13 ft. Wide. The handsome barrel vaulting in the Renaissance style was added after an explosion of gunpowder in 1614, but remains of the old dome and mural decoration have been brought to light. The asterisk equals Hall of the Abencerrages equals to the SW of the Lions Court derives its name from a noble family, P75, whose leading members, as the story goes, were beheaded at the fountain in the center of this hall on account of an intrigue of Hamet, their chief, with King Boabdil's wife. We note specially the magnificent door of entrance and the curious way in which it is fitted to the doorposts. The central part of the hall rises in 3 stories, upon which open 2 lower alcoves with beautiful toothed arches and coffered ceilings. Over the gallery of the second story, 8 stalactite pendentives form the transition to the 16-sided third story, whose windows diffuse a subdued light. Lastly, the hall is roofed with massive stalactite vaulting. Adjoining the Hall of the Abencerrages, on the left and right, are the Patinillo and the Aljibe or cistern. The asterisk equals Sala de la Justicia equals, also called Sala del Tribunal or de las Reyes, on the SE side of the Court of the Lions, is a hall in 7 sections, with 3 arched entrances from the court, each divided by 2 columns. Between these open sections, which are roofed with lofty domes lighted from above, are 2 lower chambers. Adjoining the ends and the E side are side rooms or alcoves, some of them dark. The whole of this hall, with its honeycomb vaulting and stalactite arches, presents the appearance of some fantastic grotto. The 3 larger side rooms have ceiling paintings of the early 15th century. The central picture, which has given rise to the different names of the hall, Hall of Justice, Hall of the Kings, etc., probably represents the first 10 kings of Granada, beginning with Mohammed I, or, according to others, a meeting of council or a court of justice. The paintings in the 2 other alcoves depict hunting and jousting scenes. In the central alcove is a Moorish trough, Pila, of 1306, with curious reliefs of lions devouring stags, of eagles, etc. The alabaster tombstones in the alcove at the SW end of the hall are from the Rada, the dilapidated royal vault of the Alhambra. Opposite the Hall of the Abencerrages, we ascend from the NE side of the Court of the Lions by a narrow passage, passadizo, to the Sala de las Dos Hermanas Hall of the Two Sisters, which lies in the same axis as the Sala de los Ajamces and Mirador de Derecha, 2 other rooms situated at a higher level. This suite of rooms seems to have formed the winter residence of the ruler's harem. The chief of these, whose ornamentation is perhaps the most exquisite in the Alhambra, has its name from the 2 marble slabs in the pavement. In particular, we admire the beautiful doors, the mural decoration in stucco, and above all the honeycomb vaulting, the largest of all Arab roofs of the kind. In a corner of the hall stands the asterisk Alhambra vase, El Jarro de la Alhambra, 4 ft. 5 in height, dating from 1320 and adorned with enamel figures of animals, gazelles, etc. We next pass through the Sala de los Ajamces, with its Ajamces P. 83 and fine vaulting. A closed passage on the left leads hence to the Peinador de la Reine and the Patio de la Reja P. 86, to the Mirador de Derecha entrance room. This charming bay has 3 windows, reaching nearly to the ground and overlooking the Patio de Derecha P. 86. We may now return through the Court of the Lions to the Myrtle Court, and from the NW side, as indicated at P. 83 of the latter, descend through the Zagoon or forecourt to the Patio del Mekshwar lying 13 ft. Lower. This is the oldest part of the Alhambra. On the NE side of the court is a pleasing atrium, with columns and a horseshoe arch of 1,522. The adjacent Cuarto Dorado also has mutajar decoration of the time of Charles V. The Mekshwar Arabic Meshwar, council chamber, now the capilla, was fitted up as such in 1537–44, but not used as the palace chapel till 1629. During the Moorish period, it perhaps served as an audience chamber or law court, and the gallery as a meeting place for the Council of State. A modern door leads into the Mosala, the Moorish chapel built by Mohammed V, which belonged to the old Cuarto de Machica, p80, now almost entirely occupied by gardens. Nearly opposite the Christian chapel in the Mekshwar court is the underground viaduct leading to the baths, right, and to the Patio de la Rija. The extensive subterranean *=baths = bonos to the Eni of the Myrtle Court, in the style of those of ancient Rome, comp. p. 290, date from the time of Yusuf I. The first room, now freely restored, resembling an apoditerium, is the Sala de las Camas or de los divans, with 2 niches for couches, and is remarkable for its graceful superstructure. The gallery was destined for the singing girls. The chief bath chamber, Cuartos y Sudorificos, corresponds to the tepidarium, and marble baths still exist. The heating apparatus, calorifero, has been destroyed. From the Sala de las Camas, we enter the *patio de Derecha p85, planted with cypresses, formerly the inner garden of the palace, but altered by Charles V. Only the upper basin of the fountain is Moorish. The rooms on the upper floor, aposentos de Carlos V, contain the Alhambra archives. The small Patio de la Rija, with its fountain and 4 cypresses, so called from its window gratings, dates only from 1654–55. The stairs at the Eni corner lead left to the Hall of the Ambassadors, p83, and right to a new corridor which brings us to the Peinador de la Reina the Queen's dressing room. On the upper floor of the Torre del Peinador erected by Yusuf I the grotesque paintings, in the style of the Vatican log, and the scenes from Charles V's expedition to Tunis, p. 323, are by Giulio de Aquiles and Alex Maynor. The *= Palace of Charles V = pl. 17, E2, entrance CP83, is a massive square pile of 207 ft, each way and 57 ft. In height, with a heavy rustica ground floor and an upper story of the Ionic order, terminating in a Doric cornice. The building was designed by Pedro Machuca in the Italian High Renaissance style in 1526, and its cost was defrayed out of the tribute paid by the Moors. The only completed parts are the facades, the superb circular colonnaded court of the Doric order below and the Ionic above, and the main staircase, which was not finished till 1635. The richly sculptured W and S portals, executed by many different masters, are specially attractive. Passing round the S side of the Palace of Charles V, we cross the Plaza de los Alamos to the Church of Santa Maria, pl. 18, EF2, which stands on the site of the Mezquita Real or Alhambra Mosque. The buildings of the Alto Alhambra p79 also present several features of interest. To the N of Santa Maria, we cross the Alameda, pass on the left the ruins of the Rada p85 and the outside of the Court of the Lions, and then descend to the left to the Torre de las Damas, pl. 20, E2, a fortified tower of the time of Yusuf I, restored in 1907–8 with a sumptuous interior. Fine view from the Mirador, p87. A few paces to the E lies the Carmen de Aracia a private house with a charming garden. Above the gate is the inscription Mezquita Arab de la Alhambra. The house contains a Moorish chapel, also dating from the time of Yusuf I, with an elegant mihrab or prayer niche. Farther on in the same direction we come to the Torre de los Picos pl. 21, F2 and cross a bastion baluart to the Puerta de Hierro pl. 22, F2, restored by the Catholic kings, which forms the entrance to the Alhambra from the Cuesta del Rey Chico, p78. On the margin of the plateau above this road are 4 towers, the 2 finest of which, time permitting, we may visit under the guidance of the custodian, who lives in the Torre de la Pólvora. These are the Torre de la Córdova pl. 23, F2, the chief room in which vies with the sumptuous halls of the Alhambra Palace itself, and the Torre de las Infantas pl. 24, F2, an excellent point of view. On the SW margin of the plateau, beyond the Torre del Agua pl. 25, F2, where towards evening we have a splendid view of the town. The Vega and the Sierra Nevada is a bastion above which rises the Puerta de los Sayat PL. 26, F2. By this gate Boabdil, the last of the Moorish kings, p. 75, made his final exit from the Alhambra. D. The Generalife. At the foot of the Cerro del Sol, to the E of the Alhambra, about 160 ft. Above the Alhambra hill, rises the *=Palacio de Generalife PL. EF1, once the famous summer residence of the Moorish kings, and now owned by the Marquesa de Campetejar, p. 77. The name is a corruption of the Arabic Jannat al-Arif, Garden of Arif, the original owner. According to the inscription, it was redecorated by order of Abulwalid Ismail in 1319, but in 1494 it was altered and enlarged by Queen Isabella. The interior is very dilapidated. The ornamentation, which is about half a century earlier than that of the chief apartments in the Alhambra, is mostly whitewashed. We ascend by the Camino del Cementerio, a continuation of the three Alhambra Park routes, P81, and by the Cuesta del Rey Chico, P78, and ring at the outer gate, PL. 27 F2 Adam, CP74, fee to the porter, also to the gardener. A cypress avenue leads thence to the N, to the entrance, PL. 28 F1. The picturesque court is still, as in Moorish times, planted with myrtle hedges and orange trees and intersected by a water conduit. The buildings on the east side date from the 16th century. Along the W side runs a colonnade with pointed arches, the central door of which opens on a mirador Arabic mansar, i.e. belvedere, which is now a chapel. On the N side we pass through a 5-arched gallery, and then through a 3-arched portal into a quadrangular hall with 2 alcoves. Beyond this is a square room with a balcony commanding a splendid view of the Darro Valley. The modern side rooms are uninteresting. The asterisk park, to the E of the main building and above it, was laid out in Moorish times. We first enter the Patio de los Cypresses, with a gallery built in 1584-6 and shaded with venerable cypresses. A Moorish flight of steps, with grooves for water on the balustrades, ascends to a mirador, PL. 29, F1, where we enjoy a glorious asterisk view of Granada, the Alhambra, and the valley of the Darro. A good survey of the Alhambra and of the whole Sierra Nevada is obtained from the Silla del Morro, PL. F1, a spur of the Cerro del Sol. It is reached in 12 min from the Cementerio Road, P87, by a path diverging halfway between the gate of the Generalife and the cemetery, and then crossing a gorge. From Granada via Bobadilla to Malaga, a half-M railway in 6/6 a quarter HRS. Fares 28p90, 22p65, 15p95c, railway restaurant at Bobadilla only, change car. Views thus far on the left, afterwards on the right. From Granada to 76M Bobadilla, CPP, 73-72. The train then continues to follow the Guadalhorce Valley. At 84.5M, Gobantes begins the *Hoyo de Choro a ravine inaccessible before the railway was made, where the Guadalhorce forces its passage through the limestone slate rock of the coast hills. The train is carried along the left bank by means of tunnels and of high bridges crossing lateral gorges. Little, however, of the grand rocky landscape, or of the interesting construction of the line, is seen from the train on its rapid descent. Beyond 89M Choro are seen the first oranges, lemons, palms, and cypresses. On the short run to Malaga, we are carried with more startling suddenness than anywhere else in Europe into the midst of an almost tropical vegetation, and finally to the coast region of sugarcane, cotton, and bananas, comp. P89. 96M equals Alora equals 328 ft. Pop. 10,300, the ancient Aluro, lies to the right at the foot of the Sierra del Hacho. The huertas, or garden-like fields, are watered by numerous runlets from the Guadalhorce. Beyond the last tunnel the valley expands, 101.5 m, Pizarra. To the S rises the Sierra de Mijas. 109 m Cartama. The village, the Roman Cardama, lies 2.5 m to the S, W, on the right bank of the Guadalhorce, which was once navigable up to this point. The loftily situated castle is Moorish. 112.5 m Campanillas lies on the stream of that name, which waters the hilly wine country of Exarquia to the N and falls into the Guadalhorce. The valley broadens down into the plain, the Hoya de Malaga, p89. We now leave the Guadalhorce, which turns to the SC. To the S we cite the Mediterranean. A half M equals Malaga, equals, arrival. At the railway station, Estación del Ferrocarril, PL. A5, we find hotel omnibuses, cabs CP89, and an omnibus general, a quarter P, which last goes to the Despacho Central, or town office of the railway, by the so-called Puerta del Mar Cal de Carvajal, PL. C4, travelers arriving by steamer pay for landing a half P for each person and a half P for each trunk, or a bargain may be made to convey luggage to the custom house, aduana, and to the hotel for 1-2 P. The coasting steamers only are berthed at the quay. Hotels Comp, P51, Regina Hotel PL, a C4 on the end side of their Alameda pens, 12-20 P. Asterisk hot. Colón PL, DC3 Plaza de la Constitución hot, Victoria PL BC4 pens, 612 P hot Niza PL, CC3 hot Inglés PL, EC3 pens, 7 P hot Alhambra PL, FC3 pens from 7 FR. Good, all in the Cal del Marqués de Larios, Hacienda de Giro, Engel. Landlady Mrs. Cooper, above La Caleta with garden pens, 815 P. Cafés, Imperial Inglés and La Vinicola, all in the Cal del Marqués de Larios. Beer. Gambrinus, same street, Cerveceria de Munich, Plaza de la Constitución, Mayor, Passage de Heredia, end side of same plaza. Cabs, within the town and to the E to hot. Hernan Cortés, P92, cab with 2 seats per drive 1 per HR, 2P at night 2 and 2.5 P with 4 seats per drive 1.5 per HR, 2.5 at night per drive or hour 3P bargain advisable also as to luggage. Outside the town according to bargain, to Palo P92 about 5, to San Jose and La Concepcion P92 8-9 P. On certain festivals fares are raised. Post and Telegraph Office, Correos y Telegrafos, PLD3, Cal del Sister. Banks, Banco Hispanoamericano, Cal del Marqués de Larios, Hijos de Alvarez Fonseca, Cal Nuva, Rain & Co., Alameda de Carlos Heesfor. Consuls, British P. Staniforth, Vice Consul E.R., Thornton, United States E.J. Norton, Vice Consul T.R. Geary, Lloyd's Agent Chaz, Farguharson, Cortina del Mule 69. English Church in the Protestant Cemetery, PL, F3. Steamboat Lines, Hall Line Agent Ein. Morales Hurtado, Alameda de Colón 13, weekly to Cadiz, Lisbon, and London. Compania Transatlantica, Office, Viuda de Ant. Duart, thrice monthly to Cadiz, Transports Maritimes, PG Chakes, Cal de Josfa de Ugart Barrientos 26, on 20th of each month to Gibraltar, Madeira, etc. Comp. Also P120 and R3. Navigation mixed, PG Chakes, from Tangier via Malaga and Melilla to Oran and Marseille, CP 123, also Slaman's Line and others. One day, forenoon, Alameda Park P90, Harbor P90, Cathedral P91 and view from its tower or from the Gibralfaro P92. Afternoon, Protestant Cemetery, Caleta and Palo P92. Malaga, the capital of a province and seat of a bishop, one of the oldest and most famous of Mediterranean ports, with 111,900 inhab. Lies picturesquely on the last spurs of a circus of hills, 47 m long, the Sierra Tegia, Es de Alhama, Es de Abdelaziz, and Es de Mijas, which enclose the broad Bahia de Malaga. The inner part of this bay is bounded on the E by the Punta de los Cantils, and on the W by the Torre de Pimentel, near Torremolinos. Between these rises the Gibralfaro, the castle hill of Malaga, abutting on the harbor. The coastline is gradually being extended seawards by the alluvial deposits of the Guadalmedina Arabic town river, whose bed, generally dry Rambla, separates the old town from the W suburbs. To the W stretches the wonderfully fertile Vega or Hoya de Malaga, where even the sugarcane, cotton, sweet potatoes, convolvulus batatas, and cherimoleas Annona cherimolia are cultivated. Most famous among the products of this luxuriant region are the raisins, pasas, and the wines of Malaga, which are yielded by the Exarquia P88 to the NW and by the Montes de Malaga and the Hill of Colmenar to the NE, and which are chiefly exported by British and German firms. In the W suburbs are several sugar, cotton, and iron factories, a rare phenomenon in Andalusia. To the E are the villa suburbs, the strangers' quarter. Malaga is much resorted to as a winter residence, chiefly by British and Spanish visitors, on account of the mildness of its climate, the mean temperature of the 3 winter months being 55 degrees Fahr. The history of Malaga, the Malacca of antiquity, begins with the Phoenicians, p50, who gave the town its name. Down to the time of Posidonius, the contemporary of Pompey and Cicero, it retained its Punic character, Strabo Roman 3, 4, differing therein from the towns of Iberian or of Greek origin. The Syrian and other Asiatic merchants who settled here formed distinct guilds. Although the port was of some importance in ancient times, it now contains no memorials of either the Phoenician, except a few coins, or of the Roman period. In 571 Leovigild, the Visigoth p69 wrested the town from the Byzantines. In 711 it was captured by the Moors, who regarded it as an earthly paradise, and whose Arabic writers vie with each other in extolling it. After 1246, along with Almeria, it became one of the chief ports of the Kingdom of Granada, but its medieval glory ended with its conquest by Ferdinand and Isabella in 1487. For centuries Malaga remained utterly insignificant, but of late, in spite of the growing competition of Seville and Almeria, its trade has improved considerably. From the station we follow the tramway line and cross the Puente de Terán, PL. B4 to the Paseo de la Alameda, PL. BC4, a promenade a quarter m long and 138 ft. Wide, planted with planes. At its W end it is adorned with a marble fountain executed in Genoa in 1560, and at the E end with a statue of the Marqués de Larios. Adjoining this paseo on the E is the Plaza de Alfonso Suárez de Figueroa, PL. C4 with a tasteful fountain, which leads to the new *=park or Jardins de Enrique Cruz Larios, PL. CE43, planted with 6 rows of planes and palms and with fine flower beds. View of the harbor, part of the cathedral, the Alcazaba, and the Gibralfaro. The Paseo de Heredia, PL. C54, also to the W of the harbor, is planted with planes and palms. The harbor Puerto, PL. CD45 has been much improved since 1881. The E-pier with the lighthouse Faro, PLD5, was already built in 1588. On the sandhills behind the pier a poor suburb has sprung up called the Barrio de Malegta, PL. EF43. On its N side are the Plaza de Toros Bull Ring, PL. E3 and the Hospital Noble, erected for seamen by Dr. Noble, an English physician. To the Caleta, CP92. The Mercado Market Hall, PL. BC4, to the N of the Alameda deserves an early morning visit. The fish stalls also are worth seeing. The horseshoe arch of the chief portal, with the motto of the Nasrid dynasty, P74, is a relic of the Moorish wharf, the Atarazana Arabic Dar as-Sana, arsenal or place of work. From the Alameda issues the Cal del Marqués de Larios, PL. C43, the chief business street of Malaga, many cafes, and also a favorite resort of the fashionable and leisured classes. Another important commercial thoroughfare, to the NE of the Plaza de la Constitución, is the Cal de Granada, PL. CD3, officially called Cal de Salvador Solier, from which the Cal de Molina Larios leads to the cathedral. The asterisk cathedral PL. CD3, open 7:11 and 3 to 4.3, in summer 4 to 5:30. A massive edifice, marred, however, by the buildings on the E side, occupies the site of a Moorish mosque, which was converted in 1487 into the Gothic Church of the Incarnation, Encarnación. The present church, which is built entirely of white limestone, was probably planned by Diego de Silo, P76, in 1538. The building progressed slowly, but in 1554 it already showed the arms of Philip Roman II, of Spain and Queen Mary of England. In 1680 it was partly destroyed by an earthquake, but in 1719 the work was resumed with greater energy. It has, however, never been completed. The chief W façade, approached by a fine flight of marble steps and flanked with 2 projecting towers, rises opposite the Plaza del Obispo in 2 stories, articulated with Corinthian columns. Corresponding with the 3 portals are the round-arched windows of the 2nd story. The N Tower, 280 ft. high, has a third story with Corinthian columns, surmounted by an octagon with a dome and lantern. The S Tower, like the central part of the facade, shows only the beginnings of a third story. The portals of the transept also are flanked with towers. The interior, with its nave and aisles and 2 rows of chapels, measures 377 by 246 ft. and is 131 ft. in height. The transept and the ambulatory are grandly proportioned. The round arches of the ornate vaulting are borne by 2 sets of pillars, one above the other, the lower being enriched with Corinthian pilasters. In the nave is the choir, with its admirable stalls, 16th-17th cent. The carved asterisk statues of saints and other figures are by Pedro de Mina, d. 1693. In the right aisle is the Capilla del Rosario, the third, which contains a Madonna of the Rosary with 6 saints by Alonso Cano. In the first chapel of the ambulatory, the Capilla de los Reyes, are kneeling statues of the Catholic kings, p. 75, and an image of the Virgin which they always carried with them on their crusades. The Capilla Mayor, designed by Al Cano, is formed by a semicircle of light detached pillars. The handsome altar, in the form of a domed temple with 4 facades, is modern. The N Tower, entered from outside, over 200 steps, custodian 3040 C, commands a strikingly picturesque view. The Sagrario, the parish church to the NW of the cathedral, has a rich Gothic end portal from the older cathedral. The Cal de San Agustin, passing the Ayuntamiento, PL, D3, leads back to the Cal de Granada, P90. At the any end of the latter, on the right, near the Plaza de Riego, PL, D2-3, rises the Church of Santiago el Mayor, PL. D3, built on the site of a mosque in 1490, with a tower whose lower part is still Moorish. If the traveler is undeterred by dirty streets and begging children, he may ascend from the Plaza de Riego to the SE via the Cal del Mundo Nuevo to the Saddle of the Caracha and the Moorish castle of Alcazaba, PL. D3, P81, the scanty ruins of which are chiefly inhabited by gypsies. This hill town, once connected with the Gibraltar Pharaoh by double walls, probably stands on the site of the earliest Phoenician settlement. The asterisk equals Gibraltar Pharaoh equals PL. E2, 3, 558 ft. From Jebel Mountain and Pharos Lighthouse, whose original fortifications date back to the 13th cent, affords an extensive view, ranging to the S in very clear weather as far as the Monte Melilla in Africa, P124. The ascent from the Caracha, P91, is fairly easy. Leave to see the castle must be obtained beforehand from the commandant, at the Gobierno Militar, Alameda de Colón II. The same views may be obtained by walking round the old enclosing walls, but this is fatiguing. At the foot of the Gibraltar Pharaoh runs the Avenida de Prais, PL. F3, leading to the Villa Quarter of Caleta PL. FG3, where are several pensions and many superb gardens. Electric tramway from the Paseo de Alameda to Palo, also steam tramway from the harbor to Velas, Malaga. Immediately on the left is the pretty Protestant cemetery, or Cementerio Inglés founded in 1830 by the British consul W. Mark, usually open. The little English church here was built in 1891. At the end of Caleta, beyond the Hot, Restaurant Hernan Cortés, PL. KG3, roads diverge to the left for the Liminar Valley, PL. G21, where lie the residential suburbs of Liminar, Higuerol, and Murammer. We may follow the highroad, which affords charming views but is generally very dusty, to the fishing village of Palo, 2m beyond the Hot. Hernan Cortés. A delightful excursion may be taken to the beautiful park of the Hacienda de San Jose, 2.5m to the N of Malaga, and to the villa of *= La Concepcion a little beyond it. The latter contains an elegant modern temple with Roman antiquities. The road car, CP89, leads from the Plaza de Capuchinos up the Guadalmedina, from the Cementerio de San Miguel, Comp. PL. D1, tramway walkers may wander along the water conduit, halfway up the slope, 40 min, and then descend the avenue of plane trees to the left to the highroad. Roman 4, Morocco. Route page, geographical and historical sketch. Practical hints. Tangier, from Tangier to Tetuan, Ceuta, from Tangier to Mogador by sea. Morocco, a region 270,000 askew. M in area, extends from the Straits of Gibraltar on the N to the Sahara on the S, and is bounded by the Atlantic Ocean on the W and by the French colony of Algiers on the E. It is called by the Arabs El Gharb or Maghreb El Aqsa, the extreme westland, being the westmost part of the ancient Barbary, Arabic Jezerat el Maghreb, island of the west, the long coastland of N, Africa between the Libyan desert and the ocean. The backbone of this region, whose population is estimated at from 6 to 8 millions, is formed by the Morocco Atlas, the highest mountains in N Africa, a folded rock formation, mostly of early origin. The range consists of 3 main chains: the barren Great Atlas, an enormous wall of rock culminating in the Tamirt and Licumpt, about 14,800 ft. Then the Lesser Atlas to the N, rising in the territory of the Beni Warreen tribe to over 13,000 ft, and separated from the Great Atlas by the Wad El Abid and the Muluya, and lastly the Anti-Atlas and Jebel Saro or Sagro, parallel with the Great Atlas, and about 6,500 ft. in height. A low range of hills, called the Jebel Bani, between the Anti-Atlas and the River Draa, forms the boundary between Morocco and the Sahara. On the NW side of these mountains, between them and the ocean, lies an extensive intermediate tableland called the Tel Steppe-like in character, with a girdle of oases, whence protrude the Jebelit, the Jebel El Hadid, the Jebel Akhdar or Lakhdar, and several smaller isolated heights, which are evidently relics of an ancient range of mountains. The seaboard itself consists of the plain between the rivers Tensift and Cebu, rendered extremely fertile by its mantle of black soil, tuers or turs, and of the marshy flats on the lower course of the Cebu ancient Subur, the most copious stream in Barbary. These occupy a district once penetrated by the sea, and geologically resembling the basin of the Guadalquivir, p. 49. The entire Mediterranean coast, on the other hand, from the Straits of Gibraltar to the Muluya Valley, p. 124, is bordered by the Rif MTS, p. 104, a range culminating in the Jebel Mului Abd Islam, p. 102, 5,742 ft, and the Jebel Tizhirn, Ka, 8,200 ft. These being folded mountains of recent formation, clothed with extensive forests of Atlas cedar, p. 210, and Arar, Calitris quadrivalvis L. The Rif MTS and the Atlas are sharply separated by a deep depression watered by the Cebu and its tributary the Innawan on the W, and by the Msoon, an affluent of the Muluya, on the E, a valley which once formed the most important route between Morocco and Algeria. Both of these mountain ranges are said to contain great mineral wealth: iron, copper, zinc, silver, gold, etc. But as yet it has only been tapped to a small extent by the natives, chiefly in the Sus, the region between the Great and the Anti-Atlas, and near Ujda, p. 197. The Great and the Lesser Atlas, whose chief peaks are covered with perpetual snow, afford also an abundant supply of water, which is utilized for irrigation, though as yet very inadequately, by means of open cuttings, sakia, or underground conduits Fagara or Katara. The rainfall in Morocco diminishes as we proceed southwards from the Straits of Gibraltar. At Tangier it is 32 in. At Mogador, 16 in. While in the interior, as at Marrakesh, 11 in. And particularly on the S margin of the Great Atlas, it becomes very insignificant. In the interior the climate may be described as continental, as at Marrakesh, where the mean temperature of January is 51 degrees Fahr, and that of July 84 degrees, while that of the S part of the ocean seaboard, thanks to the prevalent NW winds and the N to S ocean currents, vies with that of Madeira in mildness and equableness. Thus at Rabat the mean of January is 55 degrees, that of August 75 degrees, at Mogador 61 degrees and 72 degrees, respectively. The variations are greater near the straits, as at Tangier, 50 degrees and 75 degrees, and particularly on the Rif seaboard. Morocco is inhabited chiefly by Berbers, the white Hamitic indigenous race of N Africa. Of these, the Amaziges live in the NW, the Barabs in the Atlas, and the Shilla or Shla on the ocean coast. Some of them retain their ancient languages, Tamazirt or Shelha, and Berberi, which are akin to early Egyptian, but many, especially the dwellers in the Low Country, have spoken Arabic since the Middle Ages. Pure Arab tribes, mostly survivors of the Beni Hillel and Beni Solim immigrants, p. 323, are chiefly met with in the Cebu Plain and in the SW steppe region. Many of the dwellers in the towns are Moors, Andalusi of Spanish origin, while numerous Jews are settled, usually in a walled ghetto, Mela, under the direct protection of the Sultan. Negroes, too, most of whom were originally slaves, imported from the Sudan by way of the Tafilet, abound in the southern districts of Morocco. The SW provinces of Sousse, Ouad Dra, and Ouad Noun, which are interesting on account of their primeval African flora, P30, are mostly inhabited by the despised Haritan Singh. Hartani, the hybrid offspring of Negroes and Berbers, or, according to others, descendants of the indigenous population of N Africa. Owing to the inaccessibility of its mountains and the natives' passionate love of independence, coupled with their hatred of foreigners, Morocco has ever been one of the least explored regions. The settlements of the Phoenicians and Carthaginians were limited to a few places on the coast, such as Rusadir Melilla, and Ceuta, and also beyond the Pillars of Hercules, P54, Tingis, Zilis, Arzilla, Lixus, P105, and Sala Sali. The Romans also seem to have shunned the Rif region, and scarcely ever to have penetrated into the interior beyond Meknes, Mequinez, in the Zurhun MTS, from the time of Emp. Claudius, 42 AD Morocco, with Tingis as its capital, formed the Provincia Mauritania Tingitana, Comp. P 124, and after the reign of Diocletian it became part of the Spanish provincia ulterior. In the early Christian period, also the coast of Morocco, whose inhabitants had joined the Donatists, P 172, shared the fortunes of Spain, belonging successively to the Vandals, P 322, the Eastern Romans, and after 620, the Visigoths, until in 682 it fell into the hands of the Arabs under Sidi Akba, P 322. And then after long struggles was united with the Caliphate of Damascus, P 485. Although the Berber tribes of Morocco were thenceforth among the most zealous champions of Islam, and in 711, at the instance of Musa, the governor, had undertaken their victorious expedition against Spain under Tariq, P 54, yet they afterwards took part in the Kharijite movement against the Arabs, Comp. P. 323. In 788 Idris I.D. 793, an Arab refugee and a descendant of the Prophet, Sharif, founded the oldest Moroccan dynasty, that of the Idrisides, and under Idris Roman II. 793-828, Fez became their new capital in 807 instead of Volubilis in the Zurhun MTS. After the fall of the Idrisides, the country was divided among Berber princes, and its independence was threatened by Umayyads, P 69, and Fatimites, P 323, alternately. At length, in 1055, it succumbed to the attacks of the Almoravides, Morabitun, Comp. P 368, a Berber sect from the W. Sahara, who under Abu Bakr's lead converted the inhabitants of the interior as far as the Sudan to Islam. Under Yusuf ibn Tershufin, they took possession of Agadir in 1081, P 188, and of Ceuta in 1084. And in 1086 took the lead in the struggle against the unbelievers in the Iberian Peninsula. Morocco became still more powerful under the Almohades, a Berber sect formed in 1181 in the district now called Oran, P 169, especially under the gifted Caliph Abd el-Mumin, 1130-63, who, after the Battle of Tlemcen, P 188, extended his sway over the Moorish states of Spain, and in 1160 as far as Barca, P 414. After the overthrow of the Almohads in 1212, there arose in Barbary the three new kingdoms of the Maronides at Fez, the Abdulwadites, P 188 at Tlemcen, and the Hafsides, P 323 in Tunis, whose strength was exhausted by sanguinary internecine struggles which lasted for centuries. The attacks of the Portuguese, who took Ceuta in 1415, occupied Arzilla and Tangier in 1471, and after 1500 even threatened Marrakesh from their base on the ocean seaboard, coupled with the advance of the Spaniards, who after the fall of Granada, P 75, had conquered Melilla, called forth the new counter-movement of the Sadites of the Dra. To this new dynasty, after the conquest of Marrakesh in 1520 and of Fez in 1550, though feeble dynasty of the Maronides succumbed in 1554. Morocco was afterwards torn by sanguinary family feuds, yet owing to the destruction of the Portuguese army in the Battle of the Three Kings at Alcazar, Qaisar el-Kebir, and the influx of well-educated Moors expelled from Spain, the kingdom was greatly strengthened and obtained a new lease of life. It prospered once more after 1649 under the Sixth Dynasty, that of the Falali, a family from the Tafilit, see below, and notably under the cruel Muley Ismail, 1672–1727, one of the most powerful princes of his age, who even fought against the Turks in Iran, Comp. p. 206, and led a campaign against Timbuktu. After the defeat of the Portuguese, the pirates of Larache, p. 104, and Sallee, p. 106, vying with the Rif pirates and the Barbarsks, p. 221, had seriously hampered European trade for 2 centuries or more. But by the occupation of Algeria by the French and the expedition of the Spaniards against Tetuan in 1859–60, the seaboard of Morocco was at length opened up to European influence and to commercial enterprise. In 1906, the Algeciras Conference, p. 56, prevented the French from advancing towards Fez and obtaining a passage from the Iran and Sahara Railway through the Tafilit or Taflolt, the richest group of oases in Morocco, to the ocean seaboard. In 1907, however, the unrest at Casablanca, p. 107, and also on the Algerian frontier, led to the French occupation of that important seaport along with the adjacent Shaya, of Oujda, p. 197, and of Bergant and Bou Denib in Morocco. After the deposition of Muley Abdelaziz, 1894–1907, who was favorable to the French influence, Muley Hafid was proclaimed Sultan in 1908. The Morocco of today, whose institutions, manners, and customs are still quite medieval, consists of the so-called Blad el Maksin, government land, the dominion of the Sultan, and the far larger Blad e Siba, outer land, occupied by independent tribes. These tribes recognize the Sultan, or the Grand Sheriff of Wazin, a descendant of the Idrisides, as their spiritual chief only, but usually deny the Sultan a right-of-way through their territory between the capital towns of Fez and Marrakesh. The foreign trade of Morocco is confined to the 8 open ports of Tangier, Larache, Rabat, Casablanca, Mazagan, Safi, Mogador, and Tetuan, to the capitals of Fez and Marrakesh, and has lately extended to Oujda and the Spanish Melilla, p. 124. In 1909, its total volume amounted to 132,612,000 fr, of which were ascribed to Great Britain 52,339,000 fr, to France 51,255,000 fr, to Germany 13,582,000 fr, to Spain 6,456,000 fr, and to the United States 1,111,000 fr. From France, Morocco imports sugar, flour, and silk. From England, cotton goods, tea, rice, and candles. From Germany, iron wares, cloth, and sugar. And from Italy, flour and wax matches. The exports to Marseille, Gibraltar, Spain, England, Hamburg, etc., and also to Algeria and America, consist of goats and sheep's hides, fruit, almonds, oranges, etc., eggs, cattle, chickpeas, wheat, barley, and maize. The Morocco leather slippers, Belra, yellow for men and red for women, go to Egypt, Algeria, and Senegal. Besides the breeding of cattle, that of horses and mules also is important. Sardines and other fish abound off the ocean coasts. Most travelers are satisfied with a visit to Tangier, an excursion to Tetuan, and the interesting coasting voyage, best in April-Sept, to Rabat or Mogador. Europeans rarely travel in the interior, except perhaps in Blad el Maksin, while in Morocco they should avoid the rainy winter season. As roads, bridges, and inns are lacking, a costly equipment for such expeditions is required, including tents, camp beds, cooking utensils, provisions, drinking water, candles, medicines, insect powder, etc. Guide or mule driver, a cook, an interpreter, and a soldier as an escort mekhazni also are usually engaged. Lastly, a mule inkle. Attendant and fodder, 4–5 pesetas per day, is preferable to a horse, 5 p or upwards, being more sure-footed and enduring. Before starting, the traveler should apply for information and assistance to a consul or other experienced resident, and obtain from them introductions to the local authorities, Kaid, Pasha, or Emil, or to so-called proteges, Semsar, Makalat. Persons of distinction have a right to a formal reception by the authorities and to the Muna free provisions like the ancient purveyance, for which, as also for hospitality, a return is made either in kind as firearms, telescopes, watches, trinkets, or in money. In the country, it is advisable to put up at the village caravanserais and zalas, where a night watchman is provided fee, and where offerings by the peasants, milk, oranges, etc. Small fee should not be declined. At towns, early arrival is essential, as all the gates are closed at sunset. As to dealings with Mohammedans, Comp. P. Roman 25. Travelers are specially warned against photographing or even entering their mosques, saints, tombs, or burial grounds. In the seaport towns, Spanish silver, P52, and English or French gold are current, but in the interior Spanish and Morocco, money only, silver coins of 5, 2 1/2, 1 1/4, 1/2, and 1/4 P. In the interior, letters of credit addressed to Jewish or other firms are convenient. Books. R. L. Playfair and R. Brown, Bibliography of Morocco, London, 1892. Budget Meakin, The Moorish Empire, London, 1899. The Land of the Moors, London, 1901, The Moors, London, 1902, and Life in Morocco and Glimpses Beyond, London, 1905. J. Thompson, Travels in the Atlas in Southern Morocco, London, 1889. W. B. Harris, Tafilet, London, 1895. A. S. Forrest and S. L. Bensusan, Morocco, London, 1904, Illouz. D. Mackenzie, The Caliphate of the West, London, 1910, Illouz. 10 S. 6D. E. Ashmead Bartlett, The Passing of the Sharifian Empire, Edinburgh, 1910, Illouz. 15 S. H. J. B. Ward, Mysterious Morocco and How to Appreciate It, London, 1910, 2 S. 6D. A. Brives, Voyages au Maroc, 1900 17 Algiers, 1909, Illouz. An Apercu géologique et agricole sur le Maroc occidental, ch. De Foucauld, Reconnaissance au Maroc, 1883 4 Paris, 1888, Marc. De Segenzac, Voyages au Maroc, Paris, 1903, 27 fr. Hugues. Aubin, Le Maroc d'aujourd'hui, Paris, 1904, 5 fr. Also Engel Trans. Morocco of Today, London, 1906. H. Lauren, L'Afrique du Nord, Paris, 1908. The best map of Morocco, 1, 500,000, is that published by the Service Géographique de l'Armée, Paris, 1 fr. Each sheet, Tangier. Arrival. The steamers see below anchor in the open roads, and passengers are conveyed to the pier in small boats. The German companies furnish landing tickets, 1s for landing or embarking. Otherwise, the tariff is 1 peseta, from the larger steamers 1 1/4 p each person. Trunk a half, hand luggage 1/4 p. When the sea is rough, a blue flag is hoisted on the pier, and fares are doubled. In stormy weather, yellow flag. A bargain must be made, provided landing be at all possible. It is advisable to stipulate for the landing of luggage and its transport to the hotel for an inclusive sum, 3 p, and to disregard the noisy importunities of the boatmen and porters. If need be, the help of the hotel agents may be invoked. The traveler should be on his guard against pilfering also. Guides, who represent themselves as agents for the hotels, also proffer their services, even during the crossing from Gibraltar, but their attendance generally makes everything dearer. Besides the fares mentioned, pier dues are levied, 25c, for each package 5c. The custom house examination at the town gate is lenient. A passport is unnecessary. Hotels hot. Continental PL. AD1 in a quiet site not far from the pier with a fine sea view patronized by Americans, pens from 10s. Hot. Cecil PL. BE45 on the Playa Grande with a terrace and sea view, pens, 1012s. Hot. Villa Valentina PL. CC5 on the Fez Road, pens, 810s. 8 min from the outer market, hot. Villa de France PL. DB4 on a height behind the outer market with fine view, 12 min from the quay, an old established French house, pens from 10s. Hot. Bristol PL. ED2 in the inner market, P100, pens 810s, good, hot. Cavilla pens 810p, well spoken of and hot. McLean pens 68p, both in the outer market, hot. Oriental PL. FD2 pens from 8.5 fr near the Great Mosque. Wine is usually an extra. Cafes. Cafe Restaurant Central, Inner Market, Dage. 2.5 D3P Lion d'Or and Café du Commerce near the French Post Office. The Arab cafes, mostly conducted by the guides, are a kind of Moorish cafes chantants, cup of Arab coffee, in the evening 1p. Post offices, British, German, and Spanish PL. 312D2, all in the inner market, French PL. 4D23, behind the Great Mosque. Postage on letters to Great Britain, France, Germany, or Spain 10C, if posted at the respective office, otherwise 25C, postcards 10C. British Telegraph PL. 6B2, on the old road from the outer market to the Martian, French to Iran at the French post office, Spanish PL. 5D3, not far from the inner market. Steamers. Royal Mail Steam Packet Co. Echapery, from London fortnightly for Tangier, Mogador, the Canaries, and Madeira RR. 1443, Bland Line M Parient, for Gibraltar R6B, Tetuan R. 13 and Laresh R14, N. Pagton Co. for Marseille, and for Rabat and Mogador R14, Transatlantica Ortenbach, Canary Line to Casablanca, Mazagan, etc. R14. Vapors Correos to Africa, Romani y Miquel, for Cadiz and Algeciras R6B, Ceuta R13, Laresh Rabat, etc. R14. Navigation Mixed Sea Twatch, R. Buzanet for Melilla, Malaga, and Iran R18. Oldenburg Portuguese Renchhausen and Co. for Mogador, etc. R14. Rotterdam Lloyd Lalaurie and de Testa, from Southampton fortnightly for Lisbon, Tangier, Marseille, etc. Nederland Royal Mail, from Southampton fortnightly for Tangier, Algiers, etc. German East African Line, John and Toledano, from Southampton every 3 weeks for Tangier, Marseille, etc. Also excursion steamers of the Peninsular and Oriental Co., etc., CP2. Physicians, Dr. Wilson English, Dr. Herzen Casa Dahl Doctor, Steiner Hot, Villa de France, Chemists, British Pharmacy, Buich and Ibinez, Bouchard, Serres, both in the main street. British Hospital on the Martian Comp Map. Banks, M Parient English, Banque d'Etat du Maroc PL. 12 D2 Inner Market Comp. Algerian Main Street, German Orient Bank PL. 11 D2 near the Great Mosque, John and Toledano, Renchhausen and Co. on the shore. Shops for Oriental Goods Comp. P331, Jos, Sade opposite the Spanish Church P100, Bensaken, Mimon Delmer, Moorish Bazaar. Photographs sold by Rudy a Swiss, Cavilla, next door to the British consulate. Newspapers, El Maghreb El Aqsa, English, La Déperche Marocaine El Porvenir, El Eco Mauritano, etc. Horses mules and donkeys, Boricos, at Benmerguis Coast Road and Pedro's Outer Market, near the German Embassy. Donkey with attendant per ride a 1p, per day 1 a 2 a half p. Mule a half day 2 3, day 3 5p, horse a little more comp. P97. Sea baths, Delicias de la Playa and Paraíso de la Playa on the Playa Grande, PL. E3-4 with fine beach from May to Oct. Bath 25 with towels, etc. 50C. Legations and consulates, Great Britain. Minister Hun, Reginald Lister Office PL-AB 4, Consul General H.E. White Office PL-D2, Vice Consul E. Bristow, United States. Minister W., Carpenter Office PL-D3, Acting Consul General G.E. Holt. Lloyd's Agent Eugene Chapery in the Main Street. English Church Service in the Church in the Outer Market PL. B3 Every Sun. From deck, till end of April at 8 and 11 a.m. and at 3 p.m. Spanish Catholic at the Church in the Main Street, P100. Races in spring and summer on the beach. Arabian Fantasias, Lob el Barud on horseback on the Mohammedan festivals, in the Inner Market or the Martian. 2 days if time be limited. First, in the forenoon the Main Street and the Inner Market, P100, Outer Market P100, Martian P101, and Casbah P101. In the afternoon, walk on the beach. Second, excursion to Cape Spartel P101. Tangier, Spanish or French Tanger, Arabic Tanya, capital of the Moroccan province of El Faz or Fahas, the largest commercial town in the whole country and the seat of legations from the great powers, lies picturesquely on the hilly W bank of a shallow bay of the Atlantic. Of the 46,270 inhab, 25,000 are Mohammedans, 12,000 Moroccan Jews, and 9,270 foreigners, 7,000 Spaniards. The rough and extremely dirty streets of the old town, above whose white sea of houses peeps here and there the minaret of a mosque, afford a genuine picture of Oriental life. Amid the noisy crowds are seen the most widely divergent types, from the pale yellow Moorish aristocrat to the dark brown Moroccans of the south and the black Negroes of the Sudan. Their costumes also are very various. The Mohammedans wear white or colored burnous, brown jalabas, yellow slippers, P97, and a colored turban or red fez tarbouch. The Jews wear either European garb or the regulation black kaftan and fez. Most of the streets are impracticable for vehicles. The commonest beast of burden is the donkey. The frequent shout of Baedeker, "Take care," warns foot passengers to make room. The busiest places are the quay, whence cattle from the interior are shipped for Gibraltar and Ceuta, and in the morning the three markets. Although already a Phoenician settlement, Tingis, P101, first appears in history in the Roman period, when it vied with Oppidum Novum, Caesar el-Kebir, and Volubilis as one of the chief places in this region. Augustus conferred on its inhabitants the right of citizenship, and Claudius made the town a Roman colony. It is unknown when Tangier was founded, but in the Middle Ages it fell behind the thriving seaports of Ceuta, Caesar-es Serir, P123, and Argila. According to Moorish tradition, it was founded by Mului Abd Islam Burakia, the patron saint of the town. In 1471, it fell into the hands of the Portuguese, and it belonged to Spain from 1580 to 1640. In 1662, it formed part of the dowry of Catherine of Braganza, consort of Prince Charles, afterwards Charles Roman II, of England, and thus came into the possession of the English. In 1664, however, the English were signally defeated by the Moors on the Jews River, pp. 101, 102, and in 1684 evacuated the town, after demolishing the fortifications and the pier. Since then the town has belonged to Morocco. The present fortifications, constructed by English engineers, are mounted with antiquated guns, and the town walls date partly from the Portuguese period. From the Mule Nouveau, PL. E1 New Pier 1907, Adam 25C, we walk past the new harbor for lighters and the granary Almason, and then to the SW through the harbor gate Bab el Marsa into the main street, PL. DC2-3, which ascends the hillside in a curve to the outer market, passing the Great Mosque or Jama el-Kebir, PL. D2, with its pretty gateway and lofty minaret inlaid with tiles, we reach the inner market Souk ed Dale, PL D2, Arabic Souk ed Dakal, the center of traffic with the European post offices, P98. Higher up, where the street takes the name of Siaguin, are situated on the left the Spanish Catholic Church Iglesia Espanol, PL. C3, and the Morocco Ministry of Foreign Affairs. At the end of the street is the upper gate of the inner town, Bab ed Dakal, leading into Los Herradores Farriers Square, PL. 8C3, to the left of which, and also connected with the outer market by a gateway, lies the meat and vegetable market, Plaza de Bastos, PL. C3. From the Farriers Square, a second gate on the right leads to the Mercado, PL. C2-3, an intermediate marketplace with rows of booths and a caravanserai Fondek. Passing through the end gate Bab el Martian, PL. C3, and skirting the town walls and the Christian cemetery, PL. B2, we reach on the left the Paseo de Cenaro, PLB-A2, the new Martian Road, and straight on the Casbah and the old Martian route, CP 101. The Fez Gate Bab el Faz, PL. C3, leads into the outer market Souk el Bara, PLBC3, which deserves a visit on market days, Thursdays, and particularly Sundays. In this great and very uneven plot of ground, adorned with the shrine of Sidi Mayfi, the patron saint of the market, we witness a strange and indescribable scene. Between the rows of salesmen and saleswomen, the latter veiled and clad in white, moves a motley throng of bargaining and jostling customers, while smaller groups gather round the jugglers, storytellers, and snake charmers, members of the sect of the Aisiayuas, p. 373. On the end side of the outer market, the Monte Road, Camino del Monte, PLB-A3, P101 leads to the W past two Mohammedan cemeteries, Cementerio de los Moros, PLB-A24, and the Portuguese legation, PL-A3, to the ¼ HR. Villa Sixu comp map with its pretty garden gatekeeper A1P. From the gate of this villa, a byroad ascends in a curve to the right to the equals Martian equals El Marxan, 341 ft. A plateau to the NW of the town. At the W end of it, above the Bubana Valley, sea below, lie an estate of the Sheriff of Wazan, Zarif de Uazan, and a Mohammedan cemetery. Farther to the E, beyond the Austrian legation, we come to a number of square Phoenician rock tombs, now partly used as cisterns, situated on the steep margin of the coast, which is undermined by the sea. The walled equals Caspa equals PL. BC1 on the east slope of the Martian is the highest and the most curious quarter of the town. Entering it by the upper gate Bab ed Dula or Bab el Martian, PL B1, we first come to the barracks and the Naham Battery, PL B1, where we have a splendid view of the Straits of Gibraltar. Opposite us is the Rada, or burial chapel of the patron saint of the town, P100. A little below is seen the Sultan's Palace, PL BC1, a good example of late Moorish architecture with a fine colonnaded court, a mosque, and a garden. The square at the lower end of the Casbah is bordered by the Tesoro PL 10, Treasury, the Mekshwar PL 9, Law Courts, at the entrance to which the Cadi administers justice from 8 to 11 in the morning, and the state prison, Karsal, visitors admitted, where male prisoners are employed in basket-making and other work. Near this is a smaller prison for women. From the Bab el Assa, the lower Casbah gate PL C1, a steep footpath, which soon offers a striking asterisk view of the white houses of Tangier and of the beach, descends to the town. Excursions, we may walk or ride to the SE, past the sea baths P99, along the beach, which forms an excellent riding course at low tide, to the 31 HR. Roman bridge across the brook Gallers, Wad el Magoga, and thence a little inland over the sandhills, 100 ft. To the equals ruins of Tingis equals Arabic Tanya el Balia, where the Roman seaward gateway is still well preserved. The road then makes a long bend to the end to the Torreblanquilla, 243 ft. An old Moorish battery on Cape Malabata P6, 2 a 3.5 HRS. From Tangier, another pleasant ride may be taken from the shore to the SW inland through orange groves to 1/4 HR. The village of Suwani, where we strike the Fez Road, P102, by which we may return to the outer market. The excursion to Cape Spartel, 7.5 m to the W of Tangier, takes nearly a day, horses, etc. CP99, bargain advisable, provisions should be taken. From the Villa Sixu, see above, we descend the Monte Road to the Bubana Valley, watered by the Little Wad el Ihud, Jews River, 3/4 HR, to the W of Tangier. From the bridge we may go straight on, and mount direct to the top of the Jebel Kebir, 1070 ft. Which is overgrown with low underwood, or more attractive, we may follow the Monte Road to Monte Washington, a colony of charming villas immediately overlooking the sea, and then 3/4 HR. Farther on, rejoin the direct route. On both routes, we enjoy a splendid view of the sea and the Spanish coast with Cape Trafalgar, P58. The main road at length descends to the W margin of equals Cape Spartel equals Arabic Ras Ishberdil, the ancient Promontorium Ampelusia, the northwestmost point of Africa. The lighthouse, 312 ft. Built and maintained by the European great powers. At present the only one on the coast of Morocco, others are projected at Melilla, Casablanca, Mazagan, Safi, and Mogador. Is visible at sea from a distance of about 30 m. Near it are a signal station and a meteorological station belonging to the Nautical Observatory of Hamburg. From the Cape we may ride along the coast to the 2.5 m. Hercules Grotto, where excellent grindstones and millstones have been quarried from time immemorial, or, in returning to Tangier, we may diverge from the Bubana Valley to visit the olive groves, between the Jews River and the Fez Road, see below. From Tangier to Tetuan, Ceuta. The journey to Tetuan, about 37 m, may be performed on horseback or by mule in one day, but travelers wishing to break their journey may spend a night at a fondak, see below, where, considering the rough accommodation, it is best to camp outside. Tents and camping utensils should be taken from Tangier. An escort is advisable, or we may go to Tetuan by a steamer of the Bland Line, usually on Sat. Even. In 3 HRS, $4, and return thence to Tangier or Gibraltar by the navigation mixed P123, every second twos. Agent at Tetuan, Salvador Hassan, From Tangier to Ceuta direct there is a weekly steamer on Thurs. Of the vapors Correos to Africa. For the excursion to Ceuta, a passport vise by the Spanish consul at Tangier or Tetuan is required. A local boat crosses daily from Ceuta to Algeciras, P56, in 2 HRS. From the outer market, we follow the Fez Road, PL. C35, Camino de Fez to the S, passing at some distance from the stone huts of the Berber villages, Douar, in the fertile hill country of the province of El Faz. Nearing the village of Ain Dalia, we pass below it, ride to the SE in view of the steep peak of Jebel Zinat, crowned with the ruined house of Rasulai, and ascend in the fertile valley of the Wad Marhar Tahidart. Here, on the right, beyond the hills inhabited by the Berber tribe of the Bani Emsor, we can sometimes descry in clear whether the distant Jebel Mului Abd Islam, 5742 ft. The most sacred mountain in Morocco. The track then ascends through remains of corktree forest in the beautiful hill region of the Wad Raz. At the top of the pass, 1,476 ft. The watershed between the Atlantic and the Mediterranean stands the fondak of Ain el Jedida, the largest caravanserai in Morocco, Comp. Above, the roof terrace commands a fine view of the hills around. The track, which soon affords a beautiful asterisk view of Tetuan, now descends the stony slope to the into the valley of the river Martin, a stream rising on the Jebel Mului Abd Islam. Tetuan equals 197 ft. Hot, Dursa pens, 10p hot. Calp R3 pens, 10p, plain but good hot. Victoria pens, 68p, Brit. Viscons, W.S. Buick, Arabic Titouan, Berber Tetouan, an interesting town, containing among its 30,450 inhab. 6,000 Jews, 400 Spaniards, and about 500 immigrants from Algeria, lies 7m from the Mediterranean and above the left bank of the river Martin, not far from the ancient Roman Thamuda. The garden-like environs are fertile and well-watered. With its numerous minarets, its domed tombs of saints, its town walls garnished with many towers, and its loftily placed citadel, Casbah, overshadowed on the end by the red sandstone rocks of the Jebel Dursa, it presents a most charming picture of an oriental town entirely free from European disfigurement. The narrow, winding streets recall the ancient part of Cordova, and the colonnaded courts of the externally plain Moorish houses resemble the patios of Seville, p61. In the more regularly built Mela Jewish quarter, one is often struck with the beauty of the Jewish girls and the women's gold-embroidered festive attire. Some parts of the town still show traces of the Spanish siege of 1859-60, which gained for the victorious Marshal O'Donnell the title of Duke of Tetuan. The graves in the Jewish cemetery are sometimes not unlike the anthropoid sarcophagi of the Phoenicians, Comp. p. 347. The old Portuguese watchtower at Kilallan affords a superb panorama. The mouth of the river Martin, which is much choked with sand, forms the harbor of Tetuan, but seagoing vessels have to anchor in the open roads. The trade of the place is unimportant. A coast road was constructed by the Spaniards during the Morocco campaign, connecting Tetuan with Ceuta, 23m, but now only a track remains. It leads at first through the coast plain at the base of Jebel Dursa, see above, and then beyond the Cabo Negro or Cape Negron, 886 ft. Arabic Ras et Tarf, skirts the fertile spurs of the Andorra MTS. Beyond the Moroccan frontier guardhouse, we enter Spanish territory, protected by a chain of blockhouses, and skirt the slope of the Jurassic Sierra Boulones or Apes, Hill, 2809 ft. Arabic Jebel Musa, i.e. Hill of Moses, where apes abound. This is the highest peak of the Andorra MTS, and was famed in antiquity as one of the pillars of Hercules, p54. Ceuta equals several small Spanish inns, no photographing allowed, Arabic Ceuta, a town of 10,000 inhab. Of whom 3,000 are soldiers, the only important Spanish possession in Morocco besides Melilla, p124, lies on a narrow, flat tongue of land between a spur of the Sierra Boulones, crowned with the white tomb of a saint, and the strongly fortified peninsula of Almena, which culminates in the Monte del Acho, 637 ft. Originally Phoenician, it became a Roman colony, under the name of Ad Septem Fratres, later Septon or Septa Emporia, and in the Middle Ages was the most important and prosperous seaport of Morocco. In 1169 it was the seat of a Genoese trading station, and in 1415 it fell into the hands of the Portuguese, from whose time date the ruins of Ceuta la Vieja, Old Ceuta. Since 1580, in spite of repeated attacks by the Moroccans, 1694, 1720, 1732, it has remained in the uninterrupted possession of Spain, and it now presents a sadly decayed appearance. The tunny and sardine fisheries here are very thriving. From Tangier to Mogador by sea, steamboats. =1 Royal Mail Steam Packet Co. CRR. 543, often full all the way from London, every other Friday, via Casablanca, Mazagan, and Safi to Mogador in 5 days, agents at Tangier, Uig. Chappery at Casablanca and Safi, Murdoch, Butler and Co. At Mazagan, J. de Maria, and at Mogador, R. Yuli and Co. =2 Oldenburg Portuguese line fortnightly to Mogador, calling at intermediate ports, agents at Tangier and Larache, Renchhausen and Co. at Rabat, Weikert and Inke at Casablanca and Safi, Lambros at Mazagan ch. Bilstrino. At Mogador, Borjode, Ruteman and Co. =3 N Paquet and Co. P120, Monday evenings returning on Frid, to Rabat, intermediate ports and Mogador in 4 days. =4 Vapors Corios to Africa twice monthly to Mogador via Larache, Rabat, Casablanca, Mazagan, and Safi in 5.5 days. There are also the small cargo boats of the Genoese Servizio Italo Spagnuolo, of Rius and Torres of Barcelona, and others. The small boats of the Bland line ply between Tangier and Larache once or twice weekly. The Canary line of the Campania Transatlantica touches once monthly at Tangier, if required also at Casablanca and Mazagan. Landing and embarkation in lighters at most of the intermediate ports is often impracticable for weeks together, especially in winter. Harbors are in course of construction at Larache and Casablanca, and one at Safi is projected. Tangier, Rabat, Casablanca, and Mogador have wireless telegraph stations. Along the ocean seaboard of Morocco, about 835 m to Cape Juby, navigation is often impeded by gales, sandbanks, and fogs. The seaports lie mostly at the mouths of rivers or in small and shallow open bays. The steamers round the sandstone rocks of Cape Spartel, P102, and steer to the SW at some distance from the land, above which in clear weather are seen the Rif MTS, with the Jebel Habib, 2990 ft, and the Jebel Mulay Abd Islam, P102. In the coast plain of Algeria we next observe, on a terrace abraded by the sea, the decayed little seaport town of Arzilla, the Phoenician Zilis, Ram. Colonia Zilis Constantia, with a ruinous town wall of the Portuguese period. Beyond the Hafet el Beida, a spur of the hill region of Sahel, once famed for its corktree groves and its fertility, we near the broad mouth of the Lucas or El Cus, the licks of antiquity, and obtain a splendid view of the white sandstone walls and the castellated Casbah of Larache. Larache, also called Larache or Larache, Arabic El Araish Hot, Lucas on the riverbank, landing or embarkation 1p, Brit Viscons, Elford, a somewhat dirty town of 13,220 inhab. Inkel 3,000 Jews and 200 Europeans, one of the chief seaports of Morocco, lies on the left bank of the Lucas, about 100 ft. Above the river. The total exports and imports are valued at 18 million francs. In the 16th century, the town was an important Portuguese center of trade, and in 1580–1689 it belonged to Spain. It then became a war harbor and the headquarters of the pirates of Morocco, and was fruitlessly attacked by the French in their disastrous expedition of 1765, and by an Austrian squadron in 1829. The former harbor, which was rendered inaccessible to vessels of larger draft by the bar obstructing it and the shallowness of the river mouth, is being superseded by a new harbor now under construction. The town walls, the moats, the coast batteries, and the small fortifications on the S-bank of the river date from the Spanish occupation. From the landing place on the Eni margin of the town, we pass through the harbor gate into the spacious inner market, Souk ed Dakhel, with the old Spanish merchants, hall, Fondek el Espinali, and arcades lined with shops. Gateways lead thence to the NW to the picturesque Kasbah, no admission, and to the SE to the government palace, Dar el Maksin. The chief mosque was once the Spanish cathedral, and several of the dwelling houses are still Spanish in character. Outside the Bab el Chemis lies the extensive outer market, Thurs. Excellent oranges and other fruit are grown in the beautiful gardens around. Some Roman ruins, relics of the old town of Lixus, p95, now overgrown with brushwood, lie on the Jebel Tishemish, a low hill on the right bank of the Lukus, about 1.5 hr. From Larash, best reached by boat. As the steamer proceeds, there appears on the horizon a range of sandhills, 31 m long, which separates the Cebu Bay from the sea. This bay, p93, is now dry land, with the exception of 2 shallow lakes, Merja ez Zerga and Merja Ras ed Dora, and large tracts of swamp. To the E rises the Jebel Sarsar, 1805 ft, near Kaysar el-Kebir. On the left bank of the Cebu, ancient Sabur, near the Mamora forest, the largest plantation of cork trees in Morocco, lies Mehidia or Madeira, Pop. 500, a thriving seaport during the sway of the Almohads, but now fallen to utter decay. A fine Moorish town gate of the 12th cent, and many ruins of the Portuguese period may be visited. Rabat equals hot. Ignis, R2 pens, 10 fr, hot. Alegria Spanish, both unpretending, Brit. Vicecons, AH Cross, Engel, Church Service, or Arbat, situated in the Tel P93 on the left bank of the Bu Regreg, 138 m from Tangier, is one of the Sultan's residences and vies with Tetuan P102 as a most interesting coast town. Its population, together with that of Sali, P106, is 47,140 inhab. Inkel, 3,000 Jews and 100 Europeans. As it is the key of Morocco, where the caravan routes from Tangier, Fez, and Casablanca, Marrakesh, converge, and is also exposed to the attacks of the turbulent inland tribes of the Zemmour and Zaire, it has been fortified with an inner and 2 outer walls. A fort, built in 1888-92, defends the entrance to the harbor, now much choked with sand. The difficulty of landing, charge for each passenger 2.5 p, has caused the trade of the place, imports and exports about 8 million francs, to decline and to fall behind that of Tangier, Larash, and Mogador. Several of the industries have long been famous: carpet making, wool weaving, woodwork, Safian leather, etc. Founded in 1197, opposite to Sali, see below, by the Almohade Yaqub ibn Yusuf, p61, the still prosperous town is noted for its well-educated population, mostly Moorish, and its genuine Moroccan character. The dwelling houses, in the Andalusian Moorish style, vie in their internal architecture with those of Tetuan. Noteworthy are also the old town gates, the portal of the Kasbah, with the barracks of the Udea, and the decayed Medersa, School of the Learned, with its picturesque colonnaded asterisk court. At the SC angle of the town, not far from the harbor gate and the Mohammedan cemetery, is the Mellah or Jews' quarter. Outside the Bab el Had, on the W side of the inner town wall, is the Jewish burial ground, adjoining the Souk el Had or Sunday market, the most important cattle market in the whole country, supplied chiefly by the Zemmour, Zaire, and Zayan tribes. On the terrace of the coast, by the W. Outer wall, reached also from the Bab el Alu by the road past the Christian cemetery, stands the handsome, but now disused Sultan's Palace of El Kebabat. Beyond the Jews' quarter, and not far from the asterisk Bab Shella, 1178-84, with its 2 octagonal towers, we see rising amidst orchards, above the Bu Regreg, the conspicuous Hassan Tower, the great landmark of Rabat. This was once the minaret of a mosque, erected, according to tradition, by Jabir p62 for Yaqub ibn Yusuf in 1197, but now entirely destroyed, saving a few columns and fragments of masonry. The unfinished tower, with its notched arches and ornamentation in relief style, is 145 ft high. About 1 m to the s of the town, near the outer walls, is the Dar el Maksin, a second palace of the Sultan, with the burial mosque of Mohammed Roman 17, and Mului Hassan 1873-94, and a beautiful garden. Near this is the SC outer gateway. Among the neighboring hills, beyond a small Mohammedan burial ground, is a walled and turreted square enclosing the ancient town of Shella, the moldering ruins of which are overgrown with rank vegetation. We find here an excellent well. In the dilapidated burial mosque repose the Almohade Abu Yaqub, p. 61, the Marinide Ali v. d. 1351, and other sovereigns. A little way off, on the S margin of the swampy and malarious river flats, are famous orange gardens. A ferry connects Rabat with the antiquated town of Sali, Sail, or Sla, the Sala of the Carthaginians and Romans, which, down to recent times, was like Larash, one of the most dreaded haunts of pirates, Sali rovers, and one of the worst slave markets in all Morocco. The town shows every sign of decay, but its gates, especially the Bab el Ansara, now walled up, with its 2 towers, the ruinous gate of the cemetery, and the domed tombs of saints, all present a most fascinating architectural picture. Proceeding on her course, the steamer skirts a monotonous, treeless coast, broken only by the mouths of a few small rivers, with here and there a poor village. One of these villages is Fedela, in the Middle Ages of Fdala, once a thriving little seaport, which was temporarily occupied by the Spaniards in 1773. On a headland much exposed to winds, 190 m from Tangier, lies. Casablanca. Passengers are conveyed from the steamers, which anchor in the open roads to the Eni of the town, to the new quay by boat 2.5 p. each person. Hotels, hot. Central R45B1D2 pens, 1012 FR, hot de France pens, 810 FR, both good hot, modern pens, 810 FR, hot, de l'Univers, hot, de l'Europe, hot, continental hot, de Cuba outside the town, Spanish. Consuls, British A.M. Madden, Vice Consuls E.G. Lomas R.H. Broome, United States Consular Agent H. Toll. English Church, St. John the Evangelist's outside the town, service every sun, at 11 a.m. Casablanca, Arabic Dar el Baida, the White House, a town of 31,700 inhab. Incal, 2,500 French and as many Spaniards, was founded in the 16th century by the Portuguese as Casa Branca on the ruins of the ancient Phoenician town of Anfa. The place appears in medieval Venetian charts as Nif or Anaf, but it was abandoned by the Moors in 1468. The town was destroyed in 1755 by an earthquake simultaneous with that of Lisbon. It was not rebuilt till the 19th century, and is now the most important outlet in the country for Moroccan commodities, exports and imports in 1909 ca. 25.5 million FR. To this center are brought cattle from the neighboring provinces, from the remoter districts of Tadla or Tedla, and from the steppes of the Central Atlas, while the fertile region of Shaya supplies it with grain and wool. Thanks to the peace and security which the French troops of occupation have restored, trade has steadily increased. The town, which is still enclosed by a wall of defense built in the Portuguese period, lies on a terrace of Devonian sandstone E side and slate W side, in which the surf has worn a small shallow bay. The harbor thus formed is to be protected by a breakwater, in course of construction, which will make landing and embarking in all weathers possible. Above. From the harbor, we pass through the waterport gate into the main street of the Medina or Mohammedan business quarter. Most of the foreign consulates and banks and the International Anfa Club are situated in this street. Just off it are the British Consulate and the British Post Office, while higher up is the new French Post Office. The Mela, or Jewish Quarter, lies on the S side of the town. Near the Bab-e Souk, or SE Gate, is the Asterisk Market Souk, Comp. p. 335, and a little beyond it are the warehouses of the foreign merchants. In the W Quarter, Teenacker, which down to 1907 consisted chiefly of the reed huts of the lower-class workmen, similar to those outside the S.W. Gate, Bab Marrakesh, modern stone dwellings have sprung up and public grounds also have been laid out. Farther out are the wooden barracks of the French and Spanish troops of occupation. On the low hills to the E and SE are the new French forts, Provost and Eichler. A considerable way beyond Casablanca, the steamer passes the mouth of the Arabia, sea below, on the left bank of which is a Simwar, and a little farther on it casts anchor in the open roads of Mazagan, far outside the little harbor, which dates from the Portuguese period. Landing or embarkation 3p. Equals Mazagan equals hot. De l'Univers pens 68 FR. Hot. Du Commerce same charges Brit. Vice Cons, TG Spinney, Pop. 25,500 Incal, 3,000 Jews and about 500 Europeans, formerly called El Brija by the Moroccans, now El Jedida. The new, 250 m from Tangier, lies on a terrace on the W shore of a large bay which is now much choked with sand. It was founded by the Portuguese in 1506, held by them down to 1769, and was their last possession in Morocco, but it long remained a place of no importance. The old town, square in shape, protected from the surf by a chain of cliffs, and altered after 1769, is still enclosed by its Portuguese wall of defense, which is 29 ft. Thick at places. Several houses bearing Portuguese coats of arms and the Palace of the Inquisition in the N angle of the town recall the Christian domination. In recent times, Mazagan has developed into the chief seaport of Marrakesh. The Great Thursday Market, held on the W side of the town, and the granaries on the S side afford an idea of the extent of its trade, imports and exports being estimated, when crops are good, at 20 million fr. per annum. The climate is considered very healthy. The alcanna shrub, Lawsonia inermis, abounds in the environs. From its leaves is prepared the brownish red henna, used for coloring the fingernails. This ancient custom still prevails among both Mohammedans and Jews in N Africa. Excursions. The picturesquely situated town of Azamur about 12.5 m. To the E lies on the Arabia or Morberia, the Asama of antiquity, a stream which separates the Shaya region from the Dakala the town with its 10,000 in Hab. Inkle, 1,000 Jews, contains the shrine of Mului Shaib, much visited by pilgrims, and is environed with beautiful gardens of pomegranates, oranges, and figs. On the same river lie the orange groves of Mhila. To the SW one may ride along the coast, past the Zaya Mului Abdallah and the ruins of the Roman town of Tit, to Cabo Blanco, see below. Leaving Mazagan, we pass the Cabo Blanco, 230 ft. Arabic Jerf El Asfar, and then the Waladia Lake Ka, 40 m long. Farther on from the abrupt coast juts out Cape Canton, 450 ft. Arabic Ras El Hudik, well known to mariners as a landmark whence the coast runs s. To the Tensift, P 109. We call next at. Safi equals hot. Lamas, Brit. Vicecons, GB Hunat, Pop. 19,750, Inkle, 2,500 Jews, called also Safi or Asfi, 350 m from Tangier. The harbor is inadequately sheltered from the W and SW gales by a narrow neck of land and two cliffs, and its entrance is obstructed by a sandbank. Landing or embarkation 1P Safi is the capital of the fertile region of Abda, noted for its horse breeding, and girdled with black soil Comp. P93, fertile to a breadth of 37 m at places. It lies picturesquely on a lofty chalk plateau, in an almost semicircular bay, amidst woods and green pastures, but is haunted by fever in summer. Prior to the foundation of Mazagan and Mogador, it was the chief port of Marrakesh, and like Agadir, P 110, was one of the most important harbors of Morocco, but its trade, mostly in European hands, has now fallen off total about 10 million francs. The chief industry of the place, which has given its name to Safian leather, is now the manufacture of pottery. Close to the harbor lies the Jewish quarter, and behind it is the Medina or Mohammedan quarter, both squalid. Adjoining the latter is the Spanish Catholic Church. The picturesque citadel at the end of the old town and the town walls are of Portuguese origin. The souk, or market, is in the S suburb of Rabat. The steamer next sights, near the mouth of the Tensift, the Jebel El Hadid, 2182 ft. Iron Mountain, P 110, already famed in Punic times for its iron ore, the only considerable hill on the coast between this and Mogador. The vessel rounds Cape Hadid, the S limit of the fertile coast plain, sighting in the distance the spurs of the Great Atlas, P93, and soon reaches 410 m from Tangier. Landing or embarkation 2.5 p the seaport of. Mogador equals hot. Royal English, Palm Tree Hotel, 2.5 m to the S of the town, prettily situated good, Brit. Vicecons, H.B. Johnstone, U.S. Cons agent G. Broom, Engel. Church service, called in Arabic Suira also with 24,350 in Hab. Inkle, 12,000 Jews and a good many French, English, Spanish, and other Europeans. The new town, with its straight lines of streets, was erected in 1760-70 under Sultan Mului Sidi Mohammed on the site of Madeira, which was destroyed in 1755 by the same earthquake as that of Lisbon. In 1844, the town was stormed by French Marines. Mogador lies in 31 degrees 31 in lat. And 9 degrees 60 W long, on a flat spit of land, bounded on the W by a small lake, beyond which rises a great range of sandhills at places 427 ft. High and 3¼ m in breadth. To the S, W. A chain of cliffs and the rocky islet of Mogador, the only island on the coast of Morocco, form the harbor, which is much exposed to the sea winds. The N entrance to the harbor between the town and the island is about 825 ids. Broad and 45 ft. Deep. The broad S entrance, opposite the mouth of the Wad Kaseb, is only 13 ft. In depth. Mogador serves as a port for the adjacent provinces of Shayadma or Shedma, Haha, and Mtuga, as well as a mart for goods from the Souss Sea below. It is the stronghold of Judaism in Morocco, as the Jews control the inland trade with Marrakesh, and it is only of late that they have had European rivals in the ocean traffic. The total exports and imports amount to about 17 million francs. We land not far from the harbor battery, mounted with antiquated guns, and proceed first to the Kasbah quarter, where the governor's house, the chief mosque, a synagogue, and the Spanish church are situated. From the Meshwar, the principal square in the Kasbah, a broad street leads to the Medina, the Mohammedan quarter, where a number of Europeans and wealthy Jews also reside. Here, in the center of the town, is the souk, famed for the native copper wares, besides various goods from Marrakesh, which are sold there. Beyond the market, in the angle of the town, is the Mela, an extremely dirty quarter with narrow streets, inhabited by the poorer Jews. From the Bab Marrakesh, the Se gate, we may follow the conduit, at first along the embankment between the bay of the harbor and the lake, and then past the Kaaba of Sidi Magdal, the local saint, to the winding valley of the Wad Kaseb. Here rises a ruinous palace of the Sultan, and beyond the sandhills lies the sadly neglected Sultan's garden. The finest point in the wooded inland region near Mogador, which abounds in game, is the valley of Ain el Hajar, Rock Spring, 15½ m, to the Eni. From the Bab Isfi, the Eni town gate, the route leads past the Christian and the large Jewish cemeteries and follows the Safi caravan track along the coast, where at low tide it is pleasanter to ride on the beach. After about 2 HRS. We cross the hill to the E, where in the extensive growth of underwood are seen numerous argan trees, Argania sideroxylon, the kernels of whose fruit yield a table oil resembling that of the olive. From Ain el Hajar, we may in clear weather ascend the Jebel el Hadid, P109, which rises to the N, on the summit, 2182 ft. Is a chapel dedicated to Sidi Yaqub, whence in the far distance we may descry the great Atlas. To the S of Mogador lies the hilly region of Haha, skirting the base of the great Atlas and rich in olives and argan trees, through which a rough caravan route, running inland from Cape Tafatneh and passing Cape Gur, leads to Agadir Pop, 2500. This was formerly the seaport for the region of Souss, P94, and was even the goal of caravans from the Sudan district, but since the building of Mogador has lost all European trade. In the 16th cent. Agadir, under the name of Santa Cruz, was the southmost possession of the Portuguese in Morocco.